seated.
Court calls case number 12, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Garner. Good morning, Mr. Picaro.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Matthew Dirks on behalf of Gerhardt Koenig, who is present.
Good morning, Mr. Otake. Good morning, Mr. Dirks. Good morning, Dr. Koenig.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. We will, I believe, continue on with the presentation of evidence in this case. Mr. Otake, you indicated the defendant wished to present evidence in this case. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call to the stand Mr. John Charles Bustler II. And I think Mr. Dirks is grabbing him. Right up there, see up there. Thank you. And then she's gonna give you an oath.
Okay.
Thank you.
You raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Mr. Otake, whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning, sir. If you could please state your full name for the jury and for the record.
John Charles Bustler II. I go by Chuck.
You go by Chuck? Is
Yeah.
it okay if I call you Chuck?
Yeah.
Okay, Chuck, are you associated with a restaurant called FET here in Honolulu?
Yes, I'm the owner.
You're the owner?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us, well, first of all, is it F-E-T-E? Is that how you spell it?
Yes, this first E has a circumflex over it.
Okay.
So,
But it's pronounced
FET.
FET.
Yeah.
And tell the jury, what kind of restaurant is FET and where is it located?
It's in Chinatown, New Anuan Hotel. It's farm to table, New American. My wife is also the chef there. She's the Hawaiian chef who won the James Beard Award 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. So you guys are a pretty popular restaurant, award-winning restaurant?
Yes.
And your wife, what's your wife's name?
Robin my E.
And she won the James Beard Award?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty popular place nowadays.
We're doing all right.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Sir, in the course of your business, do you keep records of reservations?
Yes. So we use a platform called Open Table, which if you've been out to eat, there's probably one of two platforms you use most. That's the largest in the world. So that integrates with a lot of our systems, including our point of sale system as well.
And did you receive a subpoena from my office in this case for the reservation records for the night of March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
With what has been marked as Defense 137. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to show you this. Is that the reservation record from your restaurant from March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the reservation records you turned over to us?
Yes.
Okay. And, sir, in looking at, well, why don't we publish it, Mr. Dirks, please?
No, not in evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. We moved D-137 offered D-137 into evidence.
Mr. Carter. No objection. What is the marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D-137 is received into evidence?
Okay, could we please publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Mr. Dirks, can you blow up the portion there? Okay. Let's blow up can you blow up the whole line? Or no? Okay. Okay, so you see at 6:30 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, was there a reservation for Gerhardt Koenig for 2?
Yes.
Okay, and that was made through this platform prior to that night, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it turned out it was a no-show according to your records, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Okay, sir, thank you very much for coming down here this morning. That's all the questions I have for you.
Okay.
Mr.
You want this?
Please. Thank you. Mr. Gardner, any cross-examination?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Hi.
You said that the program or software that your restaurant uses is called Open Table. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that was a kind of industry-leading software for getting reservations?
Yes.
Okay. How does a person make a reservation on OpenTable?
A few different ways. They can either call in and we make it for them and we program it in, or we schedule it in, or they can do it online through either the app or the website.
Do you know how the reservation was made with regards to this case?
From your document, I don't see that, but I can look on real quick and I can tell you if it's made either through calling us, because it'll say in-house call, or if it was made digitally through a website.
So could I bring you the exhibit then that we've just shown you?
Sure.
And would that tell you?
Sure. Let me double check. Yeah.
I'll approach with Defense 137, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does say it. So this says we made it through our network. That means that they called in.
Okay, so it was a phone call reservation.
A phone call, or somebody stopped by and talked to somebody at the front or something like that.
Got it. So essentially an in-house reservation.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. No, that means the phone in-house is that one. Your network means it came through our website linked to OpenTable. That's what that means.
Got it. Okay, and I'm going to leave the exhibit up there with you just in case I have more questions about it, okay?
Okay.
So then, looking at this, your business record, that means that the reservation that we're talking about here today for Gerhardt Koenig was made either on the OpenTable app or the OpenTable website.
And the reason why it distinguishes that is we're charged different amount. Your network, we're not charged. The other one is a random search, and they see that as marketing.
Got it. Okay. And again, just sorry to keep clarifying this. So the reservation for Gerhardt Koenig was, quote, your network. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, that means that the person who made that reservation would have gone onto the website for FET. Is that right?
It has to be affiliated somehow with FET, yes.
Okay. How does somebody make that reservation through your website? What sort of information do they have to fill out?
Let's say you are looking, you want to go to FET. You're like, oh, how do I make a reservation? Different people use different reservation systems. They click on our website. If you are on our cell phone version of the website, it'll say book now or make reservation or something like that. If you're on the desktop version, it has a button in a different place. But basically, they both say make a reservation.
Okay. I'm really getting at here, sir, is it's easy to make a reservation, right?
Yes.
You want it to be easy for customers to make reservations so that you can get more business, right?
Yes.
Okay. It only takes a couple minutes to make a reservation, right?
Yeah. I mean, as long as you know how to use a computer, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your cancellation policy?
We don't have one.
You don't have one?
No.
Okay. Does this reservation system you have send any confirmation texts or emails on the day of?
It sends a confirmation email, I believe, the day before, and a confirmation text either the day before or day of, depending on how far in advance it is. And then it sends a reminder, and then for us, if somebody's running late, then we can actually manually send your table is ready quote to them.
Okay. All right. I know you said you don't have a cancellation policy. Just to be clear, there's no like, you got to pay $50 if you cancel?
No, we don't charge anybody to make a reservation. I hate that personally. I like people to want to come to our restaurant, and I feel like they're penalized if something comes up at the last minute, because it does happen all the time.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Just very brief follow-up.
Go ahead.
Sir, Mr. Gardner, the prosecutor, was asking about how it's pretty easy to make reservations and how you can do it pretty quickly. When we were talking this morning, when you got here, were you able to determine when this reservation was made?
Yes.
And was it, I think you told me it was like March 18th or something like that?
It was a week before.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any requests?
No, thank you.
Mr. Russer, thank you very much for being here.
Okay. Thank you.
Watch that first step.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You can go. Yeah, thank you. Oh,
Mr. Otake.
I'll just.
Does the defense wish to present any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we will call Dr. Jonathan Arden to the stand.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record and for the jury?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Arden, A-R-D-E-N.
And Dr. Arden, are you a medical doctor?
I am
Where do you reside?
in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
I'm going to walk through a little bit of your experience and qualifications for a few minutes, sir. Where did you go to medical school?
I attended and graduated from the University of Michigan Medical School. I graduated in 1980.
1980. Did you do a residency after graduating?
I did 2 residencies, actually.
In what fields?
The first was a 3-year program in anatomic pathology at the New York University Medical Center in New York City. And the second was a 1-year program in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
Okay. I'm going to take those one at a time. Could you tell the jury, please, what is anatomic pathology?
To begin, the field of pathology in general is the medical specialty that studies the changes in the form or function of the human body or its components. And by changes, I'm talking about the effects of disease or injury. Anatomic pathology is the medical specialty that studies the changes of the anatomy, the structures of the body, and that includes things that you can see with the naked eye, hold in your hands, and some things that require a microscope to be examined. Forensic, I'm sorry.
And so that's anatomic pathology.
Yes.
And you did a residency in that, is that right?
I did.
And then what is forensic pathology?
Yes, forensic pathology takes the broad background of general medicine and anatomic pathology and then applies it primarily to the investigation and certification of certain types of deaths. Forensic pathology mostly studies deaths that occur either by violence, meaning any kind of death caused by an injury, and also deaths that occur suddenly and unexpectedly, so people who die in public, outside of medical care, that kind of thing.
Okay. Are you board certified in any fields of medicine?
I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in both anatomic and forensic pathology.
How long have you been board certified in those fields?
Since 1985.
And you've been board certified consistently since then?
Yes, I have.
So that's
40
years.
Yeah, about 41 years, yes.
Okay. Are you currently licensed to practice medicine in any states?
I am.
How many?
I'm currently licensed to practice medicine in 5 states, those being Florida, West Virginia, Maryland, and New York. My New York license, to be technical, is in an inactive status, but legally I'm still licensed.
Okay. Have you practiced medicine in the field of forensic pathology for the last 40 years?
Yes, I'm going on about 42 years of practicing forensic pathology.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned forensic pathology often dealing with people who have passed away. Is part of your practice as well as a forensic pathologist evaluating injuries for people who lived?
Yes, although the vast majority of the practice of forensic pathology involves figuring out how and why people died under those circumstances, forensic pathology is the only medical specialty that routinely deals with injury analysis, trying to assess injuries for how they occurred, sometimes issues like how old they are, what effects they have on people, because in order to figure out if a person died from injuries, you have to be able to analyze and determine what the effects of those injuries are on the person while alive to figure out did they or did they not explain the death. So injury analysis in living people is part of what forensic pathology does, although in fairness, it's a much smaller component. Most forensic pathologists spend most of their time dealing with death cases, as do I. But many of us and many government offices of forensic pathology do apply that expertise to injuries in living people.
Okay. You talked about 40 years of practicing medicine. For the first 20 years or so, what did you generally do for the first 20 years of your practice?
The first 20 years of my career after training, I served as a government-employed full-time medical examiner in 4 different offices. I was in an office in Suffolk County, Long Island, New York, for a little less than 2 years. I served in the medical examiner's office in Delaware for 3 years. I then spent 9 years in the office of chief medical examiner for the city of New York, where I rose through various titles, and actually for the majority of that time I was either the first deputy chief medical examiner, the second in command to that system, or actually for a few years before I got the title officially, I was acting in that position. So I spent 9 years in New York City, and then I was the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. for about 5.5 years.
Okay. I want to ask you about your work for the government. During those years you just mentioned and in those positions, would you have to testify in court?
Yes, actually, especially in the latter 2 positions, quite frequently.
And in those positions and when you would testify in court, was it typically for the prosecution?
Yes, during the 20 years of government service, almost every time I appeared in court, I was called by the prosecution in criminal matters.
Okay. Now, after that, did you at some point start something called art in forensics?
Yes, I did.
And tell the jury, what is that?
After 20 years of full-time government service, I then pretty much went out on my own, and I now have a a consulting practice in forensic pathology and medicine, the kind of work that brings me here today. And for most of that's been now, we're getting to about 22 years. It's been under my corporate name of Art in Forensics. So that Art in Forensics is my consulting practice in forensics.
Okay. And in your consulting practice, providing consultation and opinions in cases, roughly how many times have you served as an expert witness?
Well, I know I've been under oath, whether it's in trial, grand jury, deposition, hearings, well over 900 times in my career. Okay. That includes both the government service and the consulting years.
Have you been qualified as an expert in state courts across the country?
I have.
Roughly, a lot, or?
I've lost track, somewhere around 25 or 30 states, federal courts around the country, several military courts-martial.
Okay. Now, even now in private practice, do you at times testify for the prosecution?
Yes, in the criminal consulting aspect, most of the work is for defense counsel because the prosecutors generally have the medical examiner. I do get consulted occasionally by prosecutors and then occasionally asked to testify. As recently as last month, I was called to the stand by the prosecution in the city of Portsmouth, Virginia. That prosecuting office has hired me for review of a series of older cases, several of which have now resulted in testimonial appearances, including one last month.
And are you part-time? Do you have a part-time appointment with any state agencies right now?
I do. I have a part-time appointment as a forensic pathologist for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of West Virginia, and it's a very small part of what I do, but it is still an active appointment.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move to qualify Dr. Arden as an expert in the medical field of forensic pathology with emphasis on providing injury assessments of the living.
Mr. Warner. You have what, dear? Please. Okay. Dr. Arden, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. I want to ask a couple follow-up questions about the qualifications you were just talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you primarily deal with death cases. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us, percentage-wise, how many cases, what percentage of cases do you deal with that involve death investigations?
I don't have an exact number for you. It's a very high percentage. I mean, the death cases, both as a medical examiner in my career and as a consultant, somewhere in the high 90s in the percentage.
Okay, so high 90s percentage for cases involving death.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, that means very low percentage of cases involving investigating an injury for a surviving person. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the second thing I wanted to ask, you were asked about your move to consulting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And since you've moved to consulting, you testified that you primarily testify for the defense. Is that right?
Well, Your Honor, this isn't voir dire. This is cross. So if it's not to his expertise in the field of medicine, this should be handled on cross-examination.
Overruled. Continue.
Well,
Can we approach?
Sure.
Dr. Arden, just to take a step back since it's been a minute. You were asked to speak about your qualifications a couple minutes ago, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you were asked to speak about how much time you've testified for the prosecution and how much times you've how much you testified for the defense. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry for stumbling. And you were asked about your transition from government work to consulting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then since you've transitioned to the consulting being your primary practice, you testify primarily for the defense. Is that right?
In half of my consulting. What didn't come out in the prior questioning is that my consulting work is split about 50-50 between civil and criminal work. So in the criminal side, half of my consulting work, I testify mostly, almost entirely, to be honest, for the defense because that's who needs to hire me most of the time. So yes, within that half of my consulting work, the vast majority is defense, not prosecution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Arden. With regards to this witness's qualifications to provide opinion testimony, the state has no further questions and no objections.
Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Arden will be allowed to provide opinion testimony in the field of medicine with the specialties in anatomical and forensic pathology. You may continue.
So, Dr. Arden, when you just said that you testify primarily for the defense in criminal cases nowadays because that's who needs to hire you, do you mean that's because the prosecution typically has their own medical examiners, experts to work with them?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And for 20 years of your life and your career, that's what you did. You testified for the prosecution almost exclusively, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you say that, 90 whatever % of your work through the years has been on death cases, you explained that part of evaluating a death case is having to understand and know about how injuries affect the living, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Arden, in your consulting work, you obviously charge for your time to review materials and provide opinions, yes?
I do.
Does that fact that you're being paid affect your medical opinions?
No. My opinions are what they are, and they're based on the facts. They're based on sound medicine and science, and I will reach the same opinion no matter who hires me. I mean, my opinions weren't altered when I was being paid by the government either.
Okay. And do you often tell a party that is, either hired you or looking to hire you, do you often tell a party that you cannot provide the opinions they're looking for?
Oh, on many, many occasions. Many consultations in my field result in opinions that don't support the side that hired me. My role is to try to help them as best I can, but again, strictly based on the facts and good medicine. So if the facts and the medicine are against them, I can advise them. I can help them deal with that, but I can't offer them an opinion that they want to put on the stand, for instance.
And you are getting paid by the defense in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in fact, over the last 20 years, you provided opinion and testimony in one other case that I was working on, correct?
That's correct. That's about 10 years ago.
Dr. Arden, when I reached out to you in this case, what were you asked to do?
When you reached out to me for this case, I was asked to assess the injuries that Ms. Koenig had and to compare them to the accounts of how the injuries occurred and to determine the nature and severity of those injuries and whether they did or did not match the accounts for how they occurred.
Okay. In order to help you do that, did you review certain materials?
I did.
By the way, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And are all the opinions that you're giving today and you gave in your report given to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask you what you reviewed. Would it be helpful to see the list included in your report?
It would.
This is his report, which is Exhibit D85. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Okay, I'm handing you D85, which is this your report, doctor?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is I think on one of the pages, does it have the materials you reviewed?
Yes, on page 2 of the report, it does include the list of materials I've reviewed.
Okay, could you please let the jury know what you reviewed in this case before rendering your opinions?
Yes, first of all, I reviewed various documents from the Honolulu Police Department. Those included statements and documents related to statements from a Sarah Buxbaum, an Amanda Morris, a statement of Ariel Koenig. I then was also provided the transcript, the written transcript of recorded interviews of Ms. Koenig. There were 4 of those at different dates. Also provided photographs of Ms. Koenig and Dr. Koenig and the scene and some of the evidence. And then there's a physician's report that was filled out by 2 of the physicians at the Queens Medical Center. That's actually a police document. There was also an investigation report from the prosecutor's office here. And then there were medical records for Ms. Koenig, first from the Queens Medical Center, and then from her primary physician, that was the Kaiser Permanente physician. And then finally I was provided a transcript of the grand jury proceedings.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll just leave a report. Is it okay if I leave the report up there with him, Your Honor?
It is.
All right. So, getting into your opinions in this case, Doctor, I want to ask you a few questions. You saw in the documentation and you referenced in your report that Ms. Koenig had a stellate laceration to her scalp. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you some general questions about stellate scalp lacerations first and then get into the specifics of the injury, okay?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, one of the things you note in your report is that scalp lacerations are notorious for substantial bleeding. Can you explain this to the jury and why that is the case and what you mean by scalp lacerations are notorious for substantial bleeding?
Yes, to begin with, just in case terms have not been properly defined, laceration, by its very definition, is a blunt impact injury in which, by the nature of the impact, their soft tissue gets torn or split open. So a scalp laceration is therefore laceration of the scalp on the head. Now, you ask about the excessive bleeding. The scalp tissue is what we call, in medical terminology, highly vascularized.
What do you mean by that? Highly vascular.
Excuse me. That's fancy language for it has a great deal of blood supply. So, if you damage the scalp tissue, which has a great deal of blood supply, it will bleed excessively. In fact, scalp lacerations are notorious for bleeding tremendously. This is excuse me, something that's even, for many people, common knowledge, that if you get an impact to your head, if you split open the scalp, even a small laceration tends to bleed tremendously, and sometimes it looks pretty horrific.
I know you have a cough.
Yes,
thank you so much. I'm going to hand you this water.
Thank you. My apologies. I've been fighting sinus and bronchitis thing for a while.
Okay. Given what you just described about scalp lacerations being kind of notorious for substantial bleeding, my next question is the amount of blood from a scalp laceration a good indicator of how serious the injury medically is?
No. And in fact, that's exactly the point when I talk about excessive bleeding even from a small scalp laceration, namely that if a small one will bleed tremendously and there'll be blood on the head and running down the face and it looks horrible, to put it simply, that doesn't mean that is a serious injury. It doesn't mean that there's anything life-threatening about that injury per se. It's an artifact of the fact that those scalp lacerations are known to bleed so excessively.
Okay, for example, let's pull up S15 if we can, Mr. Dirks. This is a photograph in evidence, and you see how, doctor, there's a lot of blood. It looks horrible.
It does.
Again, in this case, when you saw the photographs, but then also reviewed the medical records and particularly the information provided by Dr. Grosjean and Dr. Whitney and the Queen's medical staff. In this case, after you saw the bloody photos, in your opinion, does the amount of blood in this case accurately convey how serious the injury is medically?
No, in my opinion, it definitely does not accurately convey the severity or the seriousness of that injury.
Okay, thank you. We're going to get into that a little more in a second, but generally speaking, what is a stellate laceration?
Stellate is an anatomical term that describes the configuration of certain injuries. And the word stellate means star-shaped. So you can see this with some lacerations. Just as an aside, it's not related to this case, you can see this with certain kinds of gunshot wounds where you have, instead of a very simple laceration, which will look like a line. It's a line of interruption of the tissue or splitting of the tissue. Instead of that, the stellate laceration looks star-shaped, so it will have limbs of laceration extending in multiple different directions from the center.
Okay. You had a chance to see the photographs of Miss Koning's scalp laceration, correct?
I did.
And did you also review the available medical records that was provided by the state to us?
Yes, sir.
Now, two Queen's doctors testified and also filled out an HPD form, Honolulu Police Department form, that Ms. Koning's scalp injuries in this case did not create a substantial risk of death and did not rise to the level of serious bodily injury. Do you, after your review, doctor, in your opinion, do you agree with the Queen's doctors in that regard?
I do, very much so.
And can you please explain why you believe that her scalp injury did not create a substantial risk of death and did not rise to the level of serious bodily injury?
Well, the first question is the easier one because it's very straightforward. The scalp laceration that she had, even though it was stellate, even though it was fairly large in comparison to the front left side of her head where it was, only injured soft tissue. You think about the anatomy of the head. The scalp is basically a specialized form of skin and the tissue beneath it. Then you have the skull bone, and inside the cranial cavity formed by the skull bone you have the brain. And in her case, the medical records demonstrated quite clearly that all of the injury was to the scalp itself.
You meaning the soft tissues?
Exactly, the skin and the tissue underneath it. We all have a layer of fatty type tissue called subcutaneous tissue. Subcutaneous means under the skin. So the scalp is both of those, the skin and the subcutaneous, and that's all that was injured. The bone wasn't fractured, the brain wasn't injured, there was no bleeding around the brain, anything like that. So simply having a soft tissue injury that requires cleaning out and sewing up is not a life-threatening injury.
Okay. Next, and again, you agree with the Queen's doctors when they checked off the part about it didn't rise to the level of serious bodily injury, correct?
Right, because you'll see in that form the questions about the serious bodily injury had to do with prolonged or permanent disfigurement, prolonged or permanent loss of function of part of your body, and a soft tissue laceration, even a big one, doesn't cause any of those things.
Okay.
So it didn't rise to that level.
Now, doctor, the Queen's doctors also both checked off the box that said she did not have a serious concussion. Did you also agree with that?
I did.
Now, doctor, were you also asked to provide opinions as to whether Ms. Koning's injuries were consistent with what she reported?
Yes, I did arrive at such opinions.
And did you review her multiple statements given to the police to do so?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the grand jury and things like that, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, in those statements, you noted she reported that she was hit with a rock up to 10 times, and at times she said full blast, 100% of his power, all over her head. As an expert in the field of forensic pathology, in your opinion, were her injuries consistent with her statement that she was hit up to 10 times full blast with 100% of his power?
No, sir, they were not.
And why not?
Well, several reasons. First of all, the injury she has is largely localized. It may be stellate, but it's still largely localized. Almost all of the impact injury she has is localized to one area of the head. So it's not consistent with all over the head. Frankly, it's also not consistent with likely being up to or around 10 impacts. It's consistent with fewer impacts. And the other thing is the part of the element in your question about full blast, using all of his strength with the rock. That would very likely result in more severe injury.
Okay.
It would likely result in skull fracture. It would likely result in bleeding around the brain or brain injury itself.
Okay. Now, you indicated, not consistent with, up to or close to 10 blows. In your report, did you say that, you say in your report that your opinion is that it reflects several impacts at most. If you can explain what you meant by that.
Yes. What I intended to convey with that wording of several impacts is that, in my opinion, that stellate laceration is most consistent with being approximately 2 to 3 impacts with the rock.
Okay. So possibly 2?
Yes.
But to be fair, you indicated that looking at it, possibly could be 3, right?
Yes. My best estimate is approximately 2 to 3 as being most likely.
Okay, thank you. And that's after looking at her statement. I mean, that's actually after studying the photographs and whatnot, yes?
Correct.
In the statements that you were provided, did you see where Ms. Coney was telling the detective that her back of the head was being bashed against the ground?
Yes, she did state that.
And did you find any injuries to be consistent with that statement?
No. She had said being grabbed by the hair and having her head bashed into the ground, the back of her head. There's no description of any injury to the back of her head in the medical records, nor were there any brain injuries. There's a particular pattern of brain injuries that could occur if the moving head strikes the stationary ground, such as being bashed into the ground that way, and she didn't have any of those either.
Okay. And to be fair, I should ask you this earlier. I mean, to be fair, it was a complex laceration on her scalp, yes?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned in your report an injury to her eye, and I want to ask you about, you made some comments about her eye injury. Are the orbital bones around the eye thin and fragile?
Some of them are. The orbit is the eye socket, and some of the bones that form the eye socket, especially the roof of the eye socket, as we call it, those are very thin, fragile bones that can be easily broken.
Okay. All right, doctor, have all the opinions you have given today been given to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Garner, cross-examination.
Yes, take just a moment to set up.
I'm sorry, I had one last question. I apologize. I meant to ask you this. I missed it. You reviewed the Queen's HPD report and from the 2 doctors, yes?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe generally your opinions are pretty much consistent with what the Queen's treating doctors said?
Yes, my opinions are consistent with their opinions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Garner.
Okay, I'll still take just a moment.
Take your time.
Dr. Arden, before I start with the questions in my cross-examination, I'm going to hand you a binder with several exhibits, including your report, your CV, the medical documents, the transcripts that you said you reviewed. So I'm going to approach you with that now, and previously shown to defense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you turn it off? No, it's still on. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning again, Dr. Arden.
Morning, sir.
Right. I want to follow up on a couple things, but before I get further into your opinion, can I go over some stats with you? And this is from your CV.
Sure.
You said you've been an MD since 1980, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after you got your MD, you became a resident in anatomic pathology first, right?
Correct?
Okay. And then a resident in forensic pathology, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you worked full-time for the government, for various agencies in different states, as a forensic pathologist from 1984 to 2003, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In 2004, you began to consult in forensic pathology, is that right?
I did. Actually, to be clear, I had done some consulting work in the years before that, but that's when I began basically trying to make a full-time job out of consulting.
Got it. And that's when you did that transition from government work to the consulting work, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same transition that took you, at least in the criminal context, from the state to the defense. Is that right?
In terms of who primarily called me to the stand, yes, sir.
And although you began the consulting in 2004, or a little bit earlier, you founded your company, Arden Forensics, in 2006. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you've been running this company for 20 years now, right?
That's correct.
And as you just said, consulting through Arden Forensics is primarily how you make your living now. Is that right?
That's true.
Right. Here's the stats part, Dr. Arden. Approximately how many death investigations have you conducted in your career?
There's no way I can give you an accurate answer on a number. I have consulted on probably a few thousand cases in my day, roughly, and I was involved in as a government medical examiner. I personally performed around 3,000 autopsies. I performed external examinations without full autopsies on roughly another 500 deaths. And I participated in many thousands of other death investigations as a supervisor and as a medical examiner. So it's been many thousands, but I couldn't put a real number on that.
Okay. And all I'm asking for is your best estimate. So if the best estimate is several thousands, that's okay?
Sure.
Approximately how many consultations have you taken in the criminal field since 2004? And again, just estimate, please.
I don't keep these statistics, certainly not in my head. Again, if I've consulted on at least 1,000 and probably closer to 2,000 cases since 2004, somewhere in the neighborhood of half of them have been criminal cases.
Okay. Thank you for estimating as best you can. I'm afraid I'm going to ask you more for more estimations. In your entire career, can you estimate how many police reports you've reviewed?
No. Too many to count.
Too many to count. So more than the several thousand death investigations?
Yes, I've reviewed so many police reports, I couldn't put a number on it.
More than 10,000?
I have no idea. It's more than a few thousand.
Okay. Similar question, and I'm probably going to get the same answer, but I want to ask it anyway. Over your career, can you estimate how many medical records you've reviewed?
You're correct. It's the same answer.
More than you can count.
It's been thousands. I don't know how many.
And as a consultant since 2004, approximately how many reports have you written?
I have no idea. Many of my cases do not require reports. A fair percentage of them do as a consultant. I don't keep track of that.
Okay. And from your CV, as well as the report you prepared in this case, you stated that you've testified over 900 times. Is that correct?
Yes, and I stopped updating that number some years ago.
Your CV was from January 2025, is that right?
Yes.
So it's been at least a year and a couple months since you updated the CV, right?
Right, but I've stopped updating that number. It's just, it got to a point where the number was big enough, it wasn't worth puffing myself up.
Okay. So what we're all getting at here, Dr. Arden, is you are very experienced in reading police reports, right?
Yes,
You are very experienced in reading medical records, is that right?
I am.
You're very experienced in testifying in court, is that right?
I am.
In addition, there was a section on your CV about academic publications, is that right?
Yes, there's a list of publications.
And the most recent publication, as listed on your CV, was in 2021, is that right?
Correct.
If you want to look at your CV, it's under S227, I believe, in the binder in front of you, if you need to look at it. Okay. That most recent publication in 2021 was titled Cognitive Bias in Forensic Pathology Decisions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, right?
Correct.
That's a peer-reviewed journal, is that right?
It is.
It's actually very prestigious to be published in a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
It is.
And that was, that was the most recent academic article that you have published, at least on your CV, right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll come back to that article later. Now, we've already gone over that you prepared a report for this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I ask you to review the report while we're talking this morning, could you look at the tab S226 in the binder?
I have it.
Okay. And that is your report, right?
It is.
Your report was dated December 27th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you start writing this report?
I don't track those things. Sometime fairly shortly before that.
And the report is 4 pages long, is that right?
It is.
And you said earlier you don't always prepare a report? Is that
Correct.
right? But in this case you did.
I did.
And the report discloses your opinion well in advance of when you testify, is that right?
That's right.
And that's a good thing, right?
Yes, I guess so.
It's a good thing because everybody then knows what your opinion is well before you take the stand, right?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative. That's fine.
Okay. The report also discloses the materials you reviewed, is that right?
It does.
And those are the materials that you went over earlier with Mr. Otake, correct?
Correct.
All right. And a report in this type of report for forensic pathology would also disclose, if applicable, any scientific sources that you cite in support of your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Only if you're actually citing sources, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. There were no sources cited in your report for this case, correct?
That is correct.
Now, this is your business again, right?
This is my profession, yes.
And you charge money for that, correct?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, doctor, how much do you charge per hour?
$700 an hour.
Is that the charge for the consultation and the report writing?
It is.
What is your fee for testifying?
For a court appearance out of town when I have to travel, it's a flat $7,000 for the day.
Okay. So in this case, obviously, you say you live in Florida, so you had to travel to get here today, right?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how many hours did you spend reviewing the materials to prepare this report?
I do not know how many hours I spent reviewing the materials, but I can tell you the total of how many hours I spent reviewing, consulting, and writing the report.
Could you tell us that then?
That's 9.75 hours.
Okay. All right. And you also have a website, correct, Dr. Arden?
I do?
And that website is for your company, Arden Forensics, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And on that website, you advertise, what kind of services you offer, correct?
Correct.
And you advertise yourself as an, quote, independent forensic pathologist with excellent credentials and a record of reliability and impartiality. Is that right?
I'm going to take your word for it if you took it from the website. I don't remember all the wording exactly, but that sounds accurate.
Okay. Reliability is important to you, is that correct?
It is.
Impartiality is also important to you, is that right?
It is.
All right. Dr. Arden, I know you already talked about the materials you reviewed in writing this report, but I do want to clarify just a couple of them. You said that you reviewed the transcript of the Oahu grand jury proceedings from March 28, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that the entire grand jury proceedings or just the testimony of Ariel Koenig, or what actually from the grand jury proceedings did you review?
I am sure I reviewed the testimony of Ms. Koenig. Honestly, I don't recall whether I was provided the entirety of the proceedings, but my recollection is I reviewed her testimony.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some of the Honolulu Police Department reports, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't review the entire police reports, did you?
I don't believe that I reviewed the entire file that they had, no.
And Dr. Arden, you, in the next section of your report, after you talk about the materials you reviewed, you put a, quote, synopsis of pertinent facts. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you describe essentially what you learned from reviewing the materials about the facts of what happened on March 24th. Is that right?
It describes what I learned from reviewing the materials that I judged was pertinent to the opinions I was going to provide.
I see. So it provided only what you judged was pertinent.
Hence the name synopsis of pertinent facts, yes.
So if you thought a fact was not important, you wouldn't include it. Is that right?
It wasn't a matter of importance. It's a matter of whether it was pertinent. My opinions are limited to certain areas, and I do not provide an accounting or a synopsis of all the facts that I read about in a case, because many of them don't relate to my opinions.
And the area that you were giving opinions on is Ariel's injury, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your synopsis of pertinent facts, you gave all the facts that you thought were pertinent to Ariel Koenig's injuries. Is that right?
I gave all the facts that I thought were sufficient and pertinent for me to render those opinions.
Now, I'm going to jump ahead in your report to page 3, okay?
As you wish.
And you talk about concussions. Is that right?
I do.
All right. And you state that, sorry, I got to zoom in here. You have in parentheses, a couple sentences in this discussion about concussions as an aside. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I found that. It's on
Okay.
page 3.
And in this section, you're actually discussing an email Ariel Koenig sent to her primary care physician. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was an email in which Ariel Koenig asked for consistency's sake, for the primary care physician to add concussion or TBI to her chart. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And based on the opinion you gave, concussion and traumatic brain injury are the same thing, right?
Concussion and mild traumatic brain injury are equivalent terms. They describe the same entity, yes.
So you saw nothing wrong with Ariel's email, right?
Right.
Well, objection, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope of his opinion testimony. There's something morally wrong with her email.
This is cross-examination.
And again, you
We
saw
do object during cross-examination, so my objection is...
Come on up.
Dr. Arden, just to clarify one more time, you didn't see anything wrong with Ariel sending that email to her PCP, did you?
I made no judgment about that email, right, wrong, or other. I made a comment on the substance of it and its meaning.
Dr. Arden, in your opinion, it would be pretty disingenuous to try and ding Ariel for that email, wouldn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. That's argumentative.
All right. Let's take a step back, Dr. Arden, to your ultimate, I guess, assignment with this case. And that was to compare the injury to the various statements she, meaning Ariel, made describing how those injuries were caused. Is that right?
That was half of it, yes.
That's what you say your purpose is in your report, isn't it?
Yes, and as I testified here today, my assignment was to assess her injuries and provide consultation, and specifically what you just said, to compare her injuries to her accounts of how they were caused.
And if you're comparing Ariel's injuries to her statements about those injuries, it's absolutely crucial to your reliability and impartiality to use accurate statements of Ariel, isn't it?
It is necessary to be accurate, yes.
More than that, Dr. Arden, it's necessary to use accurate statements from Ariel Koenig. Isn't that right?
It is.
For example, if you take only parts of her statement, then your conclusions become unreliable, correct?
Not necessarily. That's a possibility.
If you exaggerate portions of her statement, your conclusions also become unreliable. Isn't that correct?
That is likely.
If you misrepresented, hypothetically, parts of Ariel's statement, your conclusions become unreliable. Isn't that right?
Again, not a guarantee, but that's a good possibility.
Now, Dr. Arden, one of your major conclusions that you testified to and that you put in your report was that you do not believe that Ariel was struck in the head with 10 blows. Is that right?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that Ariel Koenig never said she got hit 10 times in the head?
Right. She said up to or about 10 times, yes. The number that she used in the descriptions was 10, but she didn't say absolutely it was 10. She said up to 10.
So your conclusion about, oh, she didn't get hit 10 times is not actually based on what Ariel said, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
It is based on what she said. I didn't say in my report that she said she was struck 10 times, and that was the only statement she made. But the only number that she cited was 10. And so that was kind of a landmark for me to respond to. That's all.
And it's very clear from her statement that 10 times was an estimate, correct?
Yes.
And it was the maximum number, right?
Yes.
So her statement is not inconsistent with a lower number, is that correct?
It is not inconsistent with a lower number.
I'm going to take just a moment, and if I can retrieve Exhibit 2. All right, Dr. Arden, let's move on to a little bit later in your opinion where you state that you would expect to see skull fractures if the defendant was swinging the rock with full force. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Skull fractures are very dangerous, correct?
They may be dangerous. They are not always, but they may be. And the concern with the skull fracture is also that it represents a degree of force applied to the head such that the fracture itself may be dangerous, but more importantly, the associated injuries are likely to be dangerous.
And that's the kind of injury that you would expect to see done with Exhibit 2, this rock?
If it had been wielded with full force by an adult male and had been struck in the head up to 10 times, yes.
Okay. Have you ever held the rock, Dr. Arden?
I have not.
Can I hand it to you?
It's up to you, yes.
May I approve?
You may.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Okay. Now you've had a chance to hold the rock.
Yes.
All right. It's dense, right?
Yes. It's got some heft.
It's solid.
Yes.
And your opinion is now still that an adult male using full force could cause, or you would expect to see skull fractures, correct?
If there had been up to 10 blows with full force, yes. Let me put it this way. You phrased the question, I would expect. The better way to express an opinion is, in my opinion, it is likely that there would be some skull fracturing and likely some internal head injury.
Your actual statement from your report is on page 4. Is that right, Doctor?
Can you direct me where you're...
Sure. It is the second to last paragraph where you state, had she been struck with that rock with extreme force, quote, full blast, it likely would have caused skull fractures and underlying brain injuries. And then you have a parenthesis, especially if she had been struck 10 times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you would expect to see brain injuries and skull fractures even if it wasn't 10 times. Is that right?
Correct.
And now that you've held the rock, you still have that same opinion, right?
I do.
Now, there are some assumptions to unpack when you make that statement. Is that right, Dr. Arden?
Well, argumentative, Your Honor. I mean, it's their
yes or no.
question.
Overruled. It's a yes or no answer.
Well, it's vague.
Doctor, you can answer it if you understand the question.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about. What assumptions?
Well, you had to make some assumptions to make that conclusion. Is that right?
Again, I think you have to be more specific because I'm not sure if I just say yes, which assumptions you're talking about, because I don't understand what you're getting at. So,
Okay, well, Dr. Arden, I'll ask it this way. It's much, much easier to hit a stationary object, right?
I think that's a fair generalization.
It's much, much easier to hit a person's head if they are entirely stationary, not moving, correct?
Makes sense to me, yes.
On the other side, it's much, much harder to hit that person's head if they're moving around and squirming. Is that right?
I'm not going to be able to answer a question with too muches in it. If the person is moving, it likely introduces an element where it is at least somewhat harder to hit the head because the head is moving. In some circumstances, there could be so much movement that it is much, much more difficult to hit. In some circumstances, the movement could be to a lesser degree, and striking it could be pretty easy.
It's also, I'll just use one much, it's much harder to hit somebody if they're fighting back. Is that right?
It's the same answer. If a person fights back, it introduces an element that will make it more difficult to hit the person. How much more difficult depends upon how much fighting, what the circumstances are, what each person is doing. So, yes, it does introduce an element to make it more difficult. In some cases, probably much more. In some cases, not.
And Dr. Arden, the last thing I want to get with this opinion, there's an assumption in what you wrote there that it's a clean hit. Isn't that right?
No. That's why I asked for clarification. It's not an assumption. I'm basing this on what was described about this rock, and I'm basing this on the evidence from her scalp laceration, knowing what it looked like and what its configuration was. So whether there's a clean hit or a clean hit and a not so clean hit isn't an assumption at all. I'm basing it on what actually happened, what resulted.
You're basing your whole analysis off the results then, is that correct?
Well, the result of what actually happened, the injury she actually had, is extremely important to my analysis, yes.
You don't know how hard the defendant swung that rock, do you, Dr. Arden?
I do not, that's correct.
And you have no way of actually knowing that yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't include anything in your report about it being harder to hit somebody that's fighting back, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't include anything in your report about it being harder to hit somebody that's moving, is that right?
That's also correct.
So those factors which would make it harder to hit somebody, you didn't include those at all?
I didn't include those because they weren't necessary to assess the actual laceration that she had.
Dr. Arden, you testified that you reviewed Ariel's statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed 4 of the transcripts of her recorded interview, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed her testimony from the grand jury, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you go to S180 in that binder? And then when you get to that, go to page 5.
What exhibit?
S180. Page 180. Are you at S180, Dr. Arden?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you go to
Excuse
page
me.
5?
I have it.
Okay, and in that, there's a quote that says, "We kind of just kept wrestling." End quote,
Can
correct?
you direct me to the line?
Sure, I'll pull it up here. I won't put it on the screen or anything, but I'll pull it up on the iPad so we can go along together. Page 8 lines 8 and 9 of this.
Thank you.
Ariel said in this transcript, and we kind of just kept wrestling. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ariel also said at line 13, and I was just trying to kick him, comma, hit him. Is that right?
Yes?
Now, could you then move to page 16 of the same exhibit?
I have it.
Okay. On page 16, lines 5 and 6, Ariel testified, or you reviewed this that Ariel said, and then we were like fighting and wrestling on the ground. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
These are all factors that would make it more difficult for the defendant to get a good hit off on Ariel. Is that right?
Possibly.
None of these are in your report. Is that correct, Dr. Arden?
Correct.
Do you want to take a break now, again?
It's a good time now.
It is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our first morning recess. 2-minute recess. And McCallum will get you at 10:30. Legal opening. All rise.
All right, so that was the court is on a short break right now, and I just so far it is nothing burger witnesses that I'm sure it's just kind of wasting the time of the court, it seems, but it is what it is. And let's see, chat says one story house high here, 2-story old homes, cheaper. My 1903 was 62 though. That's very cool. Old houses are, I think, built better and very well over newer houses, Judy. Because when you have these, the design of them, I think, are more sturdy, and you could tell that they were built well. Yeah, Judy, I agree. It was certainly making a joke out of it. Very true. And when you have a situation like this occur, you're gonna have I call it sugar water witnesses and B players. Like, you're just gonna have, somebody that worked at a grocery store or some librarian, right? And they're gonna be, what book did they check out? And then they're gonna just talk about that for an hour and then go to another thing. I don't know. I have a controversial view. It's like, with these breaks they keep on doing, they would get the thing done sooner if they would just keep on going. But it is what it is. Built out of oak. Oh, that's a sturdy house then. A house built out of oak is very sturdy. Oh yeah. Your house is fossilized. Half green cured oak. Hard to nail. Yeah, that definitely sounds like it. A fossilized house. The house is a relic of times of the past. Yet that is interesting. It could even be an exhibit. That's interesting. All right, and Sawgirl says, okay, Sawgirl thinks I kind of like this guy's opinion. I think he's holding his own. Okay, thank you for your take on this. And it is, it's good when a witness holds their ground, and if it's providing decent information for the jury and for the case, then that's good then. Uh, and I will say though that the son's testimony really finishes it off. But yeah, that is also a good trait about the witness too. Yeah, very good. And you know, they're going to be the trial is supposed to be ending soon, by the way, so we're getting towards the end of it. And Sargo, thank you for your take on this. And Judy says oak fossilizes. Try put curtain rods. Oh God. Well, I'm sure that that has to be. You're gonna have to get a chisel and a hammer to put a hole through it, or you have to get a drill to drill through it, I suppose, because it must be very difficult to penetrate. It's probably like a fort at this point. It's probably like a castle or a fort at this point. You watched the Sun this morning. Yeah. I think the Sun did very good on the stand. Yeah, the Sun did very well on the stand. He was, I think, uh, did exceptionally polite, and I think the defense and the prosecution were both nice to him. And yeah, that very rough at that age to go through something crazy like that and be on TV and be on the trial like that. I'm sure it's very tolling, but it's good that he's with his mother, his stepmother, and the family. And his stepmother seems very nice. Yeah, the defense didn't rattle him because I was concerned that the defense was going to be too harsh on the son, but he was respectful because it was like it would be ridiculous at that point. I think that the doctor, which was based in Hawaii, he gave an interesting take. Although some people, not some people, myself really, I'm getting a little bit. Uh, that was a teaming moment. Yeah, I just some parts of it sometimes seemed a little bit unnecessary, but overall he seemed like he had some interesting take on it. But it still doesn't really sway the case either way. I don't think. Yeah, it would be cool if it finished today. Now, something today we might see is either the defendant going on the stand, he allegedly is going to go on the stand, or what happens is the other witness, I mean, not the witness, but the ex-wife might come on the stand. We will see what happens. Yes, he had no reason to lie, and he, you know, I said the defense was allegedly going to try to pressure him into thinking that he heard the call wrong, but yeah, there's no reason to lie, and it can be a traumatic event, for somebody to go through. But yeah, the son had no reasonable doubt about what the father said. Now I don't know. Sometimes I think people will do confessions to try to negate or to downplay or to lessen what they did, but it actually just confirms what they did. Sawgirl says, I think the son did very well too. It's just very sad that him and his father don't have a relationship anymore. It makes me sad. Maybe one day they'll reconcile. Yeah, drowsy's the correct word, I suppose. I didn't say drowsy. I said like Timu, but I guess that's the right word. I got for a second a little mixed up because I'm saying people are saying, but what I did was I was speaking in third person, so I readjusted myself. But yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I wonder what the son thinks of the father, but it is unfortunate when a father and a son have a falling out because it's important. Although I would say no father, in my opinion, is better than a bad father, but a father is important to have, and I could see where that relationship being broken up is a unfortunate, sad thing, especially for his, onlook as time continues. So definitely will be a healing process. Maybe they will, Sawgirl, one day reconcile, or maybe it will or not. But either way, I do believe that the son has a prosperous future ahead of him. Yeah. So, and maybe we won't get any of the witnesses we're supposed to see. Maybe we won't. But I do believe we will eventually see, either he testifies or the ex-wife, or maybe we're just going to have a bunch of random people, and then that'll be it. Yeah. On the bright side, he has the stepmother, which I think is good. Because having her will be good for him in the family. So he doesn't have a support system. He has a very good support system. Oh, it's okay to speak in third person. Okay. Okay, Saw Girl, what type of puzzle you're building, Saw Girl? Yeah, if people had insomnia, this trial is the cure to insomnia. Definitely. Yeah, the puzzles. I've made puzzles about, let's see, aquatic creatures like sharks and stuff. I've done that before. And I've done a couple different pictures that were puzzle designed. I mean, I've put puzzles together that were of animals or places. But those are puzzles that I've done. Okay, and let's see. You like American folk art? Yeah, that is cool.
With all four counts of record, all jurors are back in the courtroom. Dr. Jonathan Arden is on the stand and still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Gardner, whenever you're ready, you may continue on with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Arden, let's move on to another part of your report.
Okay, here we
Do you
go.
still have S226 in front of you?
I do, thank you.
Okay. And we're going to go back to the concussion section again. Now, you wrote in your report that you believed Ms. Koenig's concussion symptoms were, quote, entirely self-reported. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that means you were essentially saying you didn't see any physical evidence to corroborate what she said about concussion. Is that right?
Well, I'm not sure if it's just physical evidence. There was no medical evidence of any condition that indicated a concussion other than what she self-reported. There can be verifiable, objective findings that are supportive of concussion. There don't have to be. So I'm just saying that her concussion symptoms were self-reported. That's all.
Okay. And again, you didn't find anything medically to corroborate that. Is that right?
Right, because there can't be.
One of the symptoms that Ariel disclosed was nausea, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a very common symptom of concussion, right?
It is.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that the Queen's medical reports list that Ariel Koenig vomited 3 times in the ambulance on the way to Queens?
Yes, sir.
Vomiting and nausea go together, correct?
Commonly, not necessarily.
So in fact, there is corroboration of what Ariel was saying about the nausea. Is that right?
There,
Your Honor, 1 second. This is misleading. He was talking about the records of the primary physician.
Come on up.
Okay. Dr. Arden, could you please turn to S212?
yes, sir.
Okay, and these are the Queen's medical reports that you reviewed as part of your preparation for writing your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on page 4 of that document, which actually has on the bottom left bit page 3, so there's a title page and then it begins, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On page 4, Dr. Grosjean's notes indicate PT vomiting times 3 with EMS. Is that correct? In the middle of the page?
Yes.
Okay. PT means patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the medical reports show, and the medical reports that you review show that Ariel was vomiting. Is that right?
She did vomit when she was with EMS, yes.
And that wasn't included in your written report. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, vomiting is a symptom of a concussion. Is that right?
Vomiting is a symptom of many, many different things. It may be associated with concussion. It may be associated with many different things.
All right. Let's keep going on things that are not in your report, Dr. Arden. In your report, you write about, on page 2, and I'm sorry, you can switch back to S226. You write about Ariel's thumb on page 2 of this report, correct?
Yes.
And you write that there was an, quote, impact injury to the tip of her left thumb. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is the only time you mention any thumb injury in your report, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, it's not in your report at all that this was actually a fracture, correct?
Correct.
It's not in your report that this is a distal phalanx fracture, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think that was pertinent, right?
It wasn't pertinent to the opinions that I was offering, which were largely centered on her head injuries.
And you're aware that a distal tuft or a distal phalanx fracture is also known as a tuft fracture, correct?
It is?
Okay. Is it okay if I call it a tuft fracture from now on?
Sure.
Just shorter. Okay, so you're aware that a tuft fracture is a, quote, crush injury. Is that right?
Yes, that would be typical of mechanism of causation.
You commonly see it in people who hit their hand with a hammer. Is that right?
That's certainly one good explanation for it.
And in the Kaiser records you review, this tuft fracture is referred to as a crush injury. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Let's go through it, Doctor. So that's going to be S215. All right, and this document's a little bit longer. Could you go to page 25 of that? And it should be 25 in the bottom right-hand corner of the page numbers.
I have it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I apologize. I think I have the wrong page number.
I think so.
I'm sorry. Could you go to page 1 of S215?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there it is at the very bottom of the page, diagnosis number 8, left thumb distal phalanx fracture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And going to page 4 of this exhibit, it lists this as a, quote, crush injury, correct?
It does.
You never used the word crush injury in your report, is that right?
That's correct. I did not.
The word crush injury is actually used throughout this Kaiser document, is that right?
I haven't noted how many times it's used throughout or otherwise, but yes, it clearly does describe it as a crush injury.
And you thought this crush injury was not related to Ariel Koenig's head injury, is that right?
It is not her head injury. It's a different injury.
You reviewed the testimony of Ariel Koenig's grand jury, or you reviewed the transcript of Ariel Koenig's testimony at the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that Ariel stated at the grand jury proceeding, I also have a fractured thumb, you know, and finger lacerations from trying to keep the rock off my face so I could maintain consciousness.
Yes, that sounds familiar.
So you remember that statement?
Yes, sir?
And that statement is essentially saying that Ariel Koenig was trying to block with her hand. Is that right?
Yes.
Ariel Koenig, according to the statement, was trying to block the rock with her hand, right?
Yes.
And she suffered a crushing injury to her thumb, right?
Correct.
And this was somehow, and you deemed this not relevant to Ariel's head injury.
I deemed it separate from her head injury. She has a thumb injury. She has head injuries. The thrust of my opinions were assessing her head injury. I didn't ignore the thumb injury. I didn't omit it from the report, but I didn't discuss it or opine on it.
You say you didn't omit the thumb injury from your report?
No, the part that you just read into the record, I said that there was a thumb injury.
You didn't list it as a fracture, is that right?
I didn't describe it in any greater detail. I said she had a thumb injury, and I moved on because it wasn't relevant to the opinions I was giving.
So, Dr. Arden, you don't think it's relevant that Ariel Koenig held up her hand to block her head and suffered a crush injury on her thumb?
I didn't say that. It wasn't relevant to the opinions I was offering. I was offering opinions assessing the head trauma in relation to her statements or accounts thereof, and whether she blocked a blow with her thumb or not doesn't change any of that.
What this tells you, Dr. Arden, that Ariel Koenig had a crush injury to her thumb while blocking, that tells you that there was enough force to break bones, isn't that right?
There was enough force.
That's right.
There was enough force to break one very little bone at the tip of her thumb, yes.
And again, that mechanism is often seen when somebody gets hit with a hammer, is that right?
That is one good explanation for that injury.
And you thought, and you again considered her holding her hand up to her head while a rock is swung into her head separate from her head injuries that she suffered. Is that right?
They are separate injuries. I made no opinion as to whether the causation was related or not, or how she got it. Again, the real focus of my opinions was on the head trauma. It wasn't to ignore that, but that thumb injury is a separate part of her body. It's a different injury, and its relevance otherwise wasn't part of my analysis and opinions.
You provided an opinion about the level of force you believe was used, isn't that right?
I provided an opinion regarding Ms. Koenig's accounting of her description of the level of force, yes.
And the fact that there was a broken bone did not factor into that opinion. Is that right?
Correct.
Even though that bone was blocking her skull, right?
That bone is a couple of millimeters in size.
Objection,
Where
non-responsive.
let him, he's answering the question, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained. It's not responsive.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Come on up.
I'm going to ask that he be allowed to finish his answer. He's trying to finish his answer.
Objection sustained.
all I was... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's going to ask another question, Doctor.
Dr. Arden, if I ask you a yes or no question, can you give me a yes or no answer?
Your Honor, he needs to ask a question. Just ask a question. And if he needs to explain it, he's going to do his best.
Was that not
If it's
a question?
non-responsive, then the appropriate motion will be made. Please continue.
Okay, Dr. Arden, if I ask you a yes or no question, are you willing to give me a yes or no answer?
Your Honor, it's an improper question. You can ask the next question and we can deal with it.
Sustain. Ask the question.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that the fact that Ariel Koenig held up her hand to block that rock is highly relevant to the level of injury she sustained?
No.
You say no. Okay. Hypothetical here, doctor. We've
Can you
talked.
explain? Can you explain next time, sir?
So, no, next question. You can ask them redirect.
All right, doctor. It's very clear that a blocking hand is an interfering force, right?
Objection. Argumentative. Phraseology of the question.
Well, overruled. You can ask the question.
A blocking hand is an intervening force. Is that right?
No.
You don't believe that a block is interfering with the defendant swinging that rocket, Ariel?
It's not what you asked.
Do you believe, or isn't it true, that Ariel blocking the defendant from that rock that's, I think, still in front of you, with her hand, is an intervening force?
No, it is not an intervening force.
Isn't it true that Ariel blocking helped protect her head?
Can't answer it as yes or no.
Isn't it true that blocking a hit with your hand protects what's underneath?
The real answer is sometimes.
And again, this is all things that you didn't think were pertinent to Ariel's head injuries, right?
Answered.
They're not pertinent to the analysis and opinions that I offered about her head injuries. That's true.
Dr. Arden, there's nothing in your report about the depth of Ariel's injury. Is that correct?
Depends upon what you mean by the depth. I clearly do state that it is only to the scalp and soft tissues, which is an indication of depth.
Dr. Arden, you never state in your report that the injuries went all the way through down to the skull. Is that right?
You are correct. That specific detail is not in my report.
The injuries went through her skin, correct?
Yes.
And medically, that's the epidermis and the dermis. Is that right?
Correct?
And then under the skin, you described that there's a layer called the subcutaneous fat. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the injuries went through the dermis, correct? The epidermis, right?
Not in that order, but yes.
And the subcutaneous fat, correct?
Correct.
All the way down to the skull. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you look at a photo, there's actually a significant amount of depth to that. Isn't there correct? I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question after I publish the exhibit. Okay. We're going to publish State's Exhibit 22, which is already in evidence. Dr. Arden, you'd agree that this image shows the depth of Ariel's injuries. Is that right?
Doctor, if you need to step down and get closer to the screen, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you'd like me to zoom in, I can also do that.
Well, this photograph actually does a very bad job of showing the depth of the scalp laceration.
This photo shows a large chunk of her scalp missing. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor. This photo speaks for itself. That's an inaccurate description.
I'm going to zoom in on the top right of this photo, Dr. Arden. This is the area of impact. Is that right?
Part of it. Again, the picture isn't taken for that, and it's not displaying that particularly well, but it's part of the area of impact.
And how deep is this injury in this photo, Dr. Arden?
I can't tell from that photo how deep the injury is. I mean, we've already established, and I've agreed in testimony, that it went through the full thickness of the scalp down to the skull bone. This photo is not demonstrating that.
Dr. Arden, there's also nothing in your report about the presence of rock in her injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't include that there's presence of rock throughout aerial scalp injury, is that right?
I did not include specifically what foreign material was in her scalp laceration. I did mention it having to be cleaned out, but I did not include that detail.
And Dr. Arden, you testified earlier about a lack of injury to the back of Ariel's head, correct?
Correct.
You viewed photographs of the scene, is that right?
I did.
Okay. And you viewed photographs that included a pool of blood on the ground, is that right?
There was blood on the ground, yes.
I'm going to publish one of those photos in just a moment. All right, I'm going to publish States Exhibit 64. Dr. Arden, this is a photo that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report that there were no injuries to the back of Ariel's head, correct?
I did.
You said nothing about the environment of where her head was hit on the ground, correct?
Correct.
You said nothing about whether the ground was rocky and hard, right?
Correct.
You said nothing about whether there was piles of brush on the ground underneath her head. Is that right?
Correct.
And either way, that would matter in your analysis, correct?
The nature of the surface certainly could matter as to the likelihood of injuring or how the head would be injured in the rear of the head. It doesn't really affect my analysis because my analysis basically pointed out that there was no such injury.
Well, the surface could be a reasonable explanation as to why there isn't such an injury. Is that right?
It's a possibility.
But you didn't do that analysis. Fair?
Correct. The bottom line was there were no injuries to corroborate that aspect of her account, and that was what I was commenting on.
Now, looking at the ground in this photo, Dr. Arden, it's not rocks. Is that right?
Correct.
It's brush and what looks like straw. Is that right?
Excuse me, what?
It's brush and what looks like straw. Is that right?
What is? I'm sorry. What's?
I
don't know what's strong. Anyway, go ahead.
It looks like the ground, there's some vegetation. I have no idea if that's straw or not, but there's grassy looking stuff and there's some leafy vegetation, and it's the ground, the earth.
This is a softer surface than concrete, correct, Doctor?
It is.
This is a softer surface than lava rock, right, Doctor?
It is.
This is even a softer surface than compacted dirt, right, Doctor?
Yeah, that's a maybe.
Well, you see the picture, right?
I see the picture, but I really am not an engineer. I'm not going to be able to comment on this earth versus compacted dirt.
You take the exhibit down. 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 Take the exh All right, Dr. Arden. We're going to move on to our next topic that we're going to talk about this morning. We're going to talk about bias, okay, Doctor?
Well, objection. Is there a question, Your Honor? I mean, ask a question. It's not a proper statement or question.
May I approach, Your Honor?
My objection is argumentative.
Overruled.
Can we talk about bias this morning, Dr. Arden?
Well, again, Your Honor, that's an improper question. You can ask a question.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure, come on.
Are you ready to talk about bias?
Objection. Argumentative.
Ask the question. Oh, that's argumentative? Overruled.
Ask away.
Are you ready to talk about bias in general?
Sure.
Okay. Now, it came up on your direct examination that you have a prior business relationship with Mr. Otake. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report that despite the outcome of any case you testify, your fee remains the same. Is that right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to not bias your report. Is that fair to say?
It's a combination. It is a statement about not being biased. It's also a kind of a blanket statement that I don't get paid more if the side that hired me wins. I get paid the same regardless of what happens.
But there is an interest in future business, isn't there right? Isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, there's always an interest in future business, but that doesn't overcome what we've already talked about, that you get the same opinion from me no matter who you are. It's based on the facts and the medicine. And let's face it, future business isn't such a big interest of mine. I'm trying to get retired and it's not working.
Your interest in future business would encourage you to say what you think Mr. Otake wants you to say. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right at all. No.
Your interest in future business encourages you to minimize Ariel's injuries. Isn't that right?
No, absolutely not. My interest in future business is doing business honestly with attorneys who are honest, and that's what I do. And you've already heard the answer during direct exam. I tell lots of lawyers that their clients are screwed. And you know, that's what happens. Sometimes the truth hurts, but that's what they get from me.
Dr. Arden, your interest in future business encourages you to ignore the facts that are bad for your conclusion. Isn't that right?
No, not right.
Now, I asked you earlier about an article that you co-authored in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And that was an article titled Cognitive Bias in Forensic Pathology Decisions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this was peer-reviewed, correct?
It was.
And you obviously care about bias since you wrote an article about it, right?
I do.
One of the main points in that article was that forensic pathologists should not be considering irrelevant non-medical information. Is that right, Dr. Arden?
That is correct.
Because irrelevant non-medical information can cause known biases, correct?
It can.
It can cause unknown biases, right?
Well, at this point, I need to know what you mean by known and unknown.
It can cause unconscious biases. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So sometimes when a forensic pathologist looks at irrelevant non-medical information, it can cause a bias that even the forensic pathologist doesn't know about, right?
Right.
And that's what an unconscious bias is.
Correct.
And you write And this is actually a fairly lengthy article, is that correct?
Yes?
And you write, there should be transparency about if and what contextual information was relied upon. That is, if the pathologist's report explicitly state what non-medical contextual information was known and used in their decisions. Is that right?
It is.
And you think that's a good practice, right?
I do.
You think it's a good practice for when a forensic pathologist reviews irrelevant, non-medical information to disclose first what they reviewed, correct?
Yes?
And second, you think it's important for them to disclose how it impacted their conclusions. Is that right?
Yes.
And generally, it's not favored under this article that you wrote for a forensic pathologist to be looking at irrelevant non-medical information at all, right?
Correct.
It's not best practices, correct?
The article doesn't define things in terms of best practices. It is something that should be avoided. I'll tell you, in the real world, sometimes it is difficult to avoid irrelevant or non-medical information because that's how things come to you. But you should recognize which things are irrelevant or non-medical, and you should make strong efforts to avoid being influenced by them.
Dr. Arden, in this case, you reviewed Ariel Koenig's third interview transcript. Is that right?
I did.
And that is S-184. Is that right?
I don't know, but I'll find out. Yes, sir.
Okay. So this S-184 that you're looking at is the transcript of the third interview of Ariel Koenig. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is a document that you reviewed to prepare your report, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that this interview is not talking about anything related to Ariel's injuries, right?
Right. This transcript of the third interview does not discuss any of her physical injuries, the lacerations.
So this interview, transcript number 3, is irrelevant non-medical information. Isn't that correct?
It is irrelevant non-medical information relative to the blunt force injuries or blunt impact injuries that she received. Yes.
You also reviewed Ariel Koenig's fourth transcript. Is that right, Doctor?
Yes.
And if you want to turn to S-186, could you?
Yes.
And could you review that for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
There's no medical information in this fourth interview about Ariel Koenig's head injuries, correct?
Correct.
This is irrelevant non-medical information. Is that right?
Correct. On which I did not rely for my opinions.
You testified earlier that you reviewed it, right?
I reviewed it. I review many things. There are many facts and features in medical records that I review that don't become part of my opinions either.
Doctor, in just a moment, you agreed with me that the forensic pathologist shouldn't even be reviewing irrelevant non-medical information. Isn't that right?
I said that you shouldn't be relying on it. And I said that in real life, sometimes it comes to you whether you like it or not. I was presented with Ms. Koenig having made 4 statements to the 4 interviews with the police, and I wanted to be sure I hadn't missed anything, so I reviewed all of them. But you'll notice that in my opinions, there's nothing from statements 3 or 4, or interviews 3 or 4, that I relied upon or used in reaching my opinions.
Dr. Arden, you didn't follow the recommendations in your own paper. Isn't that right?
No, not really. It's not right.
You testified earlier, Dr. Arden, that you were the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was from... I'm going to pull up your CV so I get the dates correct. And your CV is 227 in there if you want to go along with me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. from April 1998 to October 2003. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Normally, that's a 6-year term. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
The office of the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. after 5.5 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you left, there was an audit from the Office of the Investigator General of the City of Washington, D.C., correct?
Not the Investigator General.
I'm sorry. Is it OIG?
Yes.
And that's S230 with you, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's the Office of the Inspector General conducted this audit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 31 of that audit?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, page 31 will be in the bottom right. I know there's a couple unmarked pages at the beginning.
I have it.
Okay. Now, there was a specific finding in this audit about the policies that you set as chief medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And the specific finding in that audit, and I'm sorry, before I get to the findings, the acronym OCME is Office of Chief Medical Examiner, correct?
Yes.
The acronym CME is Chief Medical Examiner, right?
Yes.
So if I use the word CME, I'm referring to your position, right?
Correct.
There's also an acronym NAME, is that right?
Yes.
That's the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Correct.
Okay. So there was a specific finding in this audit about, I'm sorry, before I get to the finding, the way this audit was done was the Office of the Inspector General interviewed the medical examiners, correct?
They interviewed many different staff members throughout the agency.
And they made a finding that medical examiners say autopsy procedures lack important criteria and some contradict the CME's verbal instructions. Is that right?
Can you point me to where you're reading from?
At page 31, near the bottom of the page, under subsection A.
Okay, could you read the excerpt again, please?
Okay. The finding was that medical examiners say autopsy procedures lack important criteria and some contradict the CME's verbal instructions. Is that right?
Yes.
And the CME again is you. Is that right?
Correct.
And they explain that finding in the next paragraph. Correct, doctor?
Yes.
And they say the medical examiners also stated that many of OCME's written procedures differ from the standard operating procedures used in surrounding jurisdictions and from NAME standards. That's the finding in the audit, correct?
That's what the medical examiners claimed, yes.
You wrote the procedures for the DC Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, is that correct?
Some of them.
The audit or the finding further states that these medical examiners stated that some procedures contradict verbal instructions that they have received from the Chief Medical Examiner. Is that right?
That's what they said.
They go on to say that the decision on what procedures should be followed is at the discretion of the Chief Medical Examiner yourself, correct?
Yes.
Who is inconsistent in the criteria he uses and does not conform to established best practices. Is that right?
That's what they claimed.
This is the finding in the audit by the Office of the Inspector General of the City of Washington, D.C. Correct, Dr. Arden?
Right, reflecting what the medical examiners claimed.
There's a conclusion sentence at the end, right, of this paragraph?
Sorry, hang on one second.
I think that was an unspecific question, Doctor.
It was.
There's a statement at the end of that paragraph we've been going through stating the medical examiners believe that because they were not included in developing these procedures, autopsies are not as timely and cost effective as they should be, and their integrity cannot be assured, correct?
That's a statement, yes.
Okay. And again, these are all referring to the policies that you wrote, correct?
This is referring to criticisms from employees about policies and procedures that I implemented.
And their criticism was that the policies and procedures that you implemented meant that their autopsies, the integrity of their autopsies, could not be assured, correct?
Again, that was a claim made. That's not a fact, and I disagree with it.
Okay. This is, if you go to the top of the page that we're looking at, it says key findings, correct?
Yes.
This is a key finding of the audit by the Office of the Inspector General of Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes.
Well, the objection is misleading. The findings are in the
All right.
headings. There's a summary after it.
the top of that page we've been looking at says key findings, correct?
That's the section of this report. The multiple pages say key findings.
And everything I've been reading is from this same page, correct?
Correct.
Everything from this section titled key findings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Arden, you also have a long history of going on the news, correct?
There was a period of time when I did talking head kind of things on news programs, yes. I haven't done it in a number of years, but for a while I did.
You would go on CNN, correct?
That was one place.
You would go on Nancy Grace, is that right?
I did. It's a little embarrassing, but I did many Nancy Grace shows.
I'm not going to comment on how embarrassing that would be for anybody or any comment about that. But you were on the show, right?
I was.
Okay. Now, you did a specific statement in, or could you turn to S229, Doctor?
Oh. Yes, thank you. I have it.
Okay. And this is a transcript of the show CNN Newsroom, is that right?
It is.
Okay, and the date is October 5th, 2007, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And some of the anchors here are Don Lemon, right?
He's one.
Okay. And you actually provided a statement in this TV show, correct?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the page because I think it's kind of further in there. Okay. Dr. Arden, could you go to page 11 out of 15? I apologize. There may not be page numbers.
There are no page numbers, but I think I was there. I have it.
Okay. And you made a statement to CNN about the Maricopa County medical examiner releasing information, correct?
Yes, not the police.
I'm sorry. It was...
Excuse me.
Take a moment. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay. So you gave a statement about the Maricopa County medical examiner's office releasing information, correct?
I made a general statement about release of information that was related to a question from the Maricopa County medical examiner. Yes.
And the statement you made was you really need to be particularly careful about the release of information, not to look like you're hiding something, not to give anybody the false impression or any impression that they're not getting the full story. Is that correct, Dr. Arden?
That's correct.
And you still believe that statement today, correct?
I do, especially in that context.
You believe it's important to not hide information, right?
Correct.
You believe it's important for people to get the full story, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that you deliberately suppressed the fact that Ariel Koenig had that tuft fracture on her thumb from your report?
No, it is not true that I deliberately suppressed that she had a tuft fracture. I mentioned a thumb injury, and as I've already explained, that was not relevant to the analysis and opinions that I was giving. Excuse me, and it still is not.
Isn't it true that when you testified this morning, you testified that you would tell the whole truth?
I did.
And you said nothing in your direct testimony about this thumb fracture, correct?
Right. I also said nothing in my direct testimony about many other medical details that she had that were in those records.
One last section, Dr. Arden. I'm going to publish what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 236. It'll be up on the screen next to you. It's not in your binder.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, you put on the screen State's Exhibit 236, Dr.
Objection,
Arden.
Your Honor. Can we approach?
I'm going to put that photo back up on the screen, State's Exhibit 236. Okay. You did not review this photo as part of your preparation, correct?
Excuse me. I do not recall seeing this photo. I may or may not have, but I do not recall this photo.
And you were not asked to provide any opinions, and I want to clarify, I'm not asking you to provide any opinions, but you were not asked to provide any opinions about what you see in this photo, correct?
Correct.
The only opinions you were asked to provide were about aerial coning, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 25. Dr. Arden, this is a stellate laceration that we see on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arden. I'll try to keep this relatively brief. The audit that you were asked about when you were the chief medical examiner of the Washington, D.C.'s office, that was from, was it 2002? Something like that?
2003.
2003. So 23 years ago?
Yes.
And as audits do, it pointed out some findings and made recommendations of how to improve. And in the audit, you agreed to the recommendations, right?
I agreed to many of their recommendations, and also, by the way, they're statutorily required to include my comments or responses,
Okay.
which they did, and some of them disagreed with some of the statements in the findings or made by other employees. But Bottom line is, they made some findings. Clearly, the office wasn't perfect. I agreed to many of the actually almost all of the findings, and agreed that we should improve those things.
And that was 23 years ago.
Correct.
All right. Now, 1 second. I'm just going to kind of run through some areas here that you were asked about. He asked you about testifying mostly for defense, and we talked about how, because the prosecutors have their own medical examiners and whatnot, and I think you said last month you testified for the prosecution, just last month, right?
Correct.
You were asked about getting paid, and I think you said $700 an hour.
Yes.
Which is another reason we're going to try to keep this short right now. But and you said about 10 hours, so maybe $7,000 around there, and
Yeah, just short of that.
and then 7,000 for the day, right?
Correct.
Doctor, would you sacrifice your integrity for $14,000?
No way.
You were asked about this issue of the email to the primary care doctor and concussion. And you said that while traumatic brain injury, mild traumatic brain injury, is somewhat synonymous with concussion. You said that, right?
I did.
But let's read the whole email. 1 second. One second, I had it here somewhere. It's okay. The email mentioned asking to include concussion and traumatic brain injury in the PCP, primary care physician's report, and it said, so it's consistent with the Queen's documentation and treatment. You remember reading that?
Yes.
Do you recall, you went through the Queen's records, right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing anywhere in those records the term traumatic brain injury?
I do not.
You were asked about the statements gave by Ms. Koning where she said up to 10 times and, things like that. The only number she mentioned was 10, correct?
Sorry. Yes, that's the only number.
Yeah, and so there were places she said, 100% with all his might, right?
Yes. All full force.
Full force. And you were asked to give an opinion about whether her statements were consistent with her injuries, and you said, in your opinion, it's likely consistent with 2, maybe 3 hits, is what you said today, right?
I said several blows in my report, and I testified here today. Most probably 2 to 3.
Okay, so consistent with 2, maybe consistent with 3, right?
Yes.
But not likely consistent with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up to 10, correct?
Those are, excuse me.
Yeah.
Those are unlikely.
You were asked if you held the rock before today, but you surely had photos of the rock that you were provided. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you were asked this questioning about if somebody's head was moving around, would it be harder to hit, and if they were wrestling and whatnot. First of all, if somebody was hit up to 10 times, like 5, 6, 7, 8, you think maybe at full blast, doctor, maybe after the first 2, they might be not moving as much. The next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be easier to have impact.
That's certainly a possibility.
Now, I just want to make sure that we're being fair here to you. So you were asked about when you were saying that Ms. Koning's complaints about concussion were subjective and self-reported. And then he brought up, well, isn't it true at the Queen's she had vomited. Remember that?
I do.
But isn't it true in your report that he had, when you were talking about that, it said the records from the primary care physician, indicated that Ms. Koenig was experiencing post-concussion symptoms of dizziness and nausea. And you said, I note that her complaints were entirely subjective. You were talking about the complaints to the PCP, right?
Correct, at a later date.
Yeah, you weren't trying to say that there was no vomiting at Queens, right?
Correct.
You're talking about her complaints to the primary care, right, in your report?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't allowed to answer this earlier, but so I want you to.
Form of this question.
Just ask the question.
Sorry.
Earlier, when you were asked questions about the thumb, well, multiple questions, there was more you were about to say. I want to follow up with that. You were talking about why. Well, first of all, you did include the thumb in your injury in your report, right?
I mentioned it, yes.
Yeah, and you referred to it as you called it an impact injury, right?
I did.
You didn't have to call it that, did you?
Well, that's what it was.
Yeah, but my point is you included that in your report, right?
I did.
Now, you were starting to say you were trying to demonstrate to the jury, what are we talking about here? You said just the front tip, small portion of the thumb?
Yes. The fracture was of the tip of this bone that's at the tip of the thumb. So the area that was fractured was very small.
Okay. And is the rock still there with you? Or?
I have it.
Okay, can you hold up the rock?
Excuse me. Yes.
If somebody was, full blast with that rock, hitting somebody on the head, do you think that little tip of the thumb would make a big difference? That the rock is a lot bigger than that tip, yes?
Right. The rock is much bigger. The rock has heft. If the tip of the thumb got caught by a blow, it's not blocking much of the impact or the effect.
Okay. And the injury wasn't she didn't have broken hand bones or anything like that. Just the very tip of her thumb, right?
Just the tip of the thumb. Excuse me.
Is that what you're trying to explain earlier?
Yes.
You were asked multiple times about what was in your report and what wasn't. You remember that?
Yes.
Doctor, when you reviewed hundreds of pages of documents in this case?
I did. Okay.
And your report is 4 pages long, right?
Correct.
And in your work as a consultant, is that common, not just for you, but have you also reviewed other expert reports in the course of doing this work?
Many.
And isn't it true that the report is just a summary of your thoughts and opinions, correct?
Right. It's not the recitation of the entire material that I saw.
You were asked about this injury going all the way to the skull, okay?
Yes.
And so, but just so we're clear, and my head is probably a good example because I don't have hair, but from your scalp to the skull, is it a very deep? Is it a very thick area from the top of your scalp to your skull?
No, you're probably talking about half an inch, 5/8 of an inch, that neighborhood.
All right. You were asked about the lack of injury to the back of her head, and I guess photo of. First of all, do you know if that photo he showed where that blood was? Do you know if that's where Miss Koenig suggested her head was bashed on the ground?
I do not.
Okay, but even assuming could a head being bashed on the ground multiple times on dirt or a trail, could that cause injury to the back of the head?
Sure, it could.
Objection beyond the scope. Move to strike.
He asked about this very subject.
Go on up.
the medical doctor, do you agree that bashing someone's head on the ground, even if it's dirt or a mountain trail, could cause injury? Yes.
Yes, it could.
And you did not see any any notation of injury to the back of her head, right?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second. Let me. 1 second. Let me ask you two last subjects here. Okay. So, you were asked by the prosecutor. Apparently, I guess he's faulting you, or he's bringing up that.
Argumentative. Sustained.
You were asked by him. He raised this issue. You understand from what was well. First of all, you review what's provided to you, right?
Correct.
And you understood Miss Koenig gave 4 statements to the police, right?
Yes,
And you were provided all 4 of those statements, right?
I was.
And you reviewed all 4 of her statements that was provided, and the parts that were helpful and mattered, you included, and the parts that weren't about medical, you didn't, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as an expert through the last 20 years, have you ever had an occasion where an attorney would question you about something that you weren't provided everything?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Come on up.
So, doctor, in your practice, when you're asked to compare what somebody said to the injuries, it's good practice to review everything they said. Yes.
Pretty much, yes.
And you can be criticized for not reviewing everything. Correct.
Yes, that's true.
So, for example, if we didn't give you 3 and 4 statements 3 and 4, he might be cross-examining you that you didn't review everything. Right?
Correct.
You've seen that happen, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess. Right, doctor?
Objection argumentative.
That's sustained.
The one prior case you provided opinions on for me one time over 10 years ago, prosecutor indicated that was a business relationship. Just to be clear, we've never been in any business together, but you were retained once before over the last 10 years, correct?
That's right.
You were then asked about future business and how something about, isn't it true, essentially you would say things that aren't true to get future business. Do you remember him asking that?
States the question.
No. Over.
You remember him asking that?
I do.
And first of all, again, is that offensive to you?
Highly.
Apologize for asking this question, but how old are you, doctor?
No embarrassment. This month I'll be 72.
Okay. And you mentioned that you're trying to retire, trying to slow down, right?
Trying. Not succeeding so well, but I'm trying.
But do you need more work, doctor?
No, I'm turning down plenty of work right now.
You're in a position where you pick and choose the cases you want to work on, and the attorneys you want to work with, right?
Yes.
Are you concerned about getting future business?
No, I'm not. As I said, I am currently turning down a substantial number of cases that come to me.
And your wife, who traveled with you, how does she feel about you taking on your cases?
Well beyond the scope. Sustained.
This goes to his lack of need for future business. I'll ask you a different way.
Please.
Is it a goal of your wife and yourself to slow down and enjoy yourself a little more?
Yes,
Spend time with family?
correct.
So nowadays, it's not about future business, but it's you want to work on cases and you want to work with attorneys that you mentioned are ethical attorneys, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It came out on he asked the question on the record.
Absolutely not.
Objection sustained?
We can approach.
And it has to move to strike.
Well, let's approach.
There's nothing to strike, there's no answer.
Dr. Arden, thank you for your time today. So as far as this idea that you would say things, for whatever to get future business, it's true that you're in a point in your life and your career where you don't need the work, but you choose to work on the cases that you want to and work with the attorneys that you want to, right?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Garner, any recross based on what was asked on redirect?
Dr. Arden, Hawaii is a good place to slow down with your wife, right?
You're talking about living here?
Visiting.
Visiting Hawaii is wonderful.
Now, you testified on redirect that you believed that Ariel's injuries were 1/2 inch to 5/8 an inch deep. Is that right?
Objection, that mistakes his testimony.
Oh, that's the testimony.
I testified that the approximate thickness of the scalp down to the skull is about 1/2 to 5/8 of an inch. It's an approximation.
And again, the injury was all the way down to Ariel's skull, correct?
Correct?
So A plus B means that the injury was 1/2 inch to 5/8 of an inch deep on Ariel, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Right. You were also asked on your redirect about the unconsciousness or the effect of several blows to the head in rapid succession, correct?
Correct?
And you said that that could cause unconsciousness, right?
I don't think I ever used the word unconsciousness, nor was it in the question. I did agree that it was possible that a person might be moving around less after being affected by several blows.
And that's because the person could go unconscious, right?
Well, person could go unconscious, person could be kind of dazed without being unconscious, person could be in pain and stops moving, lots of possibilities.
The person could also be dead, right?
Well, if you're dead, you're not moving.
All right. Last thing, Dr. Arden. You testified on your redirect that you now believe, or you're consistent with your report that you believe that it was at minimum several blows, correct?
That missed. Well, go ahead.
I didn't say at minimum. I said approximately. I said several blows, several impacts in the report, and I testified here today to clarify that I believe most probably 2 to 3.
And as we've been very clear with your cross-examination, Dr. Arden, you're not counting Ariel Koenig's thumb fracture, correct?
Correct.
You're not counting the damage to her face, correct?
Correct. That's separate.
You're only counting her scalp, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Appreciate you being here. Watch that step.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel profile record.
Turn some of these.
I need to have a more extensive legal discussion with the attorneys. Instead of having you wait, I'm just going to call the early lunch recess. Have you come back at 1:15. Leave your notebooks on the chair. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the court. All of you, have a good lunch. See you at 1:15. All rise. Mr. Otake, other than the possibility of Dr. Koenig, does the defense intend to call any other witnesses?
Well, not before he testifies, but maybe after.
Understood. Then would now be the appropriate time to discuss his right to testify and not testify, is what I'm really getting at.
It's up to you, Your Honor. If you want to do it now, that's fine.
Okay. You can remain seated, Dr. Koenig. I just had this conversation at the beginning of trial, but it's time to have it again. Right now, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
I'm not.
Any problems understanding the English language?
No.
Are you thinking clearly right now?
Yes.
When we discussed this trial, when we started this trial, we discussed your rights to testify and not testify.
I remember that.
You do have the constitutional right to testify in your own defense. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
You should consult with your lawyers about your decision. But this is your decision. And if you want to testify, nobody should stop you from testifying. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And if you choose not to testify, the prosecutor will have the opportunity to cross-examine and question you. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, if you do choose to testify, just like all the other witnesses, you would come up to the stand, you would take an oath to tell the truth, and you would first be asked by questions by either Mr. Otake or Mr. Dirks. When they're done asking their questions, the prosecutor, probably Mr. Garner, will have the opportunity to question you as well. Unless I sustain an objection or stop any of the questioning, you would have to answer all of the questions that are put to you by all of the attorneys. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Do you have any questions about what happens if you choose to testify at trial?
No.
And you also have a constitutional right to not testify and remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I get this correct. Again, it's your decision about whether or not to testify. And if you don't want to testify, nobody should pressure you, and you should not feel pressured or coerced in any way to testify. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If you choose not to testify, the jury will be instructed that it cannot consider your decision to not testify as well as your silence in any way when it decides the case. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
I'm going to read exactly the instruction that I would give to the jury if you choose not to testify. And this is what it states. If you don't testify, the court will instruct the jury that the defendant has no duty or obligation to testify, and you must not draw any inference unfavorable to the defendant because he did not testify in this case, or consider this in any way in your deliberations. Did you understand the instruction that I read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you understand what happens if you choose not to testify?
Yes.
You have a choice to make, Dr. Koenig. Did you discuss this decision and your choice with your attorneys?
I did.
Were they able to answer all of your questions?
They did.
Do you need additional time to talk with them about this decision?
I do not.
Then I'm going to ask you, what is your decision, Dr. Koenig, to testify or not testify?
I'd like to testify.
Thank you for answering my questions. You can have a seat. You as well, Counsel. Counsel, before the lunch recess, is there anything else we should take up on record?
Nothing from the state.
You're still talking.
No, Your Honor.
Then we will recess for lunch. Again, have everybody back at 1:10. Thank you.
You are muted.
All right, so after the lunch break, the defendant will testify. Sarvel says, "Are you going to land the moon or circle the moon?" I'm confused. They are going to circle the moon. 2028, they're going to be putting someone on the moon. But they're not going to land on the moon. They're going to do like a flyby by the moon. Yeah, I'll show the launch. Sure. Okay, and all right, so it's rocket launch. Okay, let's do this. I'll put it on the screen right now. And that didn't go according to plan. But let's do this. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so that is the launch pad where they're going to be launching the rocket. All right, so let's make
And CDR entity.
Go ahead.
All right, Reed, we can go ahead and configure for terminal count at this time. Need team over to your channel here in just a minute.
Integrity copies.
They are going to be circling the moon. It's going to be an orbit. Make clear they're not landing on.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
They're not going to be landing on the moon. They're orbiting it and coming back to Earth. A lot of people believe that this was an April Fool's joke, but seems like it may be. Yeah, I will. Let's see. So I'll explain what's going on here. This way. I would rather see land on the moon at some point. I remember back in the day, it was exciting as heck to see people walking on the moon. Okay. Thank you. So the Archimedes in early 2028. This is currently the first mission planned to actually land humans on the moon since 1972. So in 2028, it looks like they're going to be understood, Sagro. They're going to be landing on the moon. Okay, so to make clear about what's going on here, no, they are not landing on the moon, but it's a historic day for the lunar exploration. Today, Wednesday, April 1, 2026, NASA is scheduled to launch the Artemis 2 mission. This is the first crewed mission to the moon in over 50 years, but it's designed to fly by rather than landing. Scheduled for 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Ignore the Kentucky part. It's Kennedy Space Center. Last time I saw something like this was 2020. I remember that day they went to the moon. And the mission, a 10-day journey where 4 astronauts will travel around the far side of the moon and return to Earth. The goal, to test the Orion spacecraft's life support systems with a crew on board, paving the way for future surface landings. The first actual landing for the Archimedes program. So I'll tell you this, Sagro. The first landing, and Sagro says, I saw them walk on the moon back in the day. Think like 68 or whenever year that was. And I remember everyone gather around their TVs to watch there were parties going on. Well, that was a very historical event, and I'm sure it was very exciting to see that. Indeed. First actual landing for the Artemis program is currently projected for the Artemis 3 or Artemis 4 missions, which are not expected to touch down until late 2028 or later. So this landing on the moon is going to happen in the year 2028. That's when they're going to be landing people on the moon. For right now, they're just going to do a drive-by, a flyby. Oh, especially as a kid. Yeah, that definitely has to be fun as a kid to see that, very adventurous. And seeing the progression of technology and advancements of civilization like that. Oh well. I think, in my opinion, you'll be with us, and basically, I'll definitely stream it too, as well. So, I look forward to streaming that when it happens. So, definitely will be cool to have them land on the moon. I mean, that stream will break the internet probably, definitely. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like it is steaming, and it's about to launch. It's going to be launching soon. That is coolies. All right, for the crew to get back safely, NASA used a combination of classical physics, complex orbital mechanics, and free return geometry. The math of the Archimedes 2 focuses on the three main areas, especially Earth navigating the figure eighth path and surviving the return. To get to Orion's spacecraft, the ground engineers use the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. It calculates how much delta V, change in velocity, a rocket can produce based on its fuel and engine efficiency. Finished my chili on the couch for lunch and dirtbag testimony. Yep. What a day it is on April Fools.
CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming.
Copy.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that.
We'll bring up those nets here in just a moment. Just want to address the reason that the L- clock has stopped is because teams, as you heard, have determined there is still more work ahead, and so they are working to finish up what they need before they are able to proceed into the terminal count. So the clock will stand in this hold at T-minus 10 minutes before the T-minus clock and the L- clock were set to sync. Assuming the work can be cleared, then the count would presumably continue on from this start of the terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. But again, for those just joining us, expecting that we are 10 minutes away from the liftoff of Artemis 2, teams still have work left to do before they are ready to proceed. We are standing by for the polls from the NASA test director, as well as the Artemis launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, that need to happen. The teams need to reach a consensus to proceed with the liftoff here today. Again, there is a 2-hour window, so we are by no means at the end of the opportunities for today. Lots of latitude left to work, and so we will bring you the very latest. We'll go ahead and let you listen back into the loops here.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSC.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you complete?
That is a perm, sir.
Okay, yeah, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy. Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
TO's go.
Safety Console.
Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crews go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSC, NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy and work.
Thank you. RSR, NTD.
RSR.
All right, perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation. Enable at this time, please.
RSR in work.
Booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable complete.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
And as we've been hearing, the NASA test director poll complete, the launch director poll complete as well. Good words from the crew. Teams have been given the blessing to proceed with the count. We are awaiting terminal count to pick up once the new T0 has been set. Again, the terminal count
And ECL
has
NTD will be
not
waiting
picked
for your
up
verification
just yet.
on
We're
short
watching
purge.
for movement of the clock.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
As you just heard, a little bit more left to do before terminal count can proceed, but we are getting very close, everyone, to the liftoff of Artemis 2 as planned. For those who may just be joining us, if you haven't been following along with these final big updates.
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
Teams had a little bit of extra work they needed to get through, and so the terminal count has not picked up. So just setting the scene for everybody, there will not be a liftoff in 1 minute. We are awaiting the updated T0 time for the liftoff of the Space Launch System rocket. When that time is given, when we get right down to the end of the count, you'll see the 4 RS-25 engines ignite about 6.36 seconds before the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, and then we'll see Artemis 2 take off. All continues to go well with these final 10 minutes once the terminal count picks up. Got a lot of folks out here eagerly awaiting the flight of Artemis 2, the first crewed mission of the Orion spacecraft.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiations verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And we are now looking at 6:35 p.m. Eastern, 22:35 for the new T0 liftoff time for the Artemis 2 mission. Terminal clock underway. You'll hear a lot of call-outs on the process through the count. One of the next big milestones is coming up in about a minute and a half time. We'll see the retraction of the crew access arm. It will swing away from the Orion spacecraft and be stowed alongside the mobile launcher. That'll be followed by the ground launch sequencer giving the go for core stage pressurization at T-minus 6 minutes. At the same time, the Orion ascent pyros will be armed and the Orion spacecraft will transition to internal power. Seconds later, the core stage liquid hydrogen tank will terminate its replenish
Houston
cycle.
flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies.
Rock copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
And just a note out there to all the launch photographers, the T0 specifically is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, 22:35 and 12 seconds UTC for those around the world. About 30 seconds remaining to the planned swing away from the crew access arm away from the Orion spacecraft. The launch abort system, which is the structure atop the Orion spacecraft, you can see that there with the American flag just above that red umbilical. That ability to use that emergency way of getting away from the rocket, if necessary, will become active for the crew beginning at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Once the LAS is active, the NASA test director will let Commander Reed Wiseman know that that is a viable option.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
Retract go, given arm is now swinging away. We're now less than 8 minutes away to the planned liftoff of the Space Launch System rocket on its first crewed flight. You can see this view from inside the White Room as the arm retracts away from the crew and the spacecraft named Integrity. About 7.5 minutes remaining before the planned liftoff. Again, in about a little less than a minute and a half from now, the tank pressurization on the core stage will begin. Just under 7 minutes and counting now. Less than 1 minute to course tank pressurization, and the launch ascent pyros will be armed, and the Orion spacecraft transitions to internal power. After the 6-minute mark in flight, some of the next major milestones beyond the launch abort system being activated at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The go for the flight termination system arming will happen at T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Core stage auxiliary power unit.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The replenish valve is now closed for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. Under 5 minutes now, or under 6 minutes. Launch abort system capability will be active for the crew in about 10 seconds.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That escape capability now available to the crew if necessary, confirmed by Commander Reed Wiseman as we are now 5 minutes and counting.
GLS is go for FTS arm. GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Four minutes and
GLS
counting.
is go for core stage APU start.
This is the auxiliary power unit on the core stage. Just about 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock now. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage locks topping should terminate here. Coming up to the final 3 minutes of the count. When we hit about 2 minutes and 2 seconds, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will switch to its internal battery power. That'll be followed seconds later by
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
The core stage switching to internal power as well. First the solids at 2 minutes, the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, switching to internal power. We're less than 3 minutes to the planned liftoff of Artemis 2. Continuing on with the terminal count to a liftoff scheduled for 6:35 and 12 seconds Eastern Time. Should see a gimbal there of those engines. You see that in motion. Good testing of those RS-25 engines, now approaching the final 2 minutes in flight. As a reminder, those RS-25s will ignite as planned at T-minus 6
GLS
seconds.
Go for upper stage to internal power.
6.36 seconds before liftoff is when those engines will come alive. We're less than 2 minutes. In this, the final minute and a half, the core stage will switch to internal power as well. The upper stage will...
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
Good call out there. Should hear a call for the upper stage entering terminal countdown mode. Coming up on the final minute of the count. One minute in counting. Cheers across the press lawn here at the Kennedy Space Center.
GLS go for ALS.
30 seconds and counting.
25.
The hydrogen burn-off igniters will kick on at T-minus
20.
12 seconds.
15.
Hydrogen burner ignition.
10.
GLS is go for core stage engine.
8, 7, 6 should have RS-25 start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. Liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission, the first crewed flight of the Orion spacecraft, the first humans to plan a trip beyond low Earth orbit, has taken off from Florida.
Roger, roll pitch.
Now about 1 minute in flight, the SLS rocket traveling faster than the speed of sound. Engine's about to throttle back as it approaches max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. RS-20. Good confirmation past max Q, the RS-25s throttling back up to 109% thrust capacity. Now about a little more than a minute and a half into flight. Coming up next will be the separation of the two 5-segment solid rocket boosters a little more than 2 minutes into the mission. That roll maneuver we saw earlier, intentional to put the crew in the right orientation as the rocket continues to climb uphill. And a good separation of those solids. Five solid rocket boosters chock full of shuttle heritage, having carried this crew on the first part of their journey.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
75% of the initial thrust was those
Integrity,
engines.
SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
Now approaching T plus 3 minutes into the flight. Coming up next will be the jettison of the launch abort system. At that point in the mission, it will no longer be needed. Now more than 3 minutes into this flight of the Artemis II crew on board their Space Launch System rocket. There go the covers for the launch abort system. Now it has been jettisoned. Orion Integrity now no longer having the launch abort system.
Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
And with that protection covering now gone.
Same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
The windows are open, as you just heard.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
Reaching the Kármán line, entering space. First space flight for Jeremy Hansen, the second for Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook. Now a little more than 4 minutes into flight. The next big milestone is coming up in about 4 minutes' time. We're watching for the core stage main engine cutoff. This will be MECO, where the 4 RS-25 engines will power down. That'll be followed a little more than 10 seconds later by the separation of the core stage and the ICPS, the rocket's upper stage, which will be powered by an RL-10 engine from L3 Harris. Continuing to get great tracking views this April 1st, the flight of Artemis II.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Good words by the commander, heading towards that quote, beautiful moonrise. Their zero-G indicator happens to be named Rise as well. Created by a second grader in California, taken from inspiration by the iconic
Integrity, 3 engine press.
Earthrise image.
3 engine press.
The call we were just hearing regarding the engines still have 4 good RS-25s. Only 3 would be needed to carry it to the correct point for MECO at this point, so they are in a very good position at this stage in the flight. Now approaching T plus 6 minutes.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Looking at a animation rendering, a visualization you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. This is not from a tracking camera, but a visualization of what is happening in real time. This rendering coming from NASA. About 6.5.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies, nominal shutdown.
A good view of the contrail there from Firing Room 1. I believe that's the silhouette of Artemis Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Has to be ecstatic so far of how this mission has performed. Seven minutes into the mission now. Now less than 1 minute away to MECO, main engine cutoff. Engines will begin to throttle down as they approach the point of main engine cutoff. Now nearly 7.5 minutes post-flight beginning.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
NASA reporting nominal trajectory still so far, a call out relating to an abort zone if needed in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up to MECO here momentarily. And we had a good MECO, and as you can see, stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
This camera view from one of NASA's imaging planes, WB-57, I believe. Now back to the visualization showing the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. A little more than 9 minutes into the flight so far. The RL-10 engine nozzles should have extended by this point. The crew released in
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
that call confirming that teams are tracking towards the perigee raise maneuver about 49 minutes post liftoff. Before then, though, the Orion solar arrays should deploy on the European service module. That's expected at T plus 20 minutes.
Integrity, good. NEDS deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
And just confirming there that the RL-10 nozzle was extended as expected. The communication now from the Johnson Space Center to Commander Reed Wiseman coming from the Capcom, who is NASA astronaut Stan Love. Crew will now be able to raise their visors as well, per NASA. As we're awaiting the next big milestone, which is set to be the
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Let's go ahead and listen in to a NASA commentator here for a moment from the Johnson Space Center, I believe.
Seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis II mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to...
As teams are awaiting the deployment of the Orion solar arrays from the European Service Module, which is expected in about 4 minutes' time from now, taking a look at the split screen between the visualization of what's happening with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and the Orion spacecraft on the left, and the now empty mobile launcher there on the right-hand side of your screen. NASA leadership mentioned that there were a number of improvements made to the mobile launcher to make it more resilient against the impacts of 8.8 million pounds of thrust provided by the 2 solid rocket boosters and 4 RS-25s that we just saw propel the start of the Artemis II mission. The goal is to get this mobile launcher back in a configuration where they were able to return it to the vehicle assembly building in the not too distant future, since with the goal to launch the Artemis III mission now in a little more than a year's time, the stacking will need to get underway later this year, and that begins with the mobile launcher returning to the vehicle assembly building once it has been cleared to do so.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Houston, Integrity, any words on that momentary prop caution?
And Reed, no action, we're looking at it. Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Now 21 minutes and change post liftoff. Conversation we were just hearing, a confirmation that solar array deploy is in work. Reaching a TDRS handover a little bit, about 1 second earlier than originally planned. TDRS is the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. It's part of the Near Space Network, which is working to maintain communication with the Orion spacecraft during this early phase in flight. As the mission goes on, it will transition to comms with the Deep Space Network.
And integrity for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same. Houston Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors. Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
Good confirmation of...
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
Time now, T plus 26 minutes, 3 seconds, and counting. A good confirmation that the 4 solar arrays have deployed on the Orion spacecraft and have latched to begin to draw power. The ICPS has the RL-10 engine facing the sun to give them the optimal position for starting to draw power.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Now a little more than 29 minutes into flight. The next big milestone is coming up in about 20 minutes time. That is the perigee raise maneuver, which will take the Orion spacecraft in the upper stage from its current orbit at 1,381 by 17 statute miles and raise that perigee up to 115 statute miles. Again, that burn expected here in now just under 20 minutes time. As we watch the progress of the early phases of the Artemis II mission after a successful liftoff from Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center, let's wind the clock back a little bit to show you some of the brilliant photos captured by our photography team from here at the press site. We start with this image from photographer Michael Kane. Want to point out something here in this photo. If you just look to the left of the mobile launcher in between the ML and that middle lightning protection tower, you can see the slide wire baskets that make up the emergency egress system were released and are starting to head towards the terminus point in this image. It was unclear if this was supposed to happen, if this is part of the nominal procedure at liftoff, that those jettison away, perhaps as a means of protecting them from the impact of the solid rocket boosters and RS-25 engines. We'll have a briefing from NASA a little bit later this evening, and so that'll be something we're curious if that's brought up by the NASA leadership, or if not, then we or perhaps another one of our colleagues in the press corps will be able to have that addressed. Moving on to our next launch photo here. This is a photo from our Adam Bernstein as the SLS rocket takes flight alongside the Stars and Stripes above the Artemis program flag that you see just beneath there at the flagpole adjacent to the countdown clock. And finally, we'll conclude our roundup with a photo from John Pisani. A wide view with the flags on the right and a eager crowd excited to see what is poised to be humans' return to the lunar area for the first time since 1972. And Apollo 17. As a reminder, though, this is not a landing mission. Crews will also not be entering into lunar orbit. This mission, Artemis II, designed to be a free return trajectory, which means the Orion spacecraft, both the crew module and the European service module, will perform a free return trajectory, a big loop around the far side of the moon, and target a splashdown next week, scheduled for April 10th. If all continues to go well, in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, where the U.S. Navy will be ready and waiting to move in quickly to recover the astronauts and bring them safely aboard, either immediately onto the recovery ship that will be awaiting them, and then flying quickly back to shore for initial medical checkouts, which is standard for this type of return operation. We saw the recovery team get through their paces back in the Artemis I mission. Of course, that was an uncrewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft. This Orion spacecraft also performing a slightly different trajectory this time, which is why there were fewer launch days available to the team, because instead of doing the skip re-entry as was originally planned for the mission, there was a little bit more cracking and breakup of the shield, the heat shield at the base of the crew module for the Artemis I mission, and so teams planned this different trajectory, coming in at a slightly steeper angle. That skip entry, though, will return as the heat shield for the Artemis 3 mission is new and improved. Well, I say that, well, yes, the heat shield is improved for the Artemis 3 mission, but that will be in low Earth orbit. So still waiting to see what the full mission profile of that flight will be. But for Artemis 4 and beyond, the plan at this point is to perform that skip entry. Now a little more than 34 and a half minutes into this mission so far. Coming up next at T+49 is that all-important perigee raise maneuver, which will put the crew into a safe orbital position. Some of the next big mission milestones after that perigee raise maneuver that happened here during flight day 1. Less than 2 hours after, or I should say less than an hour after the perigee raise maneuver is an apogee raise burn, which will put the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS into a high Earth orbit at 43,730 by 0 statute miles. And Orion will remain about that apogee through the...
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
And you're hearing those slight updates coming from Mission Control Houston. Capcom Stan Love up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. The perigee raise burn will be a total of 26 seconds, so a fairly short burn.
Okay, I have returned. There's a little bit of an issue, but I have returned. Okay, so now going back to the thing we're going to be watching, which is be the trial. Okay, so here we go. It has not come back just yet, but I'll be flipping it over to that screen. Okay. Okay, so switching over this way. All right, so there we go. That was a very cool rocket launch that occurred. All right, so I have returned, and at this point in time, at any moment, they will be back from lunch. That was a nice historic rocket launch to observe, and it was a very historical and very cool thing to see. I'm glad that nothing went wrong with... Yes, we're going to have him as a witness on the stand. Yes. So far at the moment, though, they have not come back yet. Oh, okay. Okay. Test. Okay, Aaron, so yes, it went out for a moment, but we are back, and we're going to be watching Soon the doctor will take the stand, but he has not taken the stand just yet. It has not started, but they should be starting up any minute. Any moment. All right. Okay, Sawgirl, thank you. We'll definitely watch it here if it's all, whenever it happens, definitely. I'll be glad to stream it. Oh, that's good. You got your supplies, Moki. Excellent. Yeah, I was a little bit away from the microphone. Okay. Here we go.
Case number 12, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt 1 CPC-25-373. The Koenig is present in court with all 4 counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Otake.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll call Dr. Gerhardt Koenig to the stand.
Doctor, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay. If you could please state your full name for the record and for the members of the jury.
Gerhardt Koenig.
Gerhardt, how old are you?
47.
Where were you born?
South Africa.
And were your parents from South Africa?
Yes.
What are their names, and are they still alive, and are they still married?
Yeah, Peter and Annabelle, they're alive and married.
Okay. And they've been here, is that them here in the front row today?
That's them.
Where do they live now?
San Diego.
Growing up, what did your parents do for work?
My dad's a pharmacist, and in South Africa, my mom didn't work.
How long did you live in South Africa, or maybe a better way to ask that is, how old were you when you moved from South Africa?
I was 14.
And where did you move to at that age?
San Diego.
Who moved with you to San Diego at that time?
My parents and my younger sister.
So what grade were you in when you moved to the United States?
9th grade.
Did your dad find work as a pharmacist?
Yes.
What did your mom do in San Diego?
She ran a home daycare.
Siblings?
Yes, 2 older brothers and a younger sister.
What year and what high school did you go to, and what year did you graduate?
I went to Rancho Bernardo High School, and I graduated in 1996.
By the way, was growing up in South Africa, was English your first language?
No.
What was?
Afrikaans.
Okay. After graduating from high school, did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you go?
UC San Diego.
What did you major in?
Bioengineering.
Now, the jury has heard about how later in life you married Ariel Koenig. Was that your first marriage?
No.
Okay. Were you married before that?
I was, yeah.
And to who?
Jesse Patella Ray.
Okay. How old were you when you and Jesse got together?
16 or 17, 11th grade in high school.
And then how old were you when the two of you got married?
20.
After graduating from college, what did you do?
I worked as a bioengineer for 5 years.
Okay. Doing what kind of work?
It was a biotech startup company. We were doing tissue engineering.
Okay. We don't need to get into exactly what that is, but it's in the field of bioengineering?
Yeah. So specifically, we were growing tissue-engineered blood vessels, and so we were taking skin cells from a person and culturing them in the lab and growing large diameter blood vessels specific to them so they can use it for hemodialysis access or cardiac bypass grafts.
And where were you living when you were doing this work?
In Marin County, just north of San Francisco.
Okay, in California, but up by San Francisco.
Yes.
Did you and Jessica have kids while you were working and living in San Francisco?
Yes, 2 kids.
What are their names?
Ophelia and Emil.
Okay. And what years or how old are they?
Ophelia is almost 25, and Emil is 20.
Now the jury has heard that you're a medical doctor. After doing this work in tissue genesis for a while, where'd you go to medical school?
At the University of Pittsburgh, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And is that a good medical school?
It is. It has a really good reputation, yeah.
So Ophelia and Emil were born before you started medical school? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you choose Pittsburgh?
Because of the reputation of the school and because the cost of living in Pittsburgh was low.
Okay. And you had the 2 young kids.
The two young kids, and I wasn't going to make any money, and it was a great place to go to school.
Did you graduate from medical school in 4 years?
Yes.
What year did you graduate from medical school?
2010.
After graduating from medical school, what did you do?
I did a 1-year internship, and then I did a 2-year research fellowship.
What was the research fellowship in?
It was an NIH-funded fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, and I did mostly blood transfusion research. Specifically, I was working on autotransfusion. It's when you take a patient's own blood that they were losing in the operating room, and I was figuring out ways how to give it back to them safely.
Okay. Did you and was that in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Did you eventually do a residency?
Yes.
And in what field did you do your residency?
Anesthesiology.
If you could explain to the jury, what is anesthesiology? I mean, we all kind of know what it is, but generally, how do you define anesthesia?
Yeah, anesthesiologists are, it's a specialty of medicine, and we're trained to acutely treat organ system failure and techniques to limit pain and awareness. And so basically what we do is we take care of patients that are either very ill or injured, and we keep them alive until they can get patched up. And we make sure that they don't feel or remember anything.
Okay. And why did you choose anesthesiology for your residency, and did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I loved it. It's all hands-on, which is kind of what my personality is and my background in engineering. So I like that about it. Okay. And yeah, I mean that was.
So you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Now, what years were you doing your residency in anesthesiology?
2013 to 2016.
And where was your residency at?
In Pittsburgh.
Now, you mentioned your residency 2012 to 2016. Did you at some point you and Jessica got divorced?
Yes.
Or approximately when was that, or when did you separate?
We separated in 2014. Yeah.
During your residency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after 15 years of marriage, and we tried to make it work. We got married very, very young.
Okay. Did you after that you guys were both living in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
And were you involved in Emil and Ophelia?
Oh yeah, 50-50 custody.
50-50 custody.
Mm-hmm.
You finished your residency in 2016. What did you do for work when you were done with your residency?
I was hired as an anesthesiologist by UPMC. I worked at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital, and then I was also hired by University of Pittsburgh as a part-time assistant professor.
As a part-time what?
Assistant professor.
Okay, so in terms of your work that you were you doing clinical work, actually treating patients in the hospital?
Yeah. So 4 out of 5 days, I was doing clinical work, anesthesiology, and basically 1 day a week. So 20% of my time, I was doing teaching and research.
And so teaching. Who were you teaching?
Anesthesiology residents, mostly at the hospital. And for the last 3 years that I was in Pittsburgh, I was the site director for the anesthesiology residency at my hospital. So I was in charge of the teaching of the residents at the hospital there.
And that was all in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay, now, after separating from your first wife, did you at some point start dating again?
Yes.
And did you try out dating apps?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I used some free dating apps in the beginning and met some people and finally signed up for a paid app, eHarmony.
eHarmony.
Mm-hmm.
And after you signed up for eHarmony, is that how you met Ariel?
Yeah, she actually found me on there, and we connected on there and chatted on there for a little while. And I think we connected in February of 2016, and then we met in the bar at the end of March 2016.
Your first time you met her, first date-ish, what you want to call it, was at a bar?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then did you guys continue to see each other?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I should correct you. And after that, did you guys continue dating?
Yes.
I think you said you met in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. When did you and Ariel get married?
2018.
Between 2016 and 2018, where were you living?
We were both living in Pittsburgh in like kind of different suburbs of the city. She lived north of the city, close to where she worked, and I lived kind of to the west of the city. We were about an hour apart, but so we spent 1 week at my house with the kids when we had the kids, and then we'd spend 1 week at her townhouse up north.
And that was in Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh,
okay.
Yeah.
And you were working in the job you just described to us?
Yes.
Now, after your first divorce, you had 2 kids. Did you want to have more kids with?
I did.
With Ari?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that in my profile on online dating and.
That you wanted to have more kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you and Miss Koenig have kids together?
Yes, 2 kids.
And what are their names? And tell us when they were born.
Olin was born right in the middle of COVID, May 2020.
Okay.
And Vigo was born just a few weeks before we moved to Maui in 2023.
Just a few weeks before Maui?
Yeah.
Okay. In 2023?
Yeah.
So you guys are still living in Pittsburgh when, well, at least Olin, 2020, you guys are in Pittsburgh. Did there come a time when you and Ariel decided to make a move and move to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Tell us about why that came up and what was the interest and if it was a joint decision.
Yeah, it was a joint decision, and this was something that we kind of bonded over ever since we met, and we both love Pittsburgh and love the city and the town and Steelers fans, but we wanted to move somewhere where the weather's a little nicer, and she knew I had family in California, and so we had talked about that for a while. And then after we started having kids, we started talking about it some more and realized that actually our main priority is safety and just finding kind of a place where we can raise our kids in a safe environment.
What do you mean by safety?
Just like the random gun violence, like school shootings and things like that, were really concerning for us. We wanted to go to somewhere where that's relatively rare or less of a concern.
How did you guys decide on Maui?
I came to Oahu actually once during residency, when I was doing my research fellowship, and just kind of fell in love with the atmosphere. There's just kind of a joy to life here, and the tempo is just different than anywhere else that I've been in the United States.
Okay. So you guys decide on Maui.
Well, and then we went to Maui for our honeymoon and our friend's honeymoon too, and that's kind of how we got introduced to Maui.
Got it. Now, you said that it was a joint decision about kind of putting the kids first and safety.
Yeah.
Was it gonna moving from Pittsburgh to Maui? Was it going to have an impact on both of your careers? And let's start first with yours. Tell the jury if it was going to how was it, if any, going to affect your?
Yeah, it was going to have a big impact on my career. So I was going to have to give up the teaching and the research completely. And my job in Pittsburgh was at an academic medical center. And even when I wasn't working for the university, I was interacting with students and residents and things like that.
And on Maui,
Maui, it was just going to be like a
clinical.
Community hospital, and so kind of very, very different.
And what about the research part of your job?
Yeah, so I'd have to give all that up.
And you're willing to do that?
Yeah, we were basically committed, both of us, to going somewhere where we could focus on the family and slower pace of life, at least until the boys were out of high school.
Okay, so now you just shared about the effect it was going to have on your career. What about Ariel's career? Explain to that. She talked about being, at least for a while, in the nuclear industry. So when this decision was being made about moving, what was going on with her career, and what was her how was this going to affect her?
So by the time we made the decision to actually move, which was like in the summer of 2022, it actually didn't affect her career that much. If we had made that decision earlier, it would have had a much bigger impact.
Why wasn't it going to affect her career that much at that point?
So she was working. So before COVID, she was working 100% in-house, full time, and then during COVID, her job went remote, like most people's jobs did. And then during COVID, we also had Olin, and she realized at that point that she didn't want to go back to working in person again. That she felt she could accomplish a lot more at home, working and just be much more efficient. And it also allowed her to just be home more with the kids and the family.
Was she still was she still in the nuclear industry when you guys decided to move?
No. So and then she actually quit her job a few months before we started talking seriously about moving. And she was applying to jobs at software companies and other industries and nuclear as well. And then we decided to move, and so this was all kind of happening at the same time.
Okay. And was she able to get this job? She talked about a TerraPower that allowed her to work virtually?
Yes. And so she was actually hired, I think, like as I was interviewing in Maui, she got hired at TerraPower. So she started her job at TerraPower while we were still in Pittsburgh.
Okay. But they were going to allow her to...
And then after the move, yes. So she got a fully remote job based out of Pittsburgh for this company that's based in Seattle. And then we moved to Maui, and then she kept working for the same company.
Okay. I want to ask you, Emil. So
Yes.
Ophelia is older than Emil?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys start thinking about moving, how old was Emil, and how did that factor into the timing of when you were going to move and if?
So Emil is actually the reason we moved when we did.
Okay,
so,
explain that.
Yeah, so Ari and I had talked for a while about moving out of Pittsburgh, and the trigger was going to be when Emil graduated high school.
You guys are waiting. You guys are going to wait till he graduated.
Yeah, because we didn't want to leave him, and we didn't want to ask his mom if we could take him.
So what happened?
He basically talked us into letting him ask his mom. And because he's like, if you guys are going to go somewhere sunny after high school, I want to go with you, and I want to go before high school is over because I want to move somewhere earlier so I can make friends and kind of get connected to the community. And I said, I don't think your mom's going to let you leave. And he said, let me just talk to her. And after months of that, I said, okay, if you want to ask her, you can. And he asked her, and she actually said yes. And so that triggered us to kind of say, oh shoot, now we can move now. We can move earlier. And so
let me ask you about that. So at this point, Emil was about what age?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he talked about how you were married and while he was growing up, and then how old was he roughly when you guys got divorced, you and his mom, roughly?
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from when he was born till 9, you obviously very active in his life. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you had him every other week. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then come a time now he's 16, and he's actually asking if he can go to Maui with you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we've had a really good relationship.
Okay. And so that kind of made the timeline where you guys could go sooner. Is that right?
Yes.
And what about Ophelia? By the time you guys were moving, was she already over 18?
Yeah, she was over, and she had moved out of the house already, and so yeah, she didn't come to Maui with us.
Okay. Now, so when you first moved here, did Emil then finish high school on Maui?
Yes, Maui High.
We heard about how Miss Koenig's parents, or Ariel's parents, also moved to Maui. How did that happen?
Yeah, no, they. That was really nice, actually, how it worked out. But because we didn't have any family here,
Okay.
and two young boys. But when we told them we're moving to Maui from Pittsburgh, and they were living in Florida at the time, they said that that's too far, and they
To be
actually decided
away from you guys.
Yeah, and so they decided they're going to move to California because they didn't want to move to Hawaii, but they had never been to Hawaii, and so they had this trip planned where they were going to go look at a few different places in California, and we convinced them to come to Hawaii too for a few days,
Okay.
just to basically, visit with us.
Yeah. We're trying to see if they like it.
We just told them, just come visit with us, and we'll show you where we're going to live.
Yeah.
This was right before we actually moved, and
did they like it?
in less than 24 hours, they were like, "We're coming here." Yeah,
And that was okay with you?
Yeah, it was great because they ended up buying a house just down the street from our house, and we see them, we would see them all the time, and they're a big help with the kids, and it was just nice to have family on the island.
So you, when did you guys move then to Maui?
So I had to give 6 months notice at my job, so I got a job offer in like August of 2022, but we didn't end up moving until end of February of 2023.
Okay. And your job offer on Maui was what?
It was so the group's called TMG, and we're the only anesthesiology group on the island. It's a private practice group, so
you applied with them?
Yeah.
And they hired you?
Yes.
So I know this is a big question, but I'm going to ask you to kind of just maybe summarize. You get here to Maui, March 2023. You got these two young kids. Your son's here. Your in-laws are here. You got a job. What was life like for you and your family from March 2023 until December 2024? Can you just summarize what it was like?
Yeah, it was amazing. The move was a little stressful at first getting here, but once we were here and settled in, it was our dream life. So we bought a house really close to the hospital, so I could walk to work, and it also meant that I could take all my call shifts from home. And whenever I was done at the day, I could be home in a few minutes, and it translated into me being home a lot more than I was in Pittsburgh at my previous job, and so that meant that I was spending a lot more time with the kids and with Ari and with Emil. I was doing a lot of home improvement projects, and then as a family, we were doing lots of exploring. Like every weekend, we would explore Maui. We did a lot of beach activities. We went to the beach almost every weekend, snorkeling, surfing, paddleboarding, hiking.
Okay, so it was a good life.
Yeah, we made a bunch of friends through my work and through Olin's preschool, some of his friends and friends' parents, and we were getting settled in.
Yeah, and let me ask you, Ariel, when you testified, when the detective asked her about how the marriage was before December 2024, she said it was a good marriage. Did you agree with that?
I thought it was a great marriage, yeah.
Okay.
I totally agree.
I just had a question. That being said, during that time period, did it ever come up that between that time period, did moving back to the mainland ever come up?
It did. So her job, and when she was first hired by TerraPower, they had asked her to move to Seattle, and they said, "Hey, would you move to Seattle?" And she said no.
Okay.
And then a few times they had kind of asked her again to, if she would consider that.
Okay.
And our plan was always to at least stay in Maui until the kids graduate high school, and then we can kind of focus on our careers again and let the career drive the decisions.
Now, I was asking a little bit about your marriage during that time period, and this came up with Ariel. In your marriage back then, who handled the financial affairs more so, like taxes, life insurance, finances between the two of you?
I did.
Okay. And why was that so?
I'm a very meticulous kind of person that keeps track of everything, and so it's just kind of more naturally in my,
Yeah. Pretty organized.
Yeah.
Did you have, like computer files with different, insurance, taxes, all that stuff.
And all of our things were joint. We didn't have any separate anything, and so I ended up taking care of most of those things.
And those computer files.
And they were all in a shared drive that we shared, and so she had access to everything, and she contributed and as well. But okay. I took care of most of it.
Okay. And you would kind of from time to time look into the files or update the files or.
Oh, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you just described a great life and great marriage. Did there come a time in 2024, Gerhardt, when that changed?
Yes.
First of all, in 2024, at some point, well, let me ask you this preliminarily. Did Ariel have to travel for work?
She did, yeah.
Okay, and that's because she was working virtually?
Yeah, just like three or four times a year.
Okay. Did there come a time in 2024 when Ariel traveled to South Africa for work?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was roughly?
At the end of August of 2024.
And who was she going with, to your knowledge, at the time?
It was a pretty important trip for her because it was just the CEO of the company, another man that was high up in the company called Jeff Miller, and herself.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this. By the way, when you guys were on Maui working, and she was working virtually, like, where was she actually doing her work? Like, when she was working?
Yeah, she had a home office set up, but it was
in her house.
In our house,
okay.
But it was in our bedroom. So, and there was no divider or anything between it. So her desk was basically right next to our bed. So like a third of the space in the bedroom was taken up by her office.
And when what were her hours? Was she on Seattle time at she started?
Mostly West Coast time, sometimes East Coast time. So she would usually get up at either 4 or 5 a.m. and start work around there, and then work until around 2 p.m.
So were you, because it was in your bedroom, were you exposed a lot to
her
work and her things she was doing and the people?
She has a huge monitor on her desk. She has one of those desks that can go up and down,
okay.
And it's facing into the room, and all of her meetings are on speakerphone.
Okay. Prior to this, leading up to this South Africa trip, you mentioned did she go with a man named Jeff Miller?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Jeff Miller at that time?
No.
I know you mentioned no concerns, but was there anything weird on that trip, behavior-wise, that you took notice of? The South African trip?
Yeah, it was a really quick trip. It was just 2 nights. But the one weird thing was that on the second night, I remember noticing that she never contacted me at the end of the day, and that's kind of out of character. Whenever she went on work trips, she would always kind of check in at some point, at the end of the day. Even usually we would check in several times during the day as well, and just do text. We would text a lot.
Okay.
And the one night on that trip, she never reached out. And I was at work, and by the time I got home and realized that she hadn't reached out, I knew she was asleep, and so I didn't reach out to her either. But normally she would reach out to me when she's done with her work day.
Did you see much of it at the time, or?
No, I took note of it, and I asked her about it, and she just said, like, I'm so sorry. We got back late from dinner with the hosts that were hosting us, and I'm sorry, I should have texted, but I didn't.
Now, she returns from South Africa. Later on in 2024, did you and your family go on a trip to Kauai?
We did, yeah.
When was that, roughly?
In October. I think it was October. Yeah, we told Emil as a graduation present we'll take him to one of the other islands that he hasn't been to yet for a little trip, and he picked Kauai.
He picked Kauai. Now, did anything happen on this Kauai trip that made you become concerned to a degree about Mr. Miller?
Yeah, a little bit. What
happened? Tell the jury what happened.
Yeah. So we were there at the end of I think from like Thursday to Monday or something like that. So it overlapped with her work week a little bit, and she was able to take most of the time off, but there was a few meetings that she still had to do that she couldn't. And so and they're early morning meetings because they were West Coast time, and I just overheard her talking to him on the phone and from the other room, and it just seemed very they had a very familiar tone, more so than what I was used to. The way that she used to talk to him, and the way that she talked to her other work colleagues.
Now, you get back from Kauai after the trip. From October to December. Did you notice any other red flags or concerning behavior?
Yeah. So
what happened?
The biggest, the only thing that I noticed was that she was constantly on her phone. She was just constantly on her phone.
Was that more so than usual?
Yeah, much more than usual. And she would hide the screen from me. So
what do you mean by that?
Like, if you're sitting next to somebody and they're on their phone, like, you can just notice that they're sitting in a way. They're constant. They're always just like moving their.
What if you walked into
screen.
a room when she was on?
Yeah, when I walked in the room, she would turn the screen off or turn her phone upside down.
Did you ask her about it?
I did several times, and she would always say, "I'm talking to Gianna. I'm talking to Gianna," which is her best friend.
Who's Gianna?
Gianna's her best friend.
Okay. So you did ask her about it a couple of times.
Yeah, more than a couple.
And you continue to see this concerning. Well, was this behavior concerning to you?
Yes.
And
I was curious.
Okay.
I was concerned. You're right.
And did she told you it was, don't worry, it was just Gianna?
Yeah, and she was like defensive about it.
Okay. Now, what did that lead you to do in early December? All this behavior, red flags.
No, when she kept doing it and she kept being defensive, I unlocked her phone.
Okay.
And while she was sleeping. Now,
do you recall when you did this? There's been talk about a San Luis Obispo trip, right? Were you guys going to go on a trip in December?
Yes.
And with who?
With our friends Brant and Gianna.
And so what day of the week were you going to leave for the trip, if you recall?
So Ari and Gianna were going to be there on Wednesday.
Okay.
And Bryant and I were going to join them on Thursday.
So the girls were going first?
Yeah, and then we're all staying there until Sunday.
The girls were going to go spend a night together?
Yeah, so they had like a girls' day planned, and they wanted to just go for the first day. The trip was mostly for Gianna's birthday.
So that was going to be on a Wednesday. When did you look into her phone?
On Monday night.
Okay, right before the trip, a couple of days before the trip.
Yeah.
So tell the jury what you discovered.
So Monday night, when I looked at her phone, I went to the screen time application on the iPhone, and then I noticed that the app with the highest usage was an app called WhatsApp. And I was
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is a communications app. So it has texting, it has voice calls and video calls. So instead of using your phone's built-in texting or voice or video, you go through WhatsApp.
Okay.
And it's separate from the phone.
So then when she saw that?
Yeah. So then.
Well, first of all, I mean, was that surprising to you?
It was. I had not seen her on WhatsApp at all over the previous months, and so I was very surprised about that. And then I also saw that she had turned off all the notifications for WhatsApp, so she had everything silenced for WhatsApp. And it wasn't like on the main screen. It was like a couple pages over in a folder, so it was kind of hidden.
So did you open the WhatsApp?
Yeah, so I opened the WhatsApp.
What did you see?
And there were 2 conversations with Jeff Miller. And the way WhatsApp works is that your account is always linked to a phone number. And so the one conversation was a conversation with his work phone, and the other conversation was a conversation with his personal phone.
Okay. And so let's talk about the conversation with his personal phone. Tell the jury what you saw.
Yeah, it was. So what I saw. So this was Monday night. What I saw was that the messages from Monday and from Sunday, so the previous 2 days, it was like a full-on conversation the entire day long, and it would start off. Yeah, and it would start off at like 2 a.m. Hawaii time. So and Jeff Miller lives in Maryland, and he travels extensively for work. Like he probably travels 3 out of every 4 weeks, and I know this because I'm always hearing them on the phone and talking about that. So basically, wherever he was, he'd be texting her good morning, but it wasn't just like a good morning text. It was like 5 or 6 texts. It's like a whole like a good morning. I had a great, I slept great. I'm looking forward to the day. I hope you're sleeping great. And then at like 5:45 a.m., her good morning.
She would be responding.
She would respond, and then the whole day long, like, this is where I am. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm thinking, until good night at the end of the day. And that was for Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
So for the 2 previous days.
So Sunday is a weekend, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you saw on a Sunday. We saw the text from December 1st.
She's at. I'm at work. I'm on call for the weekend, and she's at home, decorating and hanging out with the kids and
texting him all day.
Texting him all day.
Okay.
And then
go ahead.
When I scroll back past that, it's very strange because then between so the thread was created on June 4th or something like that, because WhatsApp puts when the thread was created in the app.
Okay.
And there was no messages between June 4th and August 30th, which was like a few days after the South Africa trip. And then between August 30th and Sunday, it was very strange because there was like fragments of conversation or little short things, and then mostly just pictures and songs and links. And it was basically Jeff sending her a bunch of pictures of himself, a bunch of song links that she had saved, and her sending him like a bunch of pictures too of.
Did you when you said it was strange because there was things missing? Did it seem to you like things were being deleted?
Well, yeah, because obviously that was. I mean, there was an abrupt cutoff between like what's before Sunday and Monday and that conversation and everything else that was on there.
Let me ask you this. Seeing all of that, here you are, a couple of months now, you had some suspicions, some red flags, asked her about it a couple of times, she denies it, defensive. Now you open it up, and you see this.
Yeah.
Tell the jury how you felt. How did it make you feel?
I was devastated. There's obviously something going on,
okay. So
I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So what did you do?
So I had actually started using WhatsApp myself when we moved to Maui, because that's the main communication platform that the anesthesiology group uses, and so I was using it every day, communicating with the rest of the group and during our business meetings. And so I knew that WhatsApp, since even though it's primarily an app on your phone, there's a web interface. You can log into WhatsApp on your computer through the browser as well, and it'll basically just duplicate everything that's on your account.
And then what did you do the next day?
So I took her phone upstairs to my computer, which is in the hallway upstairs, and I logged into her WhatsApp on my computer.
So you could watch her.
So I could
activity.
see, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned being devastated. I mean, prior to this, did you have any, aside from we talked about the red flags, but marriage-wise, I mean, everything seemed okay?
Everything seemed fabulous. We were. We were very happy together. No red flags in terms of the marriage itself.
Okay. So now, you want to learn more. You go into what do you call it, like detective mode, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you logged on and you're able to watch her. And did you do so the next day?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day?
So the next day, it was basically the same type of thing that they were doing on Sunday and Monday. So they start off by saying good morning, and then just wasn't communication the entire day. But this day she started deleting messages, and so one of the first things that she did is she deleted all of the messages from Sunday and Monday.
Okay, so when you went, make sure you put the mic a little closer. So when you saw the messages the night before.
Yes.
And now you're looking at it on the computer next day, and those messages you saw the night before are deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
And then I saw them communicate kind of in real time, because I could see it pop up on my screen too. And as soon as the conversation proceeded, kind of passed, she would kind of keep deleting the previous messages. So she was like, not deleting them in real time, but like throughout the day, she was deleting the previous messages.
And the content of the communications and what was being deleted, again, was it concerning?
Yeah, I mean it was the same type of conversation that she was having with them on the previous 2 days, which is not a conversation you have with a coworker. This is a conversation you have with your spouse. I mean, this is
And after watching that all day long, what did you conclude? I mean, in terms of what was going on. Did you believe?
I mean, she was having an affair.
Okay. Let me ask you this: while that was, did you, because she was deleting these things, did you try to save some of the messages?
Yes. So the first thing I did, actually, the night that I unlocked her phone, because on WhatsApp you can also export the thread basically and save the thread, and so I exported the thread to my phone. So I had copies of what was on there when I first discovered it, and then the next day on my computer, the only thing I could do on the web interface is take screenshots of the.
And you took some.
Yeah.
All right. So now you are faced with, this. You got this trip in a day or two. Do you confront Ariel right away?
Not right away. So the way that this was happening was that our trip to San Luis Obispo, there's no direct flights from Maui to San Luis Obispo, and so we coordinated that the layovers were going to be in Phoenix, which is where Brian Gianna lives. And Ari was taking a red eye on Tuesday night. And so on Tuesday, when I was first discovering and watching this kind of in person for the first time,
let me stop you there. So just to help the jury. So Monday night is when you first found the WhatsApp chain. Is that right?
Right. So Monday overnight. Tuesday morning, I wake up and I start looking at them interacting in real time during the day.
And then Ariel's supposed to leave that night.
And so she's supposed to leave that night.
Do you confront her before she leaves?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so she leaves. Who do you first reach out to talk to about this?
Yeah. So on Wednesday night, I'm supposed to leave to fly to Phoenix to meet Bryant and then go to San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
And Wednesday, like in the middle of the day, I call him and talk to him.
Okay. And why did you call Bryant? Talk to him about it.
Few different reasons. One was that we were, about to go on this trip with them, and I wasn't able to. Like I knew I was going to have to confront her as soon as I got to San Luis Obispo. So now it's Wednesday, and I'm convinced of, I'm seeing what they're doing, especially what she was sharing with them on Wednesday. So on Wednesday she was spending all day in San Luis Obispo with Gianna, and she's basically keeping him up to. I mean, first thing is like as soon as she lands in Phoenix in the morning, she's like, just landed. I have an hour and a half. If you're free, we can chat. Can't wait to talk to you.
Is she texting you, keeping you up to date?
Like I'm getting, I also got a just landed text, but like nothing else, Okay. But she's like, reaching out to him and on WhatsApp, like you can see when a message has been read, and so as soon as she saw that he read her just landed text, she called him, like she didn't wait for him to respond and stuff, and like I'm not getting a call, I'm not getting any of this stuff, and then during the day she's sending him pictures of the places that they're of her and Gianna doing stuff
So you're seeing this.
So I'm seeing this, and that's at that point I'm just like, I can't go to San Luis Obispo and not confront her about this right away. Like
and going back to Bryant, right? So I know. Yeah. Did you guys have like fun activities planned? It was supposed to be a fun couples trip.
Yeah. So I mean, it was supposed to be a couples trip, right? And it was Gianna's birthday, and actually Ari planned it because she used to work for, one of the power plants that she. That was her responsibility for refueling is just outside of San Luis Obispo. So she used to travel to San Luis Obispo all the time for work, and so
were you
planned like a bunch of fun
reaching
activities.
out to Bryant and you said there's several reasons. Was one of it to kind of let him know like, hey, this might not be the fun trip we had planned?
So the first reason was like, hey, like this is I'm just giving you a heads up, like I'm gonna confront Ari with basically an affair.
Was there other reasons why you wanted?
And then the other reason was that well, the other reason why he's my best friend and I wanted some advice, but I specifically wanted advice from him because they had just gone through infidelity in their relationship like 6 months earlier.
Brian and Gianna.
Brian and Gianna. And so
they were dealing with that.
Yeah, and so he had been dealing with this, and I was looking for advice and just needed a friend.
Just to be clear for
the
the jury, in that situation though, was it reversed?
It was, yeah. Brian had like a one-night stand, and Gianna found out about it. And
so they had been dealing
kicked
with
him
that
out of the
and
house
that.
and stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And so you talked to Brian.
Yes.
Okay. Do you fly up on the trip?
Yes.
When you get there, do you confront Ariel right away?
Almost right away. I mean, like right when we get there, they already have dinner reservations and stuff like that waiting for us. And so we go to dinner, and right after dinner, when we go back to the hotel, is when I confront her.
Did you talk to Gianna before you confronted Ariel?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you told her what you had found.
I basically just gave, I told her briefly what I had found, and then left to go talk to Ari and left Brian to explain to her more.
So, where do you confront Ari? Were you in the hotel room?
In the hotel room.
You confront her with it. Tell the jury how that went and what Ariel's initial reaction was.
Yeah, I confront her with it, and she's immediately remorseful and doesn't deny anything, admits to it, and is crying and
let me ask you this: you say admits to it, and when Miss Coney testified, she kept using the term you guys use the term emotional affair, but in that time period, what did she admit to? Having a
she admitted to having an affair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Jeff Miller.
Yeah, she admitted this was completely inappropriate relationship.
Okay. And so you mentioned
we called it an affair from the start.
And you mentioned she was remorseful and crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we are now in San Luis Obispo. This is going on. What was your emotional state like at the time? In other words, what were you thinking needed to happen? And you guys were going to try to work this out or not, or while you're on the trip?
Yeah. No, I mean it was tough. I mean a lot of emotions for sure. But Brian and John were really helpful. And we were away from the kids and away from work and away from everything else, so we can kind of just focus on this.
Okay.
And
you guys reached some kind of conclusion as to whether or not you guys were going to break up or what?
Oh yeah. So we both wanted to work on it. We both, well, she basically said, like, I'm so sorry, I can't believe I did this, and I'll do anything it takes to heal our marriage.
Okay.
And you and our kids are more important than anything to me, and I'll do whatever it takes. And we start talking to Brian and Gianna, and they kind of help us talk about some things, and we figure out what the next steps are going to be.
Now, during the trip in San Luis Obispo, did the topic of her possibly moving out come up?
Yes. And that was one of the big conversations we had.
And did you guys settle in on, okay, she's not going to move out just right now, we're going to try?
Yeah. So I preferred for her to move out.
You mean like break up?
No. We were both committed to working on the marriage, but and this is what Brian and Gianna did too. So Brian ended up living in a hotel for like 3 months, and it helped them just focus on the affair and healing from the affair, and then they kind of moved back and kind of start working on everything else, and I felt that was an ideal solution.
Did she want to do that?
Well, both of us, we decided together not to do that, and because we had the two big complicating issues for us was one, our two little boys. So we at the time they were like 1.5 and 4.
So at this time when she was having this relationship with Mr. Miller, how old were the boys?
1.5 and 4.
Okay. And you're saying obviously if she moved out, it would have been traumatic on her.
Yeah. So we didn't want.
Okay. So it's okay. You guys decide to not do that then.
Yeah, we didn't want them harmed.
Okay.
But
let me ask you this: in order for her to not move out, to avoid that harm. Sorry. May I approach you?
Thank you. Excuse me 1 second.
You want water?
Yes, please.
You mentioned the kids. Was there a did Ari have other concerns about her moving out?
Yeah, and the other concern, and again, this was a joint decision, is that we wanted to protect her reputation with family and friends, and so Bryant was able to move out, and really nobody else knew. It was just Ari and I actually that knew, and that was it.
So in other words, if Ari moved out on Maui, you talked about you guys had formed a pretty good close group of friends. Her parents.
We did, and everybody lived right there, and it's a small community, and I mean people were going to know that she moved out and would ask why, and
so that was part of the joint decision.
Yes.
So you guys are up there, San Luis Obispo, decide that we're going to try. It's not going to move out. What about were there some talk about if we're going to do that? At least initially, was there some talk about what was needed to happen as it related to Jeff Miller and her job?
Yes.
What was that? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah. So I mean, she obviously needed to terminate the affair immediately, but also to terminate all contact with Jeff Miller, and that would involve her quitting her job and getting a new job.
Initially, what did she say? I mean, was that something she was agreeable to initially?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we decided that was the plan, and she said she just needed a little bit of time. And so she didn't want to quit her job right away, but that she would limit contact with him. And so she actually sent him an email through work, like a work email, and said, basically, hi Jeff, from this point on, all of our communication needs to be in email only. If we do meet, because they would have virtual meetings all the time, if we do meet, it would have to be with one other person present. And she did this without talking to me, but showed it to me afterwards. Said, hey, this is what I did. Is that okay? And I said, that's fine.
So the plan was that she was going to quit her job and maybe find a new job, but in the meanwhile,
for sure she was going to quit her job and find a new job.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile,
there was going to be some boundaries related to her interactions with Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Was she supposed to go on another work trip with Jeff Miller soon after the San Luis Obispo trip?
Yes.
To where and when?
So the San Luis Obispo trip ended on Sunday, and then on Sunday I was going to fly back to Maui to take care of the kids, and she was flying to Seattle, and she had a week-long business trip in Seattle starting right after this
trip. Right after?
Mm-hmm.
She was going to go straight? And Mr. Miller was supposed to be there?
Yes.
Did you later learn anything about the hotel situation related to that?
Not even later. It was. I mean, so while we were in San Luis Obispo and while we're still talking about all these things, she, I told her basically, I'm not okay with you going to Seattle. And she said, no, I totally understand. And she said, I'm going to cancel that trip. And she admitted that she had changed her hotel from the hotel that she was supposed to stay in with her primary team that she works with at Terra Power to the hotel that Jeff Miller was in, and they already had dinner plans for Sunday night.
Okay. And then she canceled that trip.
But she canceled all of that. So she told work she had a family emergency and couldn't go, and so we flew back together to Maui on Sunday.
You get back to Maui on Sunday, and there was some kind of initial conversations about what needed to happen with her job and whatnot. When you get back to Maui, are you still kind of just trying to figure out how to deal with this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone other than Gianna and Brian?
No.
Okay. And was that for the reasons you talked about earlier about Ariel's reputation?
Yes.
Okay. But you did. We saw the email that you sent at some point to Mr. Miller's wife, right?
Oh, yeah. And I did that in San Luis Obispo.
Yeah. And that was in San Luis Obispo. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the day that I found out.
Yeah. And
that's not true. That's the day that I confronted her about it.
And why'd you do that?
I just felt that if I was in her shoes, I would want to know.
Okay. Okay. So now you get back to Maui, and to your knowledge, immediately after was as far as you knew, Ariel limiting contact with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Did she ever start to look for a new job?
Yes, right when we got to Maui, she was updating her CV and her LinkedIn profile and looking for jobs.
All right. At some point, did you start listening to some audiobooks and trying to get some advice about how to heal from this?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those books about what, was necessary if you guys were going to even have a chance at this?
Yeah. Listen to several books and talk to Bryant a lot and there's a lot of different things that the books recommend, but the 5 main things are basically, the first is always to terminate the affair, obviously, and terminate all contact with other cheating spouse.
Okay.
And all the books talk about, if this is something at your workplace, you need to, quit your job or move departments or something like that, because it's something that's commonly happens between coworkers. And then the second thing is that, the cheating spouse needs to put in the work to understand all of the damage that they've caused to the relationship, and because it's not immediately apparent, just how deep the trust issues are going to impact things, and potentially putting the family dynamics and the kids at risk and things like that, and all the different ways that you hurt your spouse. And so that was the second thing. The third thing is,
was there anything about privacy?
Yeah, so one of the main things is actively rebuilding trust, and that means that you're going to have to proactively give up privacy and then also tolerate some invasion of privacy. Meaning, basically, you need to tolerate if your partner is saying hey, can I see your phone, for a sec and see who you're talking to, or hey, I can I see who you're emailing, so
not get defensive.
And not get defensive, yeah.
Okay. Now, and did you discuss those things with Ariel?
Yes.
Okay. And was she doing these things?
In the beginning, and then very inconsistently the rest of the month.
Very what?
Very inconsistently the rest of the month.
So she was kind of initially willing to do some of these things, but then seemed to become unwilling.
Yeah, so basically, it seemed like her whole attitude changed really within a few days of us getting back to Maui.
Tell us about that.
She started minimizing the affair and trying to say that it wasn't a big deal, and she started blaming me for the affair and just saying well, you caused some of these things, and some of the telling me some of the things that I was doing that potentially contributed her doing.
Was she open to your questions about, hey, let me see your phone, or who are you calling?
On and off, she would get defensive and get irritated at me, basically asking those things.
So when she was kind of now backing off of some of the things you guys initially agreed to, did that cause you to kind of go into detective mode again and look into, try to obtain more information about the extent of her relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah.
What new information, if any, did you learn at that point?
I was trying to talk to her about the affair and just trying to get more details, because we didn't talk about it in detail in San Luis Obispo. We were just kind of talking about big picture. Are we going to stay together?
Okay.
Are we going to move out?
But she admitted
all
to
these
it,
things.
Though, right?
Yeah, she admitted to it. And then later, a few weeks later, I was looking, and the two main things that I found out. Let me just back up. So I was trying to ask her more questions about the affair, and she wouldn't basically engage
Okay.
and answer questions. And so everything that I found out is I basically found out on my own. And I found out that when they were in South Africa on our phone bill, actually, there's records of them texting just through regular text, like up through past like 10 o'clock on that night that she never got back to me.
Okay.
And then again, like a 1 minute phone call at 5:30 the next morning, local time, and I was like, that seems odd. And then
Okay.
in that combined with in the work thread that they had on the WhatsApp, not the personal one, the work one, the next morning they're talking about work stuff, but then they're also talking about how they can barely stay awake and they're both so tired and
So that made
things.
you wonder.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, what
that
else did
made
you
me,
learn? What else new things did you
concern. And then the other thing was just the sheer scope of the number of deleted messages, because I saw that WhatsApp has a statistics area where you can go to for the app that shows you how many total messages have been sent or received since the last reset
So what did
of
you
the
see?
app, and she had deleted over 10,000 messages during that time.
Over what period of time?
I'm assuming during,
Okay.
So the thread was created on June 4th, and I'm not sure when. She said that the affair started after the South Africa trip, is what she admitted to
Okay.
me. So it was either over 3 months or 6 months.
Okay, did you start doing some
But it's like,
rudimentary math
50
in your
to
head?
50 to 100, or like 60 to 120 messages a day.
Okay. During that time period.
If it's averaged throughout the whole day, and then 19 hours of phone and video calls too.
Okay. This is probably a dumb question, but did that make you feel better or worse about the situation?
No, it made me feel worse, and I was just feeling worse about the whole situation overall, because it takes some time to kind of process all the emotions involved with it and realize all the implications of this. Yeah.
Let me
So
ask you this.
I was getting worse definitely in December.
The new information that you discovered, did you discuss it with her or try to?
I tried.
And how did that go?
She really wouldn't engage about anything with the affair. She kept saying, like, stop asking me questions. It feels like you're asking me 21 questions, like, things like that.
After this new information, and now it's kind of seems like it's regressing her attitude. Did you ever ask her to move out in December again?
I did. Yeah.
Tell us how many times?
2 times.
And what happened?
So the first time was around the middle of the month, and I just told her, like, you're not doing what you said you were going to do, which is to take accountability for your actions and to basically do whatever it takes to heal the marriage. And at that point in time, she became very apologetic and said, "I'm so sorry. Like, you're right. Like, I'll do all those things." But again, that didn't last, and so.
Was there a second time?
The second time was, and I remember the date because we had our first couples therapy session was scheduled for December 27th, and December 26th we got into a big argument about the same thing, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night. And
did you ask her to move out?
And yeah, so I asked her to move out, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night.
Okay. And again, okay, so when you would bring up moving out, then she would say, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then she would say she would recommit.
On the 26th, nothing was resolved that night. We just kind of got in a big argument, and I left and went to go sleep on the couch.
Now, were you having? I mean, again, probably a dumb question, but were you having a hard time with all of this?
Yes.
Did you? Could we pull up State's Exhibit S-105? That's in evidence, please, Mr. Dirks. Did you turn to any sources to try and help yourself? Get some advice, get some healing. We talked about the audiobooks. There was this exhibit about Reddit as one after infidelity. What is that about? Were you looking at this? And tell the jury why, if you were.
Yeah, no, it's just a thread about people that are struggling with finding out their spouses had cheated, basically,
okay.
and advice and also just kind of sharing stories so you feel like you're not alone.
Were you trying to get to a point where you could feel okay? Gerhardt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, you didn't rush straight to get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Kick you out of the house.
No, not at all.
Okay. But
No.
it was hard. Was it hard?
It was extremely hard, and
but you were the audiobooks, read it. You were trying to get to a good place. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. By the way, there was this mention about the word Darvo the other day by Inuma. What is? I mean, Did it come up on the Reddit thread?
It did.
And what is that about?
And I don't remember the acronym, but basically it was. I came across it, and it's basically something that quite often happens. And so basically, the person that got caught having the affair, sometimes in the weeks after, they would try to turn the tide. So they would try to kind of take the spotlight off of them and move it to the other person, and basically say like, wow, but but you did this and this, Okay. And so it's a fairly common thing that people try to do to just try to deflect.
Defensive. I think it was like attack. I forget what, but basically, there was actually a term for it.
Yeah.
And from what you read, it's when the person who did the cheating tries to deflect and kind of turn it back on you.
Exactly.
Did that resonate with you when you learned about that term, Darvo?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because that's what she was doing. So throughout December, it just felt like she was, minimizing what she had done, and then she started bringing up all these things about our relationship, other things.
Okay, and I'm going to get to that. The audiobooks, can we pull up Exhibit D 126, please? Did you both listen to an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair? Or How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair? See that?
Yes.
And these are text messages between...
sorry, what exhibit is this?
Sorry. D 126. I believe it's in evidence.
It is not.
It is not. 1 second.
Take it down.
I apologize. So I did ask her about it. There was text messages between the two of you guys about an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that a audiobook you both listen to in your efforts to try and get to a better place?
Yes. Okay. I know I listened to it, and she told me she did.
Now, you heard her testify that she told the detective that her interactions with Mr. Miller were some flirty texts. From what you saw back then and discovered, was that an accurate description of the extent of her relationship with Mr. Miller?
Not at all.
Proper impeachment. And prior inconsistent.
Understand.
Let me ask that again. You had conversations with Ariel where she admitted to the affair, yes?
Yes.
You saw the communications that she had with Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
There was all this stuff you just talked about. You heard her say that when the detective asked her about it, she said there was no affair, and she described it as flirty texts. From everything that you learned about this situation, was that an accurate description of what was going on between her and Mr. Miller?
No.
Sustained. That's not restricting.
Isn't that? I'm sorry, I apologize. That's not the same question I asked a second ago?
No.
Okay. Let me think of what that last question was then. From what you... Let me ask you this. I apologize. Let me ask you this way. From everything that you learned and you knew, was her relationship with Mr. Miller, can it accurately be described as just some flirty text?
No.
Sustained.
From what everything you learned and knew, was all that was going on between them flirty texts?
Objection. Same objection.
Slightly different question. Overruled.
No.
We'll talk to you whenever there's a convenient break. We'll take our.
I think we're almost to a good place.
You just let me know.
Yeah, maybe 5-10 more minutes. Okay. If everyone's okay with that, anybody okay? Okay. We just talked about the audiobooks. Did she also admit in text messages to you that she had an affair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, do you guys start counseling?
Yes.
And what did you want counseling to be about?
About the affair.
Okay. And what did counseling turn into?
Mostly other things in our relationship.
Okay.
Also a little bit about the affair, but mostly other things in the relationship.
This might be a good time for a break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess. Ms. McCallum will come get you at 2:40. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right.
All right, everyone. The court is on a short break, and they will be back soon. So, this is a very powerful testimony. Because the reason why it is, people have all kinds of different reasons and opinions, but I think that it is interesting to see his perspective and how that went. And I think cheating is never, is a very wrong thing to do. And I would wish people that go through these things for their own sake and for the sake of others too, but also especially for their own selves, would to do things in the most legal way possible where they're not, incarcerated, when there's other people out there that will value them, that will have a relationship with them, that won't cheat on them, right? But certainly would be a hurtful thing for anybody to go through. Okay, Aaron, understood. Okay, you're listening. Okay, so yeah, Gerhardt, Gerhardt had this, how he saw the text on the phone and something that was was continuously happening, and Lori and Aaron understood. I'm glad that y'all get some other things done. That's fine. So that is what he was talking about. They did try to seek marriage counseling, and they want to try to save the marriage. He says, but overall, although there's going to be some more, Mike, I don't know. There's likely going to be more to this today. I think. I don't know for certain, but yeah, that is his account of it. And a lot of times the witness doesn't take the stand, but other times it could help them. And the cross-examination is going to be very intriguing. We will see that whenever it happens. If it happens today, or if it happens tomorrow, or we will see. Yes, the court is on a short break, and it will resume soon. And we're just looking at the ceiling. Yes, Saw Girl. That definitely do agree with that. And it is absolutely, definitely was hurt by it, and it seems like it's something that was continuously going on, and something that wasn't like stopping right away. I do think that he may have felt he had a breaking point, that he went over. He definitely was. It was like something that happened gradual. I'm not justifying what he did, but it's something that happened gradual over time, and eventually, he, although there's not a clear snapping point detected, he at some point snapped, which was, of course, I do not condone illegal activities or taking such violent actions, but definitely, something that I think most, if not all, people would be upset by. And I think, like, say, if people are married or in a relationship, and although I think that both men and women should be, treat each other both well, if either spouse is with somebody that, like, if a dude's with a woman, he should make it clear if she doesn't want him with other people, he should honor that, right? Same thing if the woman is with a man, she should honor the husband and not go with other people if he doesn't want her with other people. And say if she was talking to somebody, she was talking to someone he didn't want her talking to, it is his, her right, to stop talking to the person, and he has a right to say that. If she doesn't listen to him and it keeps on happening, as I said, what he did was, we have to do things legally, but still, this was leading to a dam breaking, or something that's about to give way, and it kind of just caused a domino effect right there. Judy, I think you are probably right, in my opinion, and I'm going to check to make sure. Right. If convicted, this is if he's convicted, okay? If he's convicted, he faces maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. As of April 1, he is, on trial. The charge is second-degree murder. The maximum sentence is life in prison without the possibility of parole. And let's see this other thing. Right. If Koenig is found not guilty of attempted to second-degree murder, his fate depends on whether the jury convicts him of a lesser included offenses. While a full acquittal would mean he goes free, the defense and prosecution often argue for the jury to consider a smaller charges if they don't believe the intention was to kill is proven. He can be pardoned completely, but if they don't, they want a lesser sentence. Lesser assault charges. Koenig's defense attorney has argued that the incident was an unpleasant scuffle, is pushing for a conviction of Class C felony assaults instead of the other charges. Sargirl says, God, I hope they wouldn't put him away for the rest of his life for this. I don't think it rises to that level of crime. Understood, Sargirl. Yep. And we will see, and I mean, in a way it was good he took the stand, because people can see what his side of the story was, and people, I think, are, seeing it from his point of view. And it is true that he did try to delete her, though. Yes. And I think that basically, the secluded location really does it for me. That's why he dragged her to that area to go have it done. This is a jury trial. Right. And I don't think doing illegal actions of murder is correct. That's not something I think anybody should do, even in these types of situations. Okay, thank you, Moki. It's Judge. Yeah, because right now it's the... there is a jury involved. Just let everybody know, there's a jury involved. Okay. A Class C felony in Hawaii carries a maximum of 5 years in prison. That is that one. If the jury fully accepts the defense's claim that Ariel Koenig attacked first and Gerhardt only acted in self-defense to protect himself, he could be found not guilty of all charges and released. Impact on other legal matters. Even if found not guilty in criminal court, the allegations are being used on his ongoing divorce custody battle. Ariel Koenig has requested full custody of their children and possessions of their home based on the events. Yeah, I think that he was trying to lure her into a secluded area, it seems. And as I said, there's other ways it could have, he could have just, in my opinion, found someone else, but as some people have talked about, they, do the divorce and find someone else, because this murder stuff isn't right. Kind of like Jodi Arias. Yeah. Sawgirl says, oh yeah, I think the sentence does range of what he's convicted of. I just think that was trying to kill her, even if it just wanted to beat her the hell out of her. I think, in my opinion, the injuries that she has on her was like, and she's a woman, and he pretty much wanted her to be deleted. Like, if someone wants to beat someone up, they could just use their hands. But this bro had a lava rock. And he threw her off a cliff. So he was going off pretty severe. And he brought a loaded syringe. Yeah, he was trying to delete her, right. Oh. We'll just plug this back in. There we go. Yeah, and it says, if they believe he had a syringe with him because they couldn't find a syringe, unless I'm wrong, you're hearing it wrong. Oh, okay, Moki.
Case number 12, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC.25.373. Dr. Gerhardt Koenig is present in court on the stand and still enrolled. All 4 counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Taki, can you continue on with your direct examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Gerhardt, before we get back into the counseling, there were 2 exhibits I wanted to introduce, or at least attempt to introduce. This is Exhibit 126. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Gerhardt, we were talking about the audio books that you and Ariel were kind of reading to get, bouncing off each other, learning from. Did you guys text each other about it?
Yes.
Can you just look through this this text and look through this document and let me know. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages you guys are having back then related to some of the audio books you were listening to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 126.
Mr. Garner. No objection. What is your mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D126 is received into evidence?
Mr. Dirks, could we please now publish the first page? So if we can blow up this top part here, how to help this one here, Mr. Dirks, please? Yeah. So one of the books that she was willing to listen to was called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, yes?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. I was asking you about if she admitted to you in text message about a secret affair. May I approach with 125? Huh? Yeah, there. May I approach her?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to just quickly thumb through that and take a quick look at it. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages between the two of you on December 9th about the affair?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 125.
Mr. Garner. No objection. What has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D125 is received into evidence.
Can we, Mr. Dirks, publish it starting on the second page for now? Okay, can we blow up the top part? Just that first message. Okay. So this, Gerhardt, was this a message that you sent her?
Yes.
You engaged and continued an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me and asking to work on our relationship. Okay, can we take that down? And then at the bottom there, Mr. Dirks, can we blow up the response? And did she respond to you? If anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is that what she texted you back?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Now, Gerhardt, you mentioned starting counseling and how it was kind of, about the affair, but kind of turned out to be more about other things in your relationship. There was evidence the other day about this recording device. Did you purchase this audio recording device?
I did.
And why did you do it?
So, what was going on, some of what was going on in December, and it kind of came to a head on that morning, right before our first counseling session, is that she said that, basically she's so upset about other things going on in the relationship that she wasn't sure if she wanted to stay with me, and that, and then she kind of blurted out that Gianna thinks I'm a monster, and she had talked to her mom, and her mom also agrees that this isn't a big deal. And so I was really concerned and suspicious that she was basically lying to them and telling them a completely different version of what was going on in our relationship, and then also what the affair entailed.
Okay. And so the audio device was what?
So I was like, I have to catch her in a lie, basically. And so it was me like thinking like kind of like an engineer. How do I fix this? And I was like, I fix it by getting more evidence. And so so I bought that in the hopes of basically. So I was going to use it to record conversations that we would have, and then the two of us. And then if things weren't moving in the right direction, I can be like, listen, this is what you said. Listen, like this is what she's telling me, because if she's telling a different story to her mom Judy and to Gianna, then I could basically catch her in a lie.
Did you end up actually using it?
I tested it and figured out how to use it, and never actually used it for that purpose. We ended up not ever talking about the affair at home, and that was kind of one of the other things that she was able to do through therapy, is that we were not allowed to discuss the affair at home anymore.
Okay. And back at that time, were you just your head was kind of just spinning, and were you just trying to figure out how to get through it?
Yes.
Okay. So you start counseling, and you mentioned that you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore. And were you talking about it much at counseling?
A little bit. So the counselor that we went to on Maui, the first couples counselor, was fantastic, and it was in-person counseling, and she really listened to us both, and made us both feel hopeful, because she basically said, like, this isn't the end of the world, everything that I'm hearing, and as long as you guys are both committed to making this work, like, this is, we're going to get to a better place at the end of this. And so it felt very, very hopeful in that sense.
Okay.
But the counseling sessions themselves were focused on other things,
Okay.
and then also on, like, general kind of relationship building things.
All right. So heading
in those
now,
first few months.
in February, heading towards March. Overall, how after I guess they're in counseling for a little bit, and overall, how were things going?
Good, actually. I mean, I felt really hopeful, and in kind of hindsight, I would describe it as taking Tylenol when you're sick, right? It makes you feel better. It's not actually addressing the illness. It's not actually, you're not doing anything about the disease itself, but it felt better because we were learning, communication techniques. We were doing a bunch of exercises to kind of define what we wanted our relationship to be like at the end of this, and things like that.
And you
we
weren't
were
really
also,
you mentioned not talking too much about the affair at home.
Yeah, and so we weren't allowed to talk about the affair at home either, so it kind of made home life easier,
Okay.
and in that sense too.
Let me ask you this: heading into March, were you still committed to trying to make this work?
Yes.
Heading into March, were you still hoping that you guys could work through it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're into March, and as we've learned, Ariel's birthday is in March. The trip to Oahu, how did it come up?
I have to schedule my vacation basically 1 year in advance. So we plan vacation as a group, and we have to cover a bunch of different sites and stuff. And so we have like a vacation lottery like a year in advance. And so I had the week off of her birthday already.
Oh, you had scheduled from before? You'd scheduled your vacation around her birthday?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I had the week off for her birthday. That's one of the weeks that I had gotten off, and I always do that. I try to get her birthday off and my birthday off and things like that. So I asked her, what do you want to do? And she said, well, we don't have to do anything, but I've never been to Oahu. I would like to go Oahu at some point. It doesn't have to be this trip, but
Okay, let me stop you there. So the concept of going on a staycation to Oahu was first floated by who?
By her.
Okay, but to be fair, she said, but we don't need to do it. I don't know if it's the right time. And what did you say in response to that?
I said, I mean, there's no reason not to. I have the time off, and she could take the time off. And
did you think it would be a healthy thing for you guys to do, given everything you've just been through the last couple of months?
Yeah, I thought it was great. We had just been to California for a week with the kids, and that went really well. And so we had taken like a nice family trip, and it just seemed like it would be nice to take a couple's weekend away.
Had you forgotten about the affair and Mr. Miller or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay, but you were still hopeful and working towards a better place.
Yes.
And you thought the trip might be a good part of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she brings it up. She says maybe it doesn't have to be now, but you say, no, let's do it. And do you start to plan the trip?
Yeah, I do.
What day were you guys going to get to Oahu?
Sunday.
And what airline were you going to? Well, you flew over on an airline, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From the Maui airport?
Yeah, I can't remember which airline.
Okay. But from the Maui airport?
Yeah, from Maui to Oahu.
Did you and Ariel check bags or carry on?
Just carry on.
Did you go through the TSA checkpoint with her and your carry-on bags?
Yes.
Were there any problems going through the TSA checkpoint?
Not at all. No, the bags weren't searched or anything.
You land on Oahu on Sunday now, I think you said?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. What was planned for the first day?
The first day, we were going to do like a couples spa therapy, like a couples massage at the hotel.
Okay.
And then just walk around Waikiki and shop and just kind of explore Waikiki.
And was that what you guys did?
Yes.
And how'd it go?
It went great. Okay. Yeah.
1 second, Your Honor. This is 172. Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 172?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you this. Gerhardt, you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
It's a photo of us at the hotel.
Okay, on the day, this at the top it says March 23rd. Does this look like it was the day you guys got there?
Yeah, this is right after we got there.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked that day you got there?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I please move into evidence Defense 172?
Mr. Garner. No objection. Was it marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 172 is received into evidence?
Could we please publish? Okay. Could we zoom in on the photo, Mr. Darks, please? Okay. So this is the day before March 24th, right?
Yes.
You guys had a good day? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you plan this trip on Oahu to try and kill your wife?
No.
Okay. Were you trying to do something nice for her birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Let me also approach, please, or may I please approach with Exhibit D 173. Okay, may I approach, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you this. What is that a photograph of?
That's a photo of us in the hotel room.
Okay. On the 23rd of March.
Yes.
Is a fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked the day before this incident?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move to admit D-173.
Mr. Garner. No objection. Was it marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D-173 is received into evidence?
May we please publish?
Yes.
Okay. Zoom in again. Is this the hotel room you guys are in?
Yes.
Okay, and it's the day before the hike, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that now. Did you go to dinner the first night?
Yes.
Second day you guys are going to be there. Were you planning on going on a hike?
Yes.
And why? Why a hike? How did that come up? Tell us about that. Is that something you guys would do often? Tell the jury about that, hiking.
Yeah, so we would hike often, and we would travel often too. So we pretty much wherever we went, we typically would hike at some point during the trip. And we weren't like crazy campers or anything like that, so we wouldn't do like a bunch of overnight things, but we like to do hikes. And she also wanted to see Oahu, and so I was looking for hikes that we could do that would kind of show the island.
Okay. And I'll get back to the particular hike and why you chose that one. But did Ariel enjoy hiking?
Yes.
Something you guys did all the time?
All the time.
Okay. I believe D-156 is in evidence. May I publish D-156, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that photo? So is that
Yeah, that's at Iao on Maui.
Okay. And that's a hike
it's like a secret hike behind the Iao monument that you can do if you know where it is.
Some steep cliffs here and there?
A lot of them, yeah.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. You know, there was testimony about how the hikes that day on the Palipuka Trail, it made her feel uncomfortable, Ariel. Had you guys been on hikes or activities before with equal or greater heights and cliffs?
Definitely.
Did you guys ever go bungee jumping?
We did.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, where that was and what that was like.
Yeah, so we got engaged in South Africa. We did a 2-week trip there and met a lot of my family and friends and did a lot of sightseeing and got engaged. And as part of that trip,
was the bungee jumping?
We went bungee jumping.
Yeah. Off of what?
It's called Blokran's Bridge. It's a bridge that spans a beautiful canyon in South Africa, and it's a 700-foot bungee jump. It's one of the tallest bungee jumps, one of the tallest commercial bungee jumps in the world.
And Ariel did that?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please also pull up Exhibit D-149? That's already in evidence. Let's let the clerk confirm it.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Would you guys go ziplining? Or
Yes.
have you gone ziplining?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Costa Rica.
That's in Costa Rica? Costa Rica?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. In your entire relationship, when you know there were, whether it would be bungee jumping, the hikes with steep cliffs, zip lining, had she ever expressed any concern about hikes before?
We are both very cautious people, and we stay safe, and so we don't end up going close to the edge. Our friend Gianna likes to go and pose for crazy pictures, and we didn't pose for the super crazy pictures, but we would always do the hikes and without any concern.
Okay. Even ones with steep drop-offs.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Now, there was testimony from Detective E. Numa about some of the searches you did on hikes. And first of all, there was some searches in there about Maui hikes. Why were you searching hikes about Maui in that early March time period?
I was looking for hikes on Oahu, and then while I was looking at hikes, I just started kind of looking at hikes that I had meant to look up on Maui too. We hiked a lot on Maui, and we had done all of the kind of the ones that are easier to find out about, and so we were talking to a bunch of people that are from Maui and getting recommendations for hikes. And so when I was looking up hikes, I was looking up some of the Maui hikes as well. I also looked up some hikes on Kauai that I'd heard about that I wanted to do in the future.
Did you also hike with Emil?
All the time.
Okay. On Maui?
On Maui, yeah. He loved hiking and jumping off waterfalls.
Okay. So you do the research. Do you come across the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
And what did you learn about it, and why did you choose that one? What were the things that made you choose that one over the other ones that you researched?
It just seemed like a really cool spot that you end up in, where there's this hole in the mountain you can look through and take pictures. And the hike itself seemed fun because it provided a bunch of great views, but it was also kind of close to Waikiki, and it wasn't too long of a hike.
Why did it matter if it was really long or not?
We didn't want to spend the whole day out, so we were only going to be here from Sunday to Tuesday, and so Monday was our only the only day that we were here the whole day, and we wanted to hang out by the pool for
so
part
was
of
the
the
plan. Go on this kind of shorter hike and then go hang out at the pool the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also make a dinner reservation at Set?
Yes.
For that night?
Yes.
Did you explain to Ari ahead of time that you had found this Palipuka hike?
Yes.
Did you tell her a little bit about it?
Yeah.
Did she object to it in any way?
No, not at all. She sounded excited.
Excuse me?
She sounded excited.
Okay, second day. Now, you said the plan was short hike, spend some time at the pool, go to dinner. Let's talk about that day. So was that her birthday, we've heard?
Yes.
So you guys wake up, and already in evidence is States Exhibit 133. May we publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give her a birthday card that day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're not going to read the whole thing, but did you mean the words you wrote in there?
I did.
Okay. We can take that down. Did you also get her a birthday present?
I did.
What did you get her?
It was a necklace, like a Koa wood silver necklace.
Okay. You wake up, what do you do before heading out to the hike?
We had breakfast at the hotel, and then next door to the hotel was a bakery where we got some coffee and some pastries.
Okay. May I approach with D-175?
Yes.
What is this a photo of? Well, do you recognize it?
Oh, that's Ari at breakfast at the hotel.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared on the day before you left for the hike?
Yes.
All right. Could we please admit D-175 into evidence?
Mr. Garner. No objection. What has been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D-175 is received into evidence.
Can we please publish? Okay. So this is a photo from that morning before the hike?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, as you're, were you going to drive to the hike?
Yeah, we had a rental car.
Now, did you receive an email that morning that you shared with Ariel before the hike dealing with life insurance.
Yes.
So first of all, let me ask you, let's back up a little bit. You talked about January, February, and you guys kind of get to this place where you're in counseling, and you guys decide you're going to be together, and you're working on it. Did there come a time when part of what you did during that time was assess the life insurance situation of you and Ariel?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
And really, it was pulling the trigger on life insurance. So I used to have life insurance in Pittsburgh through my employer, and didn't have life insurance when we moved to Maui, and it was always on the to-do list, and just got busy with life and other things. Originally looked into it the previous year, but never went so far as to contact the life insurance agent and actually go through with it. And in January, we were kind of working on big picture relationship things, and I was like, oh shoot, we still have to get life insurance.
Okay.
And so I talked to Ari, and we both applied for life insurance at the same time at the end of January.
Did you get the same amount?
No.
Why not?
The idea was that if one spouse would die, the other one would be able to continue on and live in the same house. And so it was, since I made significantly more money than she did, it was basically enough money that she could pay off the house if I would die.
So what so what was the plan in terms of the amount you were trying to get on your life for her?
$1.5 million.
Okay. And then when you guys did the analysis of what, if something happened to her, you would still have your salary to pay for the house and whatnot.
That's right.
So what was the amount that was decided for her?
$250,000.
Okay. And the $1.5 million that you were trying to get on your life, was she the beneficiary?
Yes.
Okay. And vice versa?
Yes.
Okay. So $250,000 if something happened to her, but $1.5 million to her if something happened to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you went about securing the $1.5 million on your life for her, did it happen in two parts?
It did.
And so the first part was for how much?
$1 million.
And when did that roughly get approved in relation to March 24th?
A few weeks before.
Okay. The morning of March 24th, did you receive an email about the other 500?
Yes.
And what was the email?
That policy had gone through, and I needed to DocuSign the final document to make it effective.
And did you DocuSign it that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach with D116?
Yes.
Dr. Coney, I'm showing you D116. I want you to look at it, and there's a lot of pages to it, but just the first page. Tell me what is D116?
This is the email from AAA Life that is asking me to DocuSign the policy.
Okay. And what date and time did you receive? Well,
I received it on Monday, March 24th Monday, March 24th, 2025 at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the email and attachments you received on the morning of the hike?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask to move it into evidence.
Mr. Barnett? No, Judge. Was the mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D116 is received into evidence?
Could we please publish the first page, Mr. Dirks? Okay. So let's look at this, okay? So, Gerhardt, at the top it says, please DocuSign. It has your name. It has the AAA life insurance. I guess that's AAA. Is that who you did?
Yes.
Is that who you got your life insurance from?
Yes.
And the date there is March 24th, 8:02. Is that right?
That's right.
And this was for the extra 500 you were adding on to the $1 million of life insurance you got for her a few weeks before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss this additional 500 that went through with Ms. Koenig, and that the email came in and you DocuSigned? Did you tell her about that before the hike on March 24th, 2025?
I did, because we were in the parking lot after the coffee shop, and I was on my phone. I was like, oh, you know what, my, the last of my life insurance just went through. They're asking me to DocuSign it, and so I was doing that.
All right, we can take that down.
Just want to let her know that I'm not just texting or something, because we were out together.
Okay. So you were telling her what it was that you were looking at.
You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so, from that point on, if something happened to you in an accident or whatnot, she would get $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
You guys drive up to the Poly Lookout after that?
Yes.
You get to the parking lot. Was it crowded when you got there?
It was.
Did you guys go? What did you guys do first after you parked?
We went to go. Actually, I think she went to the restroom first.
And the porta potty?
No, there's a bathroom.
Okay.
At the Lookout.
Okay.
And then we went to the Lookout.
You went to the Lookout. Now, Ms. Coney testified about this thing about how it looked like they were hikers trying to find a trailhead, and then you said, oh wait, we want to be alone. Did that happen?
No.
How hard is it to find a trailhead?
It's not hard if you know where it is. It's not marked with a sign or anything, but it's right behind the bright blue porta potties, and there's a permanent rock wall, and it's like rock, like kind of almost like an altar right there. So if you know what to look for, it's really easy to find.
After looking at the Lookout, did you guys start the hike?
Yes.
You head up the trail, and as you're heading up the trail, did you guys stop and take any photos?
Yes.
Okay, and can we? I believe S-131 is in evidence. Can we publish it? Let's just let the court confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so is this a photo that was on right after you, kind of shortly before you? I mean, right when you started the hike? It was.
Yes. And
who posted that?
Ari did.
Okay. Okay, let's take that down. Now, you're continuing on the hike. What happens at some point? Well, did something happen that led to an argument?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened that led to an argument. Well, first of all, how far up into the hike was it?
Not very far. Just like 5 minutes. Like after about 5 minutes of hiking, you get to a part where it flattens out a bit, and the edge isn't, like the cliffside isn't open, but there's a couple of spots where you can get to the cliffside if you wanted to. So we're kind of still in that area, the same area that picture was taken.
Okay.
And Ari says, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something. I'm working on this project with Jeff Miller, and I'm gonna need to travel with him again, and I need you to be okay with that. Is that okay?"
Okay. And so she was kind of telling you like, hey, there's just things at work going on. I need you to be okay with this. And asking you to trust her.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you mentioned you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore because of counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you guys weren't talking about it in counseling a lot at that time?
We hadn't gotten to
that
kind of the core of it yet.
So she brings this up. What is your reaction to it?
I'm very surprised, yeah.
Okay. Were you upset and angry?
I wasn't angry. I was surprised and upset, and I told her no. Like I'm not okay with that. And not only am I not okay with that, like I'm never going to be okay with that. Like we haven't dealt with that part. Like the only reason why I was okay with her still even working there is because we had placed these limits on their communication. But in my mind, like she still needed at some point to quit her job, and this was only put on hold while we were trying to deal with all these other things. She basically said like, well, I can't quit my job right now because I don't even know if I want to stay with you. So we were dealing with like the issues that she brought up first, but it's not like any of the affair had been resolved at all. Like it had just kind of been put on hold. And so
how did you feel that she would even think that this would even be okay?
Yeah, I mean it made me realize that we were just not on the same page at all in terms of like here I am just kind of like sublimating my feelings and focusing on her hurt and waiting patiently for her to do the same to me, and this made me feel like she wasn't intending on doing that ever.
So what did you say back to her? Were you guys kind of arguing about it?
Yeah, we were for sure arguing.
Okay, and then so what did you say anything to her?
I just said,
out?
Yeah, I said like I need you to move out. Like this has gone far enough. I need you to move out, and I'm going to tell people why you're moving out, and I'm going to show them what you did, because like unless you face this and unless you take full accountability for this, like we're never going to get through this.
So and that was like after you guys have been kind of arguing for a while about. I mean, an argument starts. You guys are arguing. You're telling her no. You're telling her all these things.
Yeah, I mean the argument developed more slowly than what just happened, and there was other things said too. But that's
how it culminated with you telling her, well, if that's the case, if that's how you feel, you got to move on.
Yes.
Okay. What did she say anything to you about her mom and Gianna?
She did. So like earlier in the conversation, she had be like, well, what if my mom chaperones my work trips with him? And I was like, no, like I'm still not okay with that. Like, and that's not a long-term viable solution. And then later in the argument, when things kind of got heated, she was like, well, actually, my mom just said that she'll chaperone the trip, and she thinks Jeff is interesting and can't wait to meet him. And I'm like, you're obviously telling them a whole different version of what happened than me.
So in the argument, in her effort to say for you to be okay with it and go on the trip, she said, well, what if my mom chaperones me?
Yes.
Okay. After, it comes to this point in the argument where you say, well, you know what, you got to move out there. I'm going to tell everybody what you did. I mean, it was a pretty, it got to kind of it was not a good conversation, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you do next?
I stomped off. I just stomped off up the trail. And this was a point where we were both really kind of just upset with each other, and I went one way and she went the other way.
How far up did you go?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Why did you turn around?
I was kind of at a loss of not kind of a loss. I was I just didn't want to be there. Like.
Did it make sense for you to keep going on this hike?
No. I like 5 to 10 minutes in, I was like realizing kind of where I was, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I want to go home and like start dealing with what we need to deal with. I don't want to, I got to the point where it opens up and it's like these beautiful views, and I'm like there by myself and upset, and I was like, I don't want to be on this hike by myself, upset, and I don't want to do this hike. I'm going to come back and do this hike at a different time when I'm happy. I was really looking forward to doing the hike.
When you headed back down, were you expecting Ariel to be where you had left her?
No.
Where were you expecting her to be?
I thought she went to the car because I saw her head down the trail.
And there was testimony that she said when you got there, you said, oh, you're still here. Did you say that to her?
Yes.
And is that because you assumed she had gone back to the parking lot?
Yes.
How far away from the parking lot were you guys when this argument started?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or less, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Now you get back. What is her demeanor and behavior like now?
Like a 180 reversal, basically. So she was like extremely apologetic. And said, basically, I'm so sorry. You're right. Like, I need to take accountability and like, let's just, not ruin the day. I don't want to ruin the day. I don't want to ruin our trip. And let's keep talking about this in therapy. And she said like, I won't travel with Jeff.
Did you guys end up taking a selfie?
Yeah. First she was like, again, like almost manic, like super happy, and was trying to basically get me to be in a better mood, and she was like, I'm gonna climb this tree, take pictures of me in this tree, and so she handed me her phone, and I took some pictures of her in the tree, and then after that she said, let's take a selfie by the cliff's edge.
That was her idea?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys take one?
We did.
And what happened after that?
Right after the selfie, I just remember kind of staying at the edge there and looking over the edge and just kind of still in thought about everything that had just happened and what's going on. And then I felt like a shove, and I was almost pushed over the edge.
Okay. You felt a shove. Okay. Who shoved you?
Ari did.
What did you do right after that?
Barely caught myself and turned around and looked at her and was like, what the fuck was that? Like,
okay. turned around and she was like, what, was like kind of in shock, like what the fuck was that?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you move towards her?
Yeah, I did. I was like, just asking her, like, what was that, and started walking towards her. Because at this point she was like 5 or 10 feet away from me.
Okay. So you walk towards her, and you mentioned when you're walking towards her, where were your hands?
Out.
Okay. Now, did you get close to her?
Yes, eventually, yeah. Well,
And by the way, when you start walking towards her, is she saying anything?
Not initially, but I turn around and I'm asking her, like, what the fuck just happened and what's going on. And as I'm starting to walk towards her, she starts yelling.
She starts yelling.
Yeah, help me, help me.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I just keep walking to her, like, what are you doing?
Were you telling her, like, why are you screaming?
Yeah, what are you doing? And I get to her and I'm like, touching her, just putting my hands on her arms, and I was like, what are you doing? What's going on?
What happens then?
She keeps yelling, and she kind of grabs my wrists and throws herself on the ground and pulls me down with her.
So now you guys are on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. When you're on the ground, what starts to happen?
She's holding on to me, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm also at this point trying to let go of, like, trying to get free, because she's like actively holding on to me. Like, she has her leg, like, wrapped around one of my legs, and like is actively holding on to me and is yelling. And so I'm trying to get free, and I get my one arm free, and I try to use it to get my other arm free, and she grabs me by the testicles. And
okay. Let me stop you there. Did you ever, in the course of this whole thing you described so far, ever try to pull her towards, push her off, or drag her towards the cliff's edge?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you guys you're on the ground. She's kind of holding on to you. You guys are. Would you just kind of like a scuffle going on?
Yes.
Okay. And her legs wrapped around you.
Yes.
You mentioned we got right up to the point where you said she grabbed your testicles. Is that right?
Yes.
How hard did she grab it?
I mean, this was, like, she, like, was holding on to me by my testicles, basically, like, that hard.
Okay. Did she grab it and let go, or did she grab it and hold on?
She grabbed it and held on.
Now, what happens after she does that?
Then I try to free my testicles, and so I'm, like, thrashing with and I get both hands free, and I'm trying to get her to let go of my testicles, and then she hits me with a rock on the side of the face.
Okay. She's holding on to your testicles. You're kind of focused on that, obviously, and then at some point while you're focused on that, and
it happened all really fast.
Yeah.
But
I'm glad you raised that up. Was this like happening slowly, where you had time?
It all happened within, like, probably less than a minute, maybe
quickly,
slightly more than a minute, but 2 minutes or something. From the moment that, like, we were on the ground and she was grabbing my testicles, was like
it happened quickly.
Everything after the grabbing of the testicles happened very quickly.
Okay. And you weren't timing it or anything.
No.
This is just your estimate. Okay. So now she's holding on to you. She's squeezing your testicles, and you kind of dealing with that, and she's on the ground, and you're kind of on top of her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said then you felt you got hit with the rock.
Yes.
Where'd you get hit?
On the left side of my face.
How many times?
She kept doing it. The first blow she landed really well, and after that I was able to block fairly well. She did, like, land a couple more, but not as bad as the first one.
So she still got your testicles?
Yeah, so she's, like, holding my testicle and just, like, hitting me like this.
And now do you stop dealing with your testicles?
I'm just focused on the rock at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it hurt when you got hit with the rock?
It did.
Could we publish what's in evidence as Exhibit D30, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. Gerhardt, is this where you got hit with the rock?
Yes.
Is that the area?
Yes.
All right. We can take that down. Now, you get hit with the rock. Explain to the jury what happens next and why.
I was able to wrestle the rock out of her hand.
Does she still have her testicles?
Yes.
Still squeezing them?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was able to, like, so we're like, she's hitting me, and I'm like blocking, and then I start like, and I get her wrist.
Is there a scuffle over the rock?
Yes.
Is it near her face?
Yes. I mean, it's
And then
right.
what happens?
And I finally get the rock.
What'd you do?
I hit her with the rock.
How many times do you think you hit her?
I hit her 2 times.
Okay. And when you did, was she still holding on to your testicles?
Yes.
At least initially?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you hit her? Why did you react that way?
Just on instinct to defend myself.
Okay. How fast was this all happening? Pretty fast?
Really fast.
Okay. In between when she hit you with the rock and in between the time she hit you with the rock and when you hit her with the rock, were you able to safely retreat and get away from her?
No.
Yeah. Why not?
She was holding on to me.
Including your testicles?
Yes.
Did you hit her in the face or the eye with the rock?
No.
Where you said 2 times, where did you hit her?
On the side of the head.
Okay. So we've seen these photos of the stellate laceration. You caused that by hitting her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to hit her after those 2 hits?
No.
And why not?
Because she stopped fighting. She let go of my testicles, and I was able to stand up.
And then you stopped.
Yes.
There was testimony about the 2 witnesses. Did you stop hitting her because the witnesses showed up?
No, I didn't know that they were there until after I stood up.
Okay. Did you see blood?
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood?
There was a lot of blood.
Did you see her kind of scoot down towards the witnesses?
Yes.
Did you try to stop her in any way?
No.
You let her get to them?
Yes.
Did you hear her yelling to the witnesses, he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
Gerhardt, did you have any syringes on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to poke her or stab her with any syringes?
No.
Okay. Now, Gerhardt, she scoots away. She's now with the 2 witnesses. You see a lot of blood. What do you physically do next?
I'm just in a daze, and I just kind of watch her crawl away and then leave with the other 2 hikers.
Okay, she got the hikers. What do you do next? Was her bag and your bag there?
Yeah, so I just kind of reflexively gathered up all of our stuff, and then I start walking up the trail.
Let me ask you this. At this point, immediately following what just happened, you saw, you guys had this scuffle. You saw a lot of blood. What was your state of mind and emotional state like right now, right at this point that we're at?
Severe emotional distress.
Okay. How did you feel at that time about the fact that you had responded and defended
Horrible.
yourself? Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
How did you feel about the fact that you, even though you say it was, you were defending yourself, how did you feel about that she was bleeding?
I felt horrible.
Okay. Did you ever plan on hurting her that day?
No.
Did you ever want to hurt her that day?
No.
Okay. You reacted to defend yourself in the heat of that moment. You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. But did you still feel bad about it?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were in some kind of extreme emotional distress, I think you said. Okay.
Yes.
Did you become, at some point after that, suicidal?
Yes.
Why? Tell the jury why. To the best of your understanding.
I just felt hopeless at that point. in terms of everything. Like I felt horrified about what I did to her, that I caused this to her, that I had resorted to violence against my wife, the person who I loved the most in the world, and just kind of felt hopeless in terms of our relationship too.
Okay. And that being said, I mean, in that moment, were you defending yourself when you reacted that way?
Yes. Yes.
What did you do next? Now you're heading up the hill. What do you do next?
I just kind of kept walking up and kind of got to the same place that I had made it the last time, where the trail opens up and you're finally on the ridge, and
were you thinking about jumping?
I'd already decided. I decided to jump, and kind of last second made the decision to call Emil just to say goodbye.
Okay. So this incident happens. You talked about the emotional state you were in. Did you believe your marriage was over?
Yes.
Did you believe you heard her yelling to the other people that he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
You saw how bloody she was?
Yes.
Did you believe that your career could be over?
Yes.
Okay. Did you you became suicidal? Who's the one person in the world you wanted to call?
My son Emil.
Before you jumped?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in a good state of mind when you made that call?
No.
How do you feel about the fact that you put him in that position and made that call to him?
So many feelings, because he saved my life that day.
Also, convinced you not to jump?
He saved my life that day, but I put him in this position where he is now, where he thinks I tried to kill her. And for the last year he's thought that. And
I heard him yesterday only refer to you as the defendant and not as dad.
Yes.
Do you blame him? Sorry, one second. You take a break.
No, I don't blame him. I had such good intentions of calling him, but
in the sense that you wanted to say goodbye.
Yeah, I wanted to just say goodbye and tell him how he's an amazing person, and he should live his life to the fullest. And
okay. Okay. Let me stop you there. Okay. Let's talk a little more specifics about the call. Okay. First of all, where were you when you faced? Well, was it a FaceTime?
It was FaceTime, yes.
Okay. Where were you when you did this FaceTime call?
It was in a spot where the trail wasn't right next to the cliff edge, because the cliff edge at that point wasn't really an edge. It was like a 10-foot kind of sloped part, and then the edge. And so I was basically between the cliff edge and the trail, kind of hanging on to the side of the mountain.
Was it a pretty kind of steepish area?
Yeah, very steep.
And were you kind of like on the side of the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And so just to be clear, the place you FaceTimed him from, was that the place that the incident took place?
No.
Okay. On the FaceTime, would it have looked like you were on kind of the edge of a mountain?
Yes.
Were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
I mean, like holding it where he could see your face?
Yes.
Now,
and I showed him the view and where I was. Like,
there was testimony from police officers that it was a windy day, and notoriously windy area. Do you recall it being pretty windy that day?
It was windy, yeah, up there.
So you're on the side of a cliff, mountain. You have him on speaker on FaceTime. It's windy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You were extremely emotional at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the context of this phone call, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel you were calling him to say goodbye, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your purpose to explain to him every last detail of what happened?
No.
Okay. But you did tell him several things, right?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel had been having an affair?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell him that, she got hurt, her head was bleeding?
Yeah, after he asked about the blood on my shirt.
Now, did the word kill come up in the conversation?
It probably did.
What do you recall explaining to him about that?
I don't recall explaining. The only thing I can think of is that I said that she said I tried to kill her.
Okay. So let's break back that up.
Yeah.
So you told him that the blood was hers, yes?
Yes.
And you're telling him that you're going to jump.
And yes.
Okay. And did you tell him something about we're going to get to the part about the police, but you're telling him about how you're going to jump, and you're saying you heard her say to the witnesses, he tried to kill me. Okay. Were you explaining that to Emil?
No. So
what
I
were
was
you saying?
I was talking to myself at the same time too, and I was basically saying because I remember saying wow, this is so hard, because it turns out killing yourself is a hard thing to do once you actually go and do it. Okay. And so I was talking to him about saying goodbye and she had an affair and those things, but then I was also kind of talking to myself and I think I was saying to myself she said I tried to kill her. She said I tried to kill her.
Okay. Were you confessing to him that you were trying to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Did you have an intention to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Would you have said it that way? I tried to kill Ari that day.
No.
Okay. But you don't dispute that the word kill probably came up.
No.
Okay. And can you understand how Emil in that conversation could have got that impression?
Yes.
Okay. So what else happens in this first call? What do you mean when you say he tried to convince you not to jump?
He just to his credit, he just reminded me that I had a choice, basically.
Okay. He reminded me to have a choice.
Yeah. Because he said do you really have to do this?
After that, you got off the phone with him. You didn't jump, right?
No.
Okay. There was a second call an hour later.
Yes.
And he testified that he was at his Ari's parents' house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that call, did he tell you what he told to Ari's parents?
Yes.
What did he tell you that he told Ari's parents?
He said, he said, I told them that you tried to kill Ari.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
I was like, why would you say that?
And then you didn't mean that in the first call?
Right.
Okay, so you're telling him why
and
did
I
you
didn't. At that point, I was so confused at why he would say that.
Okay. And then what did you say to him after that?
Then I said, I gotta go. I gotta get off the phone.
And did you say to him, because you were going to kill yourself again?
Yes.
Did you say to him?
I said, I never mind. I got to think about this. I'm probably going to kill myself.
Okay. And did you say something to him about, I got to go so the police won't find me?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? Why were you trying to avoid the police?
I didn't want my choice of killing myself taken away at that time until I had made the decision to either do it or not.
Okay. While you were still deciding if you were going to kill yourself, you didn't want to be seized by the police.
That's correct.
Because once they seize you, you wouldn't be able to kill yourself.
Yes.
Okay. After the second call, what did you do?
I just stayed on the mountain, kind of in the same general area.
Okay. Were you actively moving around, dodging the investigators?
Not really. I moved around a few times, but I mostly mostly just sat and actually like was in and out of sleep most of the day. If like my recollection was that like a couple of hours had passed, and then I realized what time it was, and it was getting.
Let me ask you this: there's been some talk about Ariel's bag. Did you initially have the bag?
I did.
What'd you do? What happened to the bag?
I honestly don't remember where I left. I must have left it at some point on the mountain.
As you were
during that time.
During that time. Okay. Now, your bag that you had with you.
Yes.
What did you use that bag for?
It's a little crossbody Patagonia bag, and it's the bag that I take to and from work and home every day.
Okay. You mentioned walking to work. Do you walk to work?
Not every day, but often, yes.
And when you do walk to work, you bring that bag?
When I walk to work and when I don't walk to work, too. So this is the bag that I take into the hospital with me, and it has, like, my water bottle for the day, my sunglasses, snacks, paperwork for work.
Okay. You mentioned paperwork and sometimes pens.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Not sometimes pen, always a pen. I that's like the one thing I have to leave in my house with because I'm writing all day long, recording all the cases that I do.
Did you end up taking the SIM card out of your phone?
I did.
How did you remove it?
With a paper clip.
Okay. Now, you end up. You said it seemed like a couple hours, but obviously it was longer than that.
Yes.
Right? At some point, do you come down off the mountain?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that? Tell the jury why you did that.
I decided I wasn't going to kill myself, and then I realized that it was going to be dark soon, and so I decided to turn myself in.
Okay. And so you actually came off the mountain when the sun was still out? I mean,
yes.
When it was still lit?
It was still lit. Yeah, it was still light outside.
And that was to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Because if you didn't want to be caught, what would you have done?
Kept hiding until dark. And
okay. So you come down, and there was talk about you walking, down the road when the 3 officers got there.
Yes.
And were you trying to flee from them?
No.
Okay. So explain that to the jury. What happens when they pull up to you?
So I was walking down the road, and I was on in the little grassy area between the road and the
one that was on the photograph.
Bushes.
That when it was like that little grassy area.
And I heard a car behind me, and I looked, and it was like a minivan, and I just thought it's like tourists coming back from the Poly, and I was like, wow, I can't believe there's still tourists at the Poly. And so I just looked at it briefly, and then kept walking, but then the car stopped, kind of opposite me.
Okay. And what happened?
And I saw these 2 huge guys jump out of it, and they're both dressed the same, and I could see a police badge on the one.
Let me stop you there. So you knew they were police?
Yeah, immediately.
Okay, and so what happens then?
They yell, "Please get down on the ground."
What'd you do?
I lay down on the ground, on the grass, in the grassy area.
What did they do?
They ran over to me and held me down and struck me several times and handcuffed me.
Okay. Did you fall on your face with the officer falling on you in that transaction or interaction?
No officer fell on me at all during the entire thing, and I did not fall on my face.
Did they hit or punch you in the face?
No.
But they did, as they testify, strike you a couple of times?
Yes.
In where?
In my ribs and like my upper legs, like thighs.
Okay. So after this moment, now you're arrested. Did you have injuries from that whole day?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about the injury to the side of your face.
Yes.
What other injuries did you have after you were arrested?
Just my ribs.
Okay. Did you have any bite marks on your arm?
No.
Did you have any scratch marks on your face or body?
No.
And HPD photographed your injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some additional questions, and we're getting close to the end of my examination, Gerhardt. I know it's been a long day. Your work bag on Maui. Well, let me ask you this before I go there. The bag that you had on,
Yes.
on the hike, did you see the big blood stain on the back of your shirt?
Yes.
What was that from?
It's from the bag
Okay,
that I was.
Explain that.
So during the scuffle, my bag, I was holding both bags. I put both bags down to take the selfie, and I had both bags again.
Why did you have her bag?
Because she had given it to me when she was climbing up on the tree. And then the
scuffle happened.
The scuffle happened, and my bag both bags, went flying basically. But my bag must have been right by her head, because after she left, when I picked my bag up, there was a bunch of blood on the back of it.
And then you put the bag on your back, and that's
Yes.
how the blood got on your shirt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your work bag. You're an anesthesiologist, correct?
Yes.
And you, that work bag was always on Maui, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you work in more than one location?
Yes.
And why did you have medications and syringes in that bag?
That's the bag that I use in the operating room every day, and I have medications in it that I use for work. Most of the medications that are in there are used for emergencies when I'm on call.
Okay, let me ask you about that. When you're on call, do you sometimes you're at home and you have to rush in to a different, is it always the same location?
Yes, when we're on call, we're always on call for the hospital. So
Okay.
I work at several locations, but all of the call shifts are for the hospital, really close to my house, and so I can take call from home. Oftentimes I'm in scrubs already, and I have this work bag either right by the door or in the car. That way I can respond directly to either the emergency room or to labor and delivery or to the operating room without having to go to my locker.
Okay. Could we please publish States Exhibit 94? Your Honor, I believe it's in evidence. One second while you double check.
I believe it is as well.
Okay?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so this was in a bag. Just a couple of things. So like, what is this? What is this?
Those are bags of saline. The one on the left is still sealed, and the one on the right has medication in it.
Okay. And this is a stethoscope, is that right?
Yes.
What is this thing up here? This and that?
Oral airways for emergencies and elective surgery.
Okay. These are all stuff that you had at home regularly when you were either on call or depending on where you were going to work.
Yeah, this is everything that's usually in my bag, and it's everything that I would need to respond to different emergencies.
Okay. Could we please also publish States Exhibit 103? That's also in evidence. Okay. This was also in your bag according to them. Is that your work ID?
Yes.
Okay. The last shift you had before this trip, we can take that down. Where had you been working?
At the hospital.
Okay. Do you remember in what unit?
Labor and delivery.
Okay. So after that shift, would it be normal for you to have that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I keep the bag with me for the entire shift. It's a 24-hour shift. I start at 7 a.m. and I keep going until 7 a.m. the next day. And so when my shift ends, unless I'm actively at the hospital taking care of something there, I'm at home when my shift ends. And so I was at home when my shift ended that day, and that's why I had the bag with me.
Oh, you're at home because you're on call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to this trip to Oahu, did Ariel know about this bag and the fact that you had medication syringes in it?
Absolutely. I've had it at home often.
Okay. Now, just a few last questions, Gerhardt. You testified that you reacted to defend yourself when she had hit you with the rock, and it's all happening fast, and she has your testicles, you grab and you hit her, and it was all happening fast. So you were defending yourself in that moment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stop as soon as she stopped?
Yes.
Okay. But you also said you felt horrible about it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how those things can coexist?
It's you know, I believe in the right to self-defense, right? But I mean, in the moment, it was kind of an impulse. It wasn't like a conscious, like, I'm going to analyze this from like a legal perspective. It was, but yet the result of it was harm to my wife.
Okay. How do you feel about that? That she's got hurt.
Horrible.
You've learned that she is filing for divorce and seeking full custody of your children, yes?
Yes.
Do you want joint custody?
Yes. More than any. That's.
Okay. And there's been testimony that you've been in custody, yes?
Yes.
Have you been able to speak with your 2 young boys from jail?
No.
Gerhardt, did you have a plan to kill your wife on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to throw her off a cliff?
No.
Did you try to stab her with syringes?
No.
When you hit her with the rock twice, why did you do it?
In self-defense.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Barnard, can we take a cross-examination tomorrow morning?
Can we approach, Your Honor?
I have a fairly lengthy calendar in the morning, so instead of 9 o'clock, I'm going to have you come back at 10. Start up at 10 o'clock. I'm going to ask you to plan to be here for the full day tomorrow. I think we all sense that we're getting close to the end of the presentation of evidence, but I don't know how long it's going to be. So plan on being here for the full day tomorrow. What I anticipate is that the jury will get the case for deliberation sometime early or mid next week. So we're actually ahead of schedule. So I think that's what we're looking at in terms of scheduling. We'll get a better idea midday or end of tomorrow, but I'll plan on being here all day tomorrow. Okay. Don't try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Okay? Again, follow those rules. Don't watch any of the media in this case. So leave your notebooks on the chair. Have a safe drive home tonight. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All rise.
All right, so that was a very impactful testimony that was unexpected by Gerhardt. Well, he was. And I think it can certainly turn the tides, as hypothetically, although the son's testimony, let's see. Is he going to talk again?
No, on the record. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for the day.
Off record, you said 10 o'clock?
Yeah, if you guys can come up, let's talk about scheduling real quick.
Hey, good night, Judy. Good night, those in chat that are going to be going for the night. And yeah, definitely. Okay, Saw Girl, understood. And I was able to get the the other phone charge that I needed. And glad that got that done. So that way we could go back into the regular part of the garden. And yeah. I do think that he is certainly believable. Absolutely. He did better than I think anybody's ever been on the stand from what I've seen in trials so far. Okay. Moki, understood. And yeah, good night, Saw Girl. Okay, I'm going to flip over this R1. Yeah, so it is, for those that are here, the trial has ended for the day, and it is finished. It's done. Okay, so I want to switch over to this other screen. Here. All right. All right. Here I go. We're going to see me in a moment. I mean, y'all can see me now, but I'm going to see y'all in a moment. Okay. Oh, Zoe. Oh, hello there. Zoe says, good night, everyone, and I kind of believe him. Okay, Zoe, understood. And see, I think he'll head out as well. We gotta start tomorrow. Get the stupid truck back. Okay, understood. Frog said, Lori by Okie Alien by Anna. Good night, all. So good night. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas. Shout out to you, Frog. Hilarious. I appreciate you, and see you on the next one. And yes, and Aaron and Lori. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that was an extremely impactful testimony. You know, the best one I have ever seen from a defendant, and I think forever. I mean, my first one was Amber Heard, so, and then I saw many other ones. I saw Darrell Brooks, all the way from that time to in the year of 2026. Now, that was 2022. We're in 2026. All these years later, I can just pretty much confirm that that was, I said, his attorney directed him and guided him well. And I'll tell y'all this from what I've learned from these things, is that him admitting what he did was wrong and, on the stand, that makes his case more believable. That is a tactic that is used. I'm not in his head. That I'm not saying that he was necessarily doing it to be sinister, but it's a tactic that is used, to kind of negate the damages. Hello, little angel. That was a Courtney Clenny trial. I'll tell you when that one is. I don't know when that one is, but I'll tell you right now. Hello, little angel. That was a impactful testimony. That really was. What did you think of it, little angel? Okay, Courtney Clenny is in late August of 2026. Right. And I will say that he was looking at the officers very sinister. And by the way, little angel, I am doing well. I've been watching the trial with chat here. And so I've been doing well. Hope you are too. So yeah, I think that right, he had to give his side of the story. Exactly. And that's what Yomoki was saying earlier about it was important for him to go on the stand. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. So that is he had to give his side of the story. I think it's very important for him to have taken the stand so people can see his truth. His side, not his truth, but his side of the story. What I meant to say. And yeah, it needed to happen. And because I know, Little Angel, we were talking about it on one of the other streams that I was conducting, and we had to wait for some more information to come out. And I will say that people can be very convincing, hypothetically. People can be very convincing. They can be, you could make something look like anything. I think his attorney, his lawyer, is actually doing, he did a very good job at conducting that, that his client. He did very well with his client, I'll say, because sometimes he gets a little bit snippy, and he acts kind of goofy, but he acted serious and diligent. I'll say the change in the attorney was quite night and day. And I knew he was going to probably do something calculated and with the client. But yeah, I think it was a surprising testimony. And Zoe says, I kind of believe him. I understood. Yeah, and seeing, this chat and how we all were seeing different influxes of perception. And this is why it's good to see what both groups are saying. It's incredibly believable, I will say. If it's really true or not, only God knows. But yeah, it's possible he could either walk or be given a lighter sentence. I will also say some holes in the narrative is about the son claiming that the father did claim to kill her. I guess the call wasn't Apple's database. I guess doesn't save. Yeah, Lori. The Apple's database, I guess, doesn't save the calls where they could just pull up the video of it. So, yeah, he did say that the son's testimony would really sink his testimony. Definitely. If the jury believed his son, because the son was claiming that the father said he was going to, kill the mother, the stepmother, and he was going to throw himself off a cliff, and he got very emotional. Usually people don't get emotional, and like Amber Heard tried to get emotional, but she just made herself look stupid. So yeah, it was real tears, real emotions, and if he was faking it, he's an extremely good actor. So that you could, see, as I said, the son testimony would be a hole in the narrative, but maybe they'll look past that. I don't know. He was looking at the police officers in a very sinister way. Maybe if he felt that he wasn't given proper representation, maybe he felt that he got it when he took the stand. Yeah, we'll see how the cross is tomorrow. If they're able to make him look any better or worse, that'll certainly be the thing that will set the tone, because sometimes the prosecution could go back and snap, everyone out of it and show what was really going on, or maybe it'll make his case look stronger. So, yeah, this is a very good case, right? Because both Ariel and him did very well on the stand. Now, I will also make clear that violence is not right. And Little Angel says, well, it's not like any of them want to be there. Court drags on. Right. Yeah, so maybe some might think that he had the sinister look because he didn't want to be there or was in a messed up situation. I will say that, if somebody said illegal actions are wrong and he should not, of course, he admitted he was impulsive. Oh, yes. Okay, Sawgirl. Yeah. And yeah, we will see, because sometimes that can happen. And I think he was very convincing myself. I think he was very convincing. And I think it was very unfortunate that, of course, I want to say it's wrong for him to do what he did to Ariel, okay? But, somebody being, cheated on, and we've talked about it in chat today, and some people had their own experiences, is something very, very wrong. It would make someone feel powerless. And especially if they feel that they're not being listened to or obeyed, and, someone doesn't want to be a doormat, and you could have emotions that just get more and more charged up, like a dam breaking, or like putting pressure on something. The valve has to release, and it's going to pop off. Like I've worked on a bunch of different things, and if, something valve breaks off because it was under a lot of pressure, and he admitted he was, he hurt his wife and he was wrong to do that, and he was impulsive, and so he did admit that, and it was wrong. So I do think, of course, in my opinion, he was trying to delete her, but very convincing, believable story. I'm glad he took the stand, and we will see if the prosecution during cross can either it'll do nothing and he still is seen the way he's seen, or he will make his case look bad again. It depends how he acts on the stand. I will say a key thing here is the way he acted on the stand. Not even about what he said. Because his demeanor, his emotional behavior, like Darrell Brooks and Amber Heard acted stupid regardless of whatever they said. Even if what they said was false, he conducted himself in a proper manner. And that, we'll see if he loses his cool on the stand or whatever they bring up. But we'll see. I mean, it looks like it might go in his favor. But, as I said, the son's testimony is a factor. He did look at the officers in a very sinister way. And, people that are, sometimes these deleters, these killers and stuff, these murderers can be very convincing. Okay? They can be very convincing sometimes. So, but as I said, I do think his story was believable and maybe even true. Some people might think, but there is holes in the narrative, and it was very wrong what he did, the violence that he did. But we'll see what the jury thinks, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's mentally exhausting for everyone involved. A friend of mine has been in a civil trial for 2 years now. That is a while. And I'm sure your friend going through that legal battle is a very rough thing to go through. And Zoe says, my first husband was a cheat, and he was extremely violent. I hear you. And, his claim is that he was they want to take a picture by the cliff. And then she started, he felt that she kind of lightly pushed him. And he didn't know what that was about. And then he's kind of claiming she orchestrated this attack, maybe to get him in trouble or to completely get rid of him. Like I think what he's trying to say was that, she was maybe cheating on with this other guy, and she was not listening, and he was appearing that he wanted to save the marriage, but she was doing this, with this other guy. Then she may have come up with this, he's claiming, this plan to try to get him completely finished. And then he did something out of rage and manipulation. I mean, he felt manipulated out of rage, out of impulse. He did what he did. Basically, what he's saying is he fell into a trap that she set, he's trying to say. And it is true, those that anger you can control you. That you could be manipulated into doing things if you're angry. But as I said, I think that he was wrong what he did. he certainly wanted to, in my opinion, probably try to get rid of her, delete her, but his story is extremely believable. It's very different than what we thought was going to happen, or at least I thought. And I think a lot of people are. It's good to see his side of the story, and it was good he took the stand, so we could see these different perspectives. And yeah, but most people, if they're cheated on, it is better to just divorce the person and go with somebody that has value in you. It's just best to walk away, because there's other fish in the sea that would care about you. And he was divorced before the first time he was divorced. Okay, he had it as a record. And when he was on the stand, first husband was a cheat and very violent. Yeah, he threw his life away of being a doctor and all this for emotional outbursts. About a condo left by the mom to one of the daughters. Other daughters filed false title deeds to gain control and sell it out from under the sister who got it. It's really nuts. That's wild. That is wild. Yeah, you tagged yourself. And he if some people are married, you're your friend's child. Yes, I understand. Yeah, the thing about this dude is that if a woman is with a man and the guy's with other women or cheats on her, although if somebody consensually agrees to have a partner with multiple partners, that's their business if they're into that. But what is going on here? Let's see what this is. Am I tripping? No, it's something that's scheduled. Yeah, it's just because I thought that they were gonna put up something now, but no, what's up now, they scheduled for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central. Adjust to your time zones. That's when it will start. That is going to be late, but it's no big deal. Anyway, so people that are in a relationship with, a man, if his wife is talking to another guy and he doesn't want her talking to other guys, she needs to stop to the person immediately. Same thing applies if a woman's with a guy and the guy's talking to other women. They can't just keep on talking to the person. It's a sign of, disrespect. But of course, as I said, violence is not the answer. So, we will... And that is my point. And, yeah, he definitely needed to control himself. And he did try to get counseling, but, yeah, they didn't control his emotions. He possibly could walk, but he probably did try to delete her or want to get rid of her. But it seems that what he's saying, it was a impulsive moment. So... and that was his side of the story, and we've seen her side of the story, and that was, his and her side of the story. Right. And yes, I'm glad that chat likes the ad-free trial. Yeah. I just feel it's better that way, because it always, I didn't like it when I watch a trial and there's, a bunch of ads. I didn't like that. So, you gotta focus on the product. And what the product's doing. Okay, and there was theories maybe that the ex-wife was going to take the stand. There was theories that but I don't know if that's going to even happen. But yeah, we'll see the cross tomorrow. And yeah, it definitely, like the Alec Baldwin trial, although people didn't think that he was going to get locked up, he basically unexpectedly got off the hook because the state was withholding evidence. So there's incidences in trials where you could be found not guilty in an instant. So this situation, I think, was him taking a stand was the tides turning, perhaps, maybe, where people could see it from a different point of view, where they thought he was guilty, but maybe there was more to it than what was originally thought. So yeah, but there is also the syringe factor. They have not found the syringe. But he claims he did not have a syringe on him. Some have said that it would be hard to knock out a syringe with a rock if he had it in his hand. And if there's a confrontation, the syringe could poke him or someone. It could fail. Like for instance, you could. The only reason I know about this is because there was like a warning about people that might do this to people. Right, a heat of passion moment. Right, Zoe. It was something that was impulsive. He claimed, and he admitted he was wrong in what he claimed, that it was an active and impulsive, moment. And there's something, of course I never did this to anybody, but there's something called chloroform, right? And I recommend no one to actually do this. And you could like take someone and put it on their face, and it causes them to go to sleep. And you can knock them out. So what he could have done was something that would have been easier than the syringe. And Zoe said because she told him she's going on a work trip with the guy she's messing with. Right. And if he says to not talk to someone and they're married, she has to respect that and not talk to the person, just as if he was all the way around, like a woman with a guy and he's talking to other women, she has a right to say no. A lot of people, have said like they're uncomfortable with their partner talking to someone else. Now, there can be easier ways to deal with it, right? Like say if someone sends someone a flirty text and there's other ways to deal with it. The problem here that you run into is that if you don't do it that way, if you don't, if they keep doing it over and over again, don't do anything illegal like what this guy did, but something has to change because, you can't just be a doormat. Right. And okay, so maybe that info caused him to snap. Right. So, yeah, that is what occurred. I remember he was talking about the computer, and he would see these messages fly by. And he was monitoring the other messages that were going by and on the phone, and that was boiling point. And then she was going on a work trip with somebody she was messing with, and as I said, it's like a pressure builds up and a valve just pops up and it explodes. Like it's not right. It's not what people should do, but it's something that could have occurred. And it was a heat of passion moment, let's just say. It was something in the moment. He was being pushed by her or whatever happened, and then he goes and just snaps. Yeah. But I will say this. Yeah, Zoe's here. The chloroform thing. He could have just gotten a napkin and just put it over her face and could have caused her to get knocked out and then brought her into the woods somewhere or throw her off a cliff. Using a syringe would be kind of tedious, especially if somebody is like all over the place. I do believe there's probably a syringe. I'm not doubting there's a syringe, but that is what, you're kind of like trying to take a shot in somebody, but you just take some when she's not looking, go like that, and they get knocked out. All right, Little Angel says, if he wanted to use a syringe, he could have used it when she was sleeping. I don't think he even pulled a syringe on the hike. Understood, Little Angel. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, he could have taken her into when she's sleeping, he could have injected her and brought her somewhere and threw her off. Right. Because you have to get this thing here where if he wanted to take her out, he would take a towel or something and put it over her face, and she would fall unconscious, and then he could have just tossed her off. Or he could have done it while she was sleeping, and then took her into the woods at night. At nighttime, no one's going to see anything. And he could have been although Bundy did things during the day, he did a lot of his things at night. So he could have done it that way. But the syringe, you're trying to fight somebody, and it's, all over the place. Yeah. It just would be a bad tactic. Blue Angel said, okay, and there would be no scuffle if she were sleeping. It seems like would be easier if his true intent. Right. He would, especially that there was witnesses around, and she was screaming for help, and on a trail that, although it is a secluded area, it's in public. I mean, okay. All right, okay. Understood, Zoe. And Ogie says, yeah, she just knocked it out of his hand, but I would think he'd have it in his fist, and it wouldn't be that easy to knock out of his hand. Right, exactly. It would be difficult, and I'm just thinking about, okay, you got to hold her down, and you're taking a syringe at the same time. You can't do both. And someone's flailing their arms around and fighting back. It would be very difficult. The easiest thing to do would just be to just get a thing and put it over their face and get knocked out. Right. So it's a very, and he admitted that it was a heat of passion situation, an impulse. He threw her, and he was wrong, and then he just snapped. And yeah, she was not stopping going with the dude. She was going to keep on going with this other guy anyway and going on a trip with him. So it is, as I said, it's like a pressure valve, on an air pump. There's these air pumps that you use to pump tires with, and there's a valve that goes off, right? And he was a valve that goes off. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Moki, I like to know what he thinks too. Yeah, I like to know what he thinks also. Yeah. And Zoe says cheaters and sneaky people usually try victim. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I do think people like that want to try to play a victim. Indeed, definitely. It's a manipulation tactic. Well, she is. It's he said that, she said, and Imayo could have misunderstood the unalived, her comment. It's plausible. Moki, there's something else that'd be taken into consideration. Is that with Imayo, I'm going to draw a parallel here to another topic. When the Titanic sank, people claimed for years that it sunk in one piece. Other people said it broke up in two. It was so dark, and the Titanic was like this, like it looked like a very, very, very dim candle. Nothing like the Titanic movie. It was so dark you probably couldn't see anything. But it was clear enough for people to see if it broke up or not, apparently. So some people said that it sunk whole. Some people said it broke up. Some people said they saw the captain go into where the wheel is in the ship, and some people saw him later. Some people saw the guy Andrews by the clock. Other people saw him rescuing people after that. So when people go through a traumatic event, they will not remember it accurately usually. So it is true when someone's in a traumatic, surprising situation, their survival accounts aren't always 100%. They may not remember completely accurate of how it actually happened. So not discrediting any witnesses, but throughout time, throughout Titanic or any traumatic event, 9/11, people may not remember something as it completely happened because of the trauma. So it's possible that he could have misunderstood. That is possible, yes. Absolutely. Angel says, from the minute Ariel admitted she called the doctor after the records, her story lost credibility. Ah, right. All right, Little Angel says, she wanted the doctor to alter the records. Gee, why would anyone want to alter records? Sound worse. Yes, it sounds worse to me because it seems that she wanted to have a story that's believable, and if the story is already as it is, why would you say you don't believe the story? Like, the doctor changing everything would be a bad move because it would be that there was something in there that would sink her own case. So if you want the doctor to alter a record, that's not good. Absolutely not good. Yeah. And yeah, because if you want to change records in something or you want something to be altered, it lacks the credibility completely. Moki, I'm in agreement with you. I was guilty all the way too, and glad that he was testifying. Yes. Yeah, he absolutely made a great decision testifying. This was like a complete, like, eye-opening thing that occurred. And his emotion, his emotion about it too was intense, because a lot of these people that we've seen, these psychopaths go on the stand, they have no emotion. And the victim, Ariel, she seemed very straight-faced after going through a traumatic, situation. Yeah, Moki, I've seen that. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Yeah, and let's see, and saw that and was hurt badly. Doctor changed it. Yeah, exactly. And yes, he was way more emo than her. Yes, definitely. Way more emo. Way more emo. Yeah. Yeah, she was just, I remember like Amber Heard, how she was just, she's trying to show emotion she couldn't, display. Yeah. So, and his attorney, as I said, he guided him and directed him properly. Because I'm a nurse and I was watching his breathing, his emotions were real. Yeah, he wasn't faking the emotions like a lot of these people do. And as I said, I'm not a nurse. I don't know anything about medical stuff, but yeah, that definitely seems thorough to me. Yeah. Moki says, I'm firmly believe I'm in a not guilty camp now. I can never go back to LC for this trial. All right. And all opinions are welcome here about what people think. All opinions are welcome. And yeah, because Moki, I was thinking like in child chat over there, it would be like a whole attack would occur. Yeah. Well, as I said, everyone thinks everyone's guilty over there. It's kind of like a hive mind. Like they'll just all think the same thing. Hey, Mary Toodles. What? Something interesting happened. So in this trial we're watching, the dude took the stand, and it seems that it kind of changed the case. Yeah. Yeah, and Angel said she was playing games for sure. I'm not trust all women kind of woman, but women can do a lot. Yeah, because... Oh, thank you, Moki. Glad that you like watching it here. And we also saw the rocket go into space. That was pretty cool. I am glad that went smoothly when the rocket went into space. I was like, thank you, computer, for and everything else that it brought it through. That was nice, because Becky and her B family got to see it go into the space. That was nice. Yeah, little Angel. It's happened, before. It's basically like you go to a beehive or a wasp nest, and you just kind of like get like either a hand or a stick. You just kind of like put it in their face, and they'll start attacking you. That's basically what they're like. There was one time like 10 years ago where I was like on the side of this red van, and I was about to like touch the ladder, and I saw this yellow jacket nest. I was like, whoa. The only thing I didn't go there. I was like, whoa. Scared. Yeah, and today flew by with all my chores and the lunch and trial. Oh, I'm glad that your day flew by. I like doing it here too. It was nice. And it was, seeing the defendant take the stand was said this game changing. Okay, this trial is going to be one of my favorites. I'm going to put it in the top category where I put the Johnny Depp trial and Johnny Depp trial and Brooks and all of them. I'm going to definitely put that in my top category. This one, or like Tellis and all those big ones. Yeah. In the future, I'll be replaying the scenes from this trial again. Like when we do the replays, that's going to be one of the replays. Yes, Courtney Clenny is delayed. That's true. Exactly, little angel. Collective hive mind behavior. Independent thinkers are a threat to their solidarity. Yes, exactly. And it's ironic because our, system, the legal system, was based on individual rights, individual freedom, individual thought. But the collective mindset thinks the individual independent thinker is an enemy. Right. Oh, that's sweet. Zoe thinks of her all the time. That's good. Hey, groupthink. Yeah, I I don't like that, and I definitely think the groupthink can be very dangerous at times. I was waiting for it too. But it's in August. Right. And usually sometimes when a defendant takes a stand, it makes their case look worse, but now it made his case look better. Yeah, because they're trying to make it look like they sent some flirty text messages and he overreacted, but this was like an affair going on and she wasn't going to stop. Yeah, that's not how you're supposed to do it. Just like if it was a woman, a woman wants her guy not talking to some women, they're not supposed to do that. Like it's like I have this nice pencil. Well, I was not a pencil. So that is and shout out to Moki and Zoe and all chat, awesome people. Yeah, and he was trying to like plan a trip with her for her birthday as a favor, to have a good time with each other. And a birthday is a celebration, and people usually go celebrate and do an activity. So a birthday would not be an odd day to go hiking and enjoy the Hawaiian weather. Yeah. And it said, and one still wanted on. Okay, Moki said to Zoe, "I got the insurance money and got invested. It's good, and waiting for another payout, and his pension hasn't started coming yet. Also, waiting for the 401k transfer. Okay, and yeah, I see. AI is wrong. Chat. AI is wrong. It says in the Gerhardt trial, the testimony that has been described as most powerful or bombshell recently came from defendant's son rather than the defendant himself. So the AI is hating. Garden Live. I'll do the Garden Live. I am going to see how charged up the other devices. Probably be. I could do it as soon as possible, really. Usually kind of later tonight, but I'll see what I'll do a little bit earlier. I'm gonna go check how charged this thing is. I'll be right back. turn off this thing. All right, so Angel says, I don't care what AI said, chat GPT, may as well be asking 8-Ball or Ouija for answers. Right. And yeah, definitely Mogi. Agreed. I don't blame you, Angel. I don't blame you. Okay, so Moki, it will be. I'll see about doing it. It's possible it might be at midnight my time, but okay, let me rephrase myself. I probably will try to do it before midnight, or we can do it. If not, it would be after midnight, but I'll try to do it before midnight. And because there's something that I have that's still charging up because this thing died. So I'll do the transfer at some point where I can have everything on one device, but for right now, until I can get around to it, I have two different devices, and the other one, it died, and now it's coming back, and it's almost there. So maybe not doing it exactly this moment, but I don't know. We will see. So it would be like a little bit or later tonight. That's when the guard night will be. But I will be doing one Moki a little bit earlier. Soon, maybe even tomorrow. But maybe tonight too. I expected the guy to flop on the island. Instead, I ended up believing his story. As for AI, has no feelings. It's just going on algorithm that says this many people will be convicted. Okay, Moki, thank you so much for the very kind wishes, and good night to you. Thank you for coming. All right, and yeah, hello there, Lori. Scared, Lori. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, because AI can come up with things that are not true. And yeah, I like our group. I like our group that watching our trial watchers. And that is really awesome. So anyway, yeah, so I can see where, AI is not. I think it's good for some things, but it can be untrustworthy in some other cases. And I think that, because this is what it's saying. It's saying that Emil's testified that his father called him via FaceTime shortly after the incident and explicitly stated, "I tried to kill her." Emotional weight. The 19-year-old never looked at his father while on the stand and referred to him as a defendant, highlighting a severe rift in family. Hello, mermaid. Welcome. Yeah, so it seems that the defendant had a very convincing testimony today for the because mermaid is right there. Yeah, definitely she shouldn't have kept on talking to the guy after he was told not to, and the defendant was wrong to resort to violence. The cross tomorrow will be something incredible to see. Incredible. All right, and yeah, so mermaid, we were watching a trial today, and I played the trial on here the whole day, and we have a very nice group. So in the trial, we had some people in the stand earlier that were doctors. There was a doctor in the stand, and he seemed kind of grumpy. And then you had other people who were some of the family from yesterday too that were on the stand. And now the defendant took the stand after lunch, and yeah, people were just a lot of people in the other chat were having hatred, and just thinking of like a hive mind. And nice. Now it seems that his testimony has really have turned the tides of how he is perceived. He admitted he was wrong what he did, and it was impulsive. He was explaining the relationship, how this woman he was with, his wife, was talking to this other guy, but not just talking to the other guy, he was really getting involved with him. Yeah, Lord, Lori, yeah, Lord. And Angel said, Emile is young still. He probably doesn't fully understand. Give him grace. He only told what he heard. Yeah, and I want to say I'm not trying to be hard on him or anything like that, because he went through a very traumatic event. His father did something very wrong that he shouldn't have done. And he was told what he has heard, and he is living with Ariel, right? She's the one that has the roof over his head. So, yeah, Lord. So, he is being fed information, right? And tomorrow, for those that don't know, which I mentioned before, is that it'll be cross tomorrow. The prosecution will have the stand, and he will be explaining to him on the stand what he was doing. We'll see if he's able to either make the defendant look bad again, or the defendant will just look even better than he did before, but we'll see. The defendant showed emotion that was not seen before in other cases. A very different trial than Brooks and the other folks that have taken the stand, or Amber Heard. It's very different. So if he was faking it, he did it very well crafted. Very well crafted. He's faking it, and I think his attorney directed him correctly. Right? And the syringe thing can be iffy. Either he could have done it while she was sleeping, or he could have gotten some, like I mentioned, chloroform and put like in a towel and put it over her face and knocked her out and threw her off a cliff. You're trying to hold someone down and they're, the syringe, it would be a little bit tedious. Yeah, so if you didn't take the stand, people wouldn't see this other point of view. So, and a lot of times, I remember when defendants would take the stand, it would make their case look worse. But there are exceptions to the rule where it can make it look better. Remember, Anna has talked about before, if a defendant takes the stand, it would make them look good. And yeah, there are situations where it would seem right. Now, people like Wade Wilson, it just would make him look even worse. That guy, there was just no redeeming my opinion. Some people are just guilty of sin. There's no other way about it. But these kind of cases are mysterious. You don't really know who is what. With the art of speech and how a story is spun can definitely cause one way to look or another way. Yeah. Right. And as I said, I'll be airing it tomorrow. Yeah, and going over here this way, down. A recap about earlier is that we saw the rocket go into space, and that was exciting because the engines lit up and it just went up in the air, and thankfully it didn't explode like what happened in the 80s, because that was a messed up thing. It just went, kaboom. Yeah, great minds think alike. And they're not going to the moon to land on it. They're going to orbit the moon and come back to Earth. 2028, they're going to have people on the moon physically. And the whole time during the trial, I was, thinking the dude was a Timu attorney, but he has definitely, if his client is innocent or guilty, today he was not a Timu attorney. He was just calm, steady, and just right to the point. And yeah, I do think the other chats will have a hive mind about things, but it's better to have individual thought. It's ironic what our country fought against to stop. So always think individually. Okay, and let's see. And I will be doing the Garden Live later tonight at some point. Alright, well, I think that'll be it, because we did the recap of the trial and about Gerhardt's testimony, and we did the trial. So tomorrow I'll air the trial for the next day, and see some of y'all tonight at the Garden Live. And I want to say, I thank you, Murray, for saying hello, and I'm ending it because it's complete. It's complete. And all right, well, thank you all for your take on the trial, and all opinions are welcome. Certainly was a tide-changing day. And thank you all for coming. I think she has someone else. You're welcome, Angel. And Angel had a good point. She said, I just am surprised that people... It just surprises me that people don't know what the Constitution says about rights. Know your rights. Don't be afraid to use them. Oh, I agree. And yeah, because people. Ironically, the trial is supposed to be about American Constitution being expressed, but you're going to see this trial how. I'm glad that you're here. Glad you're here. Because people a lot of times don't know that the Constitution, and people have their rights to disagree about something or say something that's a free speech and right to assembly. And our country fought against like the Soviet Union's collective mindset of a hive mind type thinking. You don't want to have a mob rule. You want to have the people's rule, but people could have a right to disagree with what people are saying. So yes, people got to know their rights and to not do that. It's so yeah, just those people over there. I think are a lot of them are trolls. A lot of them just don't have independent thought about what they want to think, so they just lean on someone else with what the other person wants to think. So they just cause like a domino effect of stupidness. But over here, people are able to like watch a trial and just see it through an unbiased lens and make their opinion. Pled the fifth regularly. Yeah. Whoa. This is groundbreaking news right here. It's like when I thought we were about to go, not quite. Not quite. Okay. Sawgirl says, I just heard on the news that they have identified another victim of Ted Bundy, a woman from Utah. They did a thorough DNA crazy and still finding the victims of his. Okay, understood. Angel, thank you. On April 1, 2026, Utah authorities have officially confirmed that Laura Ann Amy, who was 17 when she disappeared on Halloween night in 74, was a victim of Ted Bundy. While Bundy had verbally confessed to her murder before his 89 execution, investigators previously lacked the defensive evidence needed to formally close the case. Here are the key details of the breakthrough. All right. So, DNA match. Using new forensic technology obtained in 2023, Utah Bureau of Investigation of Forensic Services was able to extract a single male DNA profile from biological evidence that had been preserved for over 50 years. This profile was entered into the National CODIS database and returned a match for Bundy in Florida. Okay, Laura Ann Amy disappeared from Lehigh, Utah after leaving a party to go to a convenience store. Her body was discovered about a month later by hikers in American Fork Canyon. Significance. The confirmation officially closed 51-year-old case. Law enforcement officials, including Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith, noted that his DNA profile can now be used by other agencies to potentially resolve other long suspected Bundy killings. Wow. That is wild. Yeah, after all these years, it's been confirmed. Wow. Grounds. Yeah. Grounds. Okay, Laura's sister, Michelle Impla, spoke at a news conference following the announcement, expressing gratitude that the case is finally resolved after all this time. Oh, your sis was born in 74. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Health issues about 12 years ago was 16 different. When I see sleep cycle. Right. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, hopefully that can get worked out, Angel. The resolution to Laura and Amy case is part of the larger surge of breakthroughs across Utah as the state crime lab implements problematic genotyping and advanced forensic technology. Investigators are now revisiting evidence that was previously considered degraded or small tests. Here is several Utah cold cases recently resolved by seeing one of these advancements. All right, so here's some more that were solved. Teresa Morlock. Authorities charged a 63-year-old Cedar City man with the murder of Teresa Morlock. Detectives used a hair strand found on the victim's body to create a DNA profile that eventually led to them to suspect through a third cousin. Vernal abductions and murder. 1972. February 2025. Investigators solved a 52-year-old case involving murder of Gregory Dalrymple and abduction rape of his date. New technology identified two suspects, one of whom was still alive at the time of the breakthrough. Jason Reuter, Magna. January 2025, a DNA match from national database led to the arrest of the suspect in the stabbing death of Jason Reuter. The breakthrough occurred after the suspect was arrested for unrelated matter in another state. University of disappearance. In May 2025, the 51-year-old mystery of the student Douglas Brick was resolved. Weathered skull fragments found in the foothills were confirmed as 99.9% genetic match to his living relatives through advanced DNA analysis. Robbie Linpay, 1982. Using material DNA matches, investigators in March 2025 finally identified a John Doe body found in 83, 17-year-old Robbie Pay, who had been missing for over 40 years. Andrew J. Hansen, the Weber Metro Cold Case Task Force, is raising funds to apply this new DNA technology to evidence from 84 shooting of Andrew Hansen. They are specifically looking for the test of a bullet casing, a bullet, and a lock of hair recovered from the scene. Melissa Smith. Following the Amy breakthrough, investigators are actively cross-referencing evidence from 74 murder of Melissa Smith with Bundy's known profile, as she was deleted around the same time in a similar manner. Let's see this. While Bundy confessed to 30 murders before his execution in 1989, many of those cases remain legally unsolved for decades due to the lack of physical evidence. In recent years, forensic breakthroughs, particularly DNA profiling and genetic genealogy, have begun to officially close these cases. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely it would make Angel into someone into a zombie, definitely. Okay, Deborah, this is some others, other unsolved cases that were solved. All right, Deborah Jean Kent, a human kneecap recovered back in '89 from a site Bundy identified was definitively matched to Deborah Kent's family through DNA testing. She had disappeared from a high school play in '74. Taylor Mountain victim, Washington, '74. In '05, a box of bones originally found on Taylor Mountain was re-examined. Advanced DNA testing confirmed the remains belonged to three of Bundy's known victims: Susan Rancourt, Kathy Parks, and Brenda Ball. And as of today, Laura and Amy was identified. And the 51-year-old case has been closed. Now, these are the remains that are not found. Nancy Wilcox, 74, believed to be his first victim in Utah. She vanished from Salt Lake City, but her body was never located. Lynette Culver. Bundy confessed to drowning her in a hotel bathtub and dumping her body in a river in Idaho. Susan Curtis. Bundy's final confession before his execution involved the abduction of Susan Curtis from a youth conference at Birmingham University. And Julie Cunningham, 75. Bundy confessed to using a ruse with crutches to lure her into the car in Vail, Colorado. All right, so criminologists estimate Bundy's actual victim count could be over 100. Some researchers, such as Matt DeLisi, suggest Bundy represented a dark figure of crime where many of his earliest murders were never even reported or linked to him. Police are still investigating if he was responsible for a 1961 disappearance of Anne Marie Burr in Tacoma, which occurred when Bundy was 14 years old. Exactly, chat. Great minds think alike. Recent breakthrough in Laura and Amy case was made possible by new forensic technology acquired in 2023. This technology allows investigators to extract usable DNA profiles from biological samples that are extremely small, old, or degraded, something previously impossible with 70 science. Investigators re-examined bodily fluid evidence that was collected from Amy's body in 1974 and carefully preserved for over 50 years, creating the profile using modern probabilistic genotyping. Utah Department of Public Safety contracted a single male DNA profile from decades of old samples. Right. And he apparently put the body where they were making a parking lot, so there's no way to really figure out if there was something there. Yeah, he started when he was a child. Now, he claims it didn't happen until he was older, but there's theories that, he did it when he was a child now. Yeah, I know. I know, Zoe, it is quite crazy, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Lori, it is my... Yeah, I'm like an alien worker drone because I got a bunch of Timu power-ups. That's what I got. Timu mushrooms. And Sheen mushrooms. Yeah, so, and usually Saw Girl, it starts out when they're young, and he definitely had the ideas of these things when he was around a teenager. Yeah. I know, it's crazy. Alright, the CODIS hit. The profile was entered into National CODIS database. It returned a direct match to a full forensic profile of Bundy that was originally developed from a vial of his blood discovered in Florida evidence vault in 2011. Yeah. Exactly, Lori. Right. Moki, really? Whoa. 2 more scientists that are linked to UAP DNA are dead. Wow. That is disturbing. Scared. Scared. I know, it's like, why on earth are there more people that are scientists linked to UAPs are dead? Wow. Or deleted. That's just messed up. Okay. Yes, Angel, I agree. It's up to 8. Okay. The Daily Mail. Okay, these are the 2 that are gone. Insane. Wow. Yeah, I heard that too. I think there's something up. There's something up with that. Just one too many coincidences over another. Right. Okay. The ominous web of scientists and lab employees who have died, gone missing, continue to grow as 2 more cases have been linked to the disturbing trend. NASA scientist Frank Maywald reportedly died July 4, 2024 in Los Angeles at the age of 61, but the cause of death has never been publicly made, and officials confirmed that an autopsy was never performed. 8. Maywald had been promoted researcher at the space agency Jet Propulsion Laboratory since 1999 and worked on multiple projects tied to advanced satellite technology that could scale the Earth and other planets. In June 2023, just as 13 months before his death, he was the lead researcher, the breakthrough that could help a future space mission detect clear signs of life on other worlds, including Jupiter's moon, Europa, Saturn's moon, Enceladus, and a dwarf planet, Ceres. Yes, Independence Day. Despite Maywald being JPL principal, an award given to scientists making outstanding individual contributions to their field, NASA's never commented publicly on the scientist's death, and the only public record marking of his passing was an obituary posted online. Yes, Lori, I remember the movie Independence Day, and that was a pretty good speech that was given. I watched it. I thought it was brilliant. Okay, Sawgirl says maybe they're hybrid humans or aliens, and their business here on Earth was done, and they went back. Just a thought. That's possible. That's possible. Thank you for your thought. Meanwhile, another mysterious disappearance has come to light at Los Alamos Laboratory, Lanel, one of America's key nuclear research facilities, bringing the total number of unexplained incidences 8 to July 2024. Anthony Chavez, a former employee at Lanel until his retirement in 2017, vanished without a trace on May 4, 2025, just 7 weeks before a key assistant at the same lab disappeared. The Los Alamos Police Department told Daily Mail that the search of Chavez in 79 is still ongoing and that no new information in the case was emerged nearly 1 year later. Hilarious, Lori. That was a good one. All right. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. Okay. I admire chat humor. It's been no, there is hybrid program, just not to normies. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, let's go here.
Make of that? Have you heard anything like that?
Well, I'm still a member of Congress, so I can't really comment too much on what Matt said. But I will say this.
Wait, seriously? Are you being serious, or is that
I'm
tongue in
being
cheek?
100% serious. Okay. I've been 100% serious. I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I'll just tell you this. If they would release the things that I've seen, you would stay up. You'd be up at night worrying about or thinking about this stuff. We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well, I was briefed. I'll just tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard. They would demand answers, and we need to. But it's never going to get. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting covered up, and the people that know are dying or disappearing, as the case may be.
Wow.
And for the record, I'm not suicidal, and I don't take risks. So,
I'm glad you said that. I'm speechless, Congressman.
We
will have you back.
You should be. And I told the president, release it all. And the problem is the people that are around the president don't know and the president doesn't know the questions to ask. A few of us are going to have to get with the president and tell him what he needs.
Exactly. They don't ask. Is 0 point energy. Yep, I agree. And because this Tim is awesome. He definitely is speaking facts right here.
Needs to ask and where he needs to look. I mean, we're in meetings and they give addresses and tell locations of items, I'll just say. And the public has a right to know, dadgummit. It's your tax dollars.
Absolutely.
Let's get it out there.
You got my attention, Congressman. I appreciate you being as forthcoming as you have been tonight, and we look forward to having you back. Look, I know Donald Trump wants to disclose something. He hasn't done it yet, but I think he wants to be the president to do that. Tim Burchett, thank you.
He does.
Yeah. And that was very informative. Ah, okay. Thank you, Moki. See. The red skies. Okay. The congressman I just showed a second ago. The guy talking. Whoa. Oh, chat. This is wild. More red storms. Yeah, something's happening. Spreading across Europe. Okay, strange sky spreading is in Europe, and people are starting to panic. This isn't edited, isn't filtered, is real footage. Rare sandstorm just turned parts of Greece and Libya completely red and orange. And the videos coming out of it don't even look real. Sky is glowing deep red, sun completely blocked out, entire cities disappearing in dust. Now it's moving. Egypt is next. Other regions are already bracing. Officials say it's the Sahara dust being carried across the Mediterranean. But this is where it gets unsettling. It's red and orange, and like the sky itself, changed. And it's not one clip. Multiple locations exactly the same. Hey, this happened in Australia recently. There was a red skies. And it looks like it's happening all over the world. And recently, Angel, there has been these comets that have been hitting the Earth, these meteorites, these asteroids, and all over the world. I think I talked to you about that last time we were on the show. And you were on the show, and you know, this red stuff is happening everywhere too. Definitely, I think we're getting closer to the end, it seems. And I think with the chemtrails and all that stuff they dump all over everybody isn't helping either. You know, people want evidence about that kind of stuff, there you go. Okay, thanks, Smokey. Oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Yep, it is blowing up, indeed. Yes. I'm thankful for all the people coming and the new faces we have. Former CIA official John Ramirez, government involved with human alien hybrids. This isn't conspiracy theory anymore. Earlier today, former Congressman Matt Gaetz said he was told there is alien hybrid breeding program. That's what the wildfire in Oregon looked like in September 2020. Oh, gotcha. Ramirez told Chris Ramsey, Area 52, CIA tracked alien DNA in families' top secret program exceeds the Manhattan Project UFO propulsion manual. Reptilian encounters in his DC condo.
Has there ever been a situation that you were in where you've gotten confirmation of government's involvement with human alien hybrids?
Yes.
Okay. From a credible source, you could say.
Yes.
They know about the hybrids.
Yes.
I mean, gun to your head right now, you would say absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
They were able to collect DNA from aliens.
John Ramirez, former CIA officer, 25-year career.
CIA had a program
to trace this alien DNA
in certain families, and particularly their children were of interest to CIA.
The CIA was tracking the activity of hybrids, human-alien hybrids in the United States.
That and going back in their lineage.
In that 25 years.
Did you encounter anyone you knew for sure was read into one of the deeper programs?
Angel, we do the Bible here. Yes. Strongly believe, focus on the Bible here. So, all verses are welcome. Yes, we very much do. My neighbor and I walked outside at the same time, and there were hot winds from the east carrying ash. We didn't know what was happening for Freaky Bit. Yeah, we do the Bible here all the time. Definitely. This is very interesting about the hybrids. When evening comes, you say it will be fair weather, for the sky is red. In the morning, it will be stormy today, for the sky is red and threatening. You know how to interpret the appearance. Amen. Absolutely. Yeah. And, seeing the red skies like that, I think is certainly a sign of something, of the end of the sky, but you cannot interpret the signs of the times. Yeah, definitely the Area 52 podcast is very interesting. Yeah, signs and wonders.
Yes.
Did you have a lot of interactions with this person?
Yes, I did.
My name was submitted for that particular compartment.
And the Pentagon came back and said, no, we're not going to reach John Ramirez into that. No way.
You specifically?
You specifically cannot be read in. He said, you don't understand, John. This program is the highest secret, top secret in the entire United States government. This top secret information exceeds that of Manhattan Project. His branch
did operations under the sea, retrieving things.
Bob, one of my engineers, was looking at one of the manuals. It's that thick. And he left that on his desk. The title was UFO Propulsion Systems, Manual of Operations.
We were flying something that wasn't a satellite.
What did it look like?
It looked like an egg. I personally had only one, I would call bad, but not demonic, experience. And that experience was with a reptilian-like being that showed up in my condo when I lived in Washington, D.C. And the other, I can't identify because it was shrouded. It was wearing a cloak.
A hood.
A hood, yeah, a cloak and a hood. And they showed up one night, and they just, I woke up and they go,
oh, don't mind us. We just want to let you know that we know you moved.
And then I went to medical services.
I had something done here.
And can I get those records? I said, sorry.
Your medical records are classified. You cannot have them.
Okay.
Wait, they classified your own medical records?
Implants are real.
Yeah.
It's not a conspiracy theory, and hybrids are real. That's not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I definitely think that's cool that they're talking about hybrids. I do think they're definitely real. Yes, indeed. Really, Angel? You see, because those movies and TV shows talk about what's happening, and it's like subliminal messages about what is, occurring. So I'm not surprised that Disney has that with the shapeshifters. Yes, definitely should check out that channel of what we just played of Area 52. Very good content. Yes, I agree. People showing their evil. Kung Fu Panda 4. Ah, okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that definitely. I know what movie you're talking about. Thank you for telling us. Yeah, the shapeshifters. Yes, they even have to brag about their evilness because of their pride, and they think it's something a good thing, a badge of honor, but it's actually a badge of dishonor. In the end, they will see that it was a dishonorable thing, and they will pay the piper. Lori, that is correct. And there has to be something in the Bible about a time where evil becomes unbelievably brazen. Yes, there's a time where the scripture talks about when the good will be seen as evil and evil will be seen as good. Yeah, based on a true story from Hollywood. Yeah. Y'all are my wisdom reference in the Bible. I'm a heathen. But yeah, we appreciate you, Lori. Glad to have you on board with us, and definitely in the Bible, it does talk about a time when evil will be seen as good. Right. All right, Jason Thomas. Let's see it found. Oh. All right, these are the counts of the people that are missing and dead. Angels said wars and rumors of wars, but this is not the end, but the beginning of sorrows. Yes, absolutely. Jason says pharmaceutical researcher at Novartis who went missing in late 2025. His body was found in Lake Quannapowitt March 17, 2026. While authorities have not officially suspected foul play, his body is in group with the others and researchers due to his work in chemical biology and DOJ-related contracts. You're welcome, Lori. And yeah, the Psalms are very nice to look at. Very soothing. Retired Air Force Space General with deep knowledge of UAP crash retrieval program, who vanished from home in February 27, 2026. As of late March, investigators are still searching for him, and his disappearance has been described as a grave national security crisis by investigative journalists. Monica Giacchinoto, Reza, aerospace engineer who co-invited Mondelez specialized super alloy for rocket engines. She disappeared in June 2025 while hiking. Her case was recently linked to McCaslin because her oversaw her work at the Air Force Research Laboratory. Yeah, who begot who? Yeah, I can see it being confusing. Yeah. That is cool, Angel. Awesome. I did a New Year Bible smash. Not a word I would use, but the Bible in 30 days, even New Year's Day. Oh, amen, Angel. I'm glad that you're absorbing the scripture and learning about it. I mean, and not only learning about it, but reading all of it like that. That is so cool. That's awesome. Amen. Yeah, Lori, I do think that is certainly coming upon us in time. And you see all these signs and wonders going on. That's basically, although no one knows when the end time will be, it seems like we're getting close to something. Right. AFRL personal cluster reports have emerged regarding a single night on October 25, 2025, when three individuals tied to the Air Force Research Laboratory, AFRL, Jacob Pritchard, Jamie Pritchard, and First Lieutenant Jamie Gustus, died in suspect murder-suicide from which investigators still have no motive. Lori, you know what you can do? You can listen when you're hiking or when you're doing a walk. Listen to an YouTube or some other type of audiobook of Genesis or whatever book you want to look at. That'll be the best way you could absorb it. Angel, that is worth it. Amen. That is worth it. That is awesome that you do that. I definitely something that I should do too. Okay, I'll pin that one. Okay, Lori, so that's the one to go to. There we go. Yes, salute to you, Angel. Fact. Just a good start for 30 for the year. 30 days is extreme. You can go at your pace. Yes. Okay, and let's go this way. Okay. Let's go this way. Okay. All right. A retired employee laboratory is currently listed as missing and is part of a troubling pattern of 8 scientists and defense experts recently linked to the investigators and members of Congress to UAP-related secrets. I I don't know if he reads the Ethiopian version of it, but he probably reads the King James one, but that one is still good too. But you could listen to other ones that have the Ethiopian one, because there are, so people that may not know, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, it has all the books in it that were taken out the Bible. Yeah. So for the record, yeah. So that might be like a separate one. Yeah, but he reads King James. King James is still legitimate. Just it's missing some books. It's missing a lot of books, but still it is a good one to start off with. A Genesis and just get a general idea about it. And the Old English from King James version is so good because you get the literal meaning about things better from the Old English. There's even a King James version of the Catholic Bible. That way, because it's about the type of English it's speaking in. Yeah. And then you could look at the Ethiopian one being read audible. Yeah, facts. Oh, so Lori, the dude does read the books that were taken out the Bible, so he does read the Ethiopian type one. Although it's not technically the Ethiopian one, he reads the books that are in the were in the Ethiopian one. So everything you need is right on his channel. Thank you, Angel, for the help again. Anthony Chavez, 7-8 retired employee of the. Okay, I read that. Disappearance. Oh, okay. There's an Italian Catholic scholar, I think, who does accurate, literal translations of the Bible, and he's medical condition, so uses a voiceover. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. All right, disappearance. Chavez vanished from his home in Los Alamos, New Mexico on May 4, 2025. Suspicious circumstances. His wallet, keys, and cigarettes were found in his living room table, and his car remained locked in the driveway. There were no single force entry or struggle. He worked in LANL until his retirement in 2017. Los Alamos Police Department has conducted searches of the local trails and Pueblo Canyon using cadaver dogs, but no trace of Chavez has been found as of March 31, 2026. His case remains open with no new leads. Oh, that's cool, Lori. He's on Paul Whaley's channel, YouTube channel, The Fifth Kind. Chavez's disappearance is investigated alongside that of Melissa Caius, another Lionel employee who went missing. And oh, you're busy, yeah. Well, Murray, thanks for hanging in there with us. Employee who went missing in June 2025, and William McCasland, who disappeared in February 2026. So basically, everybody, is that all these different people are missing, right? It's that have to do with UAPs that are scientists. So it's very mysterious why this is happening. All right, so and 2 of them are found missing. 2 of them. Okay, and let's see. Let's go to the other one. Okay. And Frank Matwood. All right, Frank Mywald, 61, was a prominent USA jet propulsion laboratory researcher whose death in July 2024 has recently been linked to investigators to suspicious patterns of deaths, disappearances among scientists tied to UAP-related secrets. Death investigation. Mywald died in July 4, 2024 in Los Angeles. While an obituary was published, his cause of death had never been made public, and officials have confirmed that an autopsy was never performed. Despite his status as a JPL principal, prestigious award for outstanding contributions, NASA has never publicly commented on his death. Scientific breakthroughs. In just 13 months before he died, Mywald led a team that archived breakthrough detecting signals of life on other worlds, specifically targeting moons like Europa, and Cludius. He was an expert in advanced satellite technology capable of scanning planets. All right, and JPL connections. His death has been scrutinized alongside the disappearance of JPL colleague Monica Reza, who vanished June of 2025. Both worked in high-profile departments at the laboratory. Reza tied to advanced rocket technology. Okay. So the silver lining is that there's a lot of people here who are going missing that had to do with UAPs and scientists. Okay. So going on to this right here. Let's see. Okay, the taken out. Okay, so 7 books plus parts of 2 others moved or removed during the Protestant Reformation, or the 14 books of the Apocrypha. I probably said that wrong. That were removed from the 19th century. And Tobit, Judith, Maccabees 1 to Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, and Baruch. The original 1611 King James Version actually included 80 books featuring a section between testaments. These sections contain 7 books listed as plus Prayer of Mansi, 1885. The British and Foreign British Bible Society removed 14 books from the standard printing to reduce costs, but because they didn't think it fit their religion. But it's important to be like, it's a blasphemous thing to take, anything out of a book like that. But anyway. And yeah, the Catholic Bible, okay, so the Protestant Bible has 66 books. The Catholic Bible has 73 books. Eastern Orthodox has 81 books, and the Ethiopian Orthodox has 81 books. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible has Enoch and Jubilees. Yeah. It's similar to Proverbs. Okay, Angel, thank you. I have a King James Bible and the Catholic one. I have both of them. I don't have the Orthodox Bibles yet, though. Okay, and let's see here. Okay, while the Dead Sea Scrolls are in the Ethiopian Bible, they are 2 separate things. They are famously linked to, because the preserved the selective ancient books that were lost for centuries until their fragments were rediscovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1940s. All right. So, yes, it is in there. So the Enoch one is the most famous example. It contains detailed accounts of the Watchers, fallen angels, Nephilim, giants, and cosmic visions. Until the fragments were found in a Dead Sea, only complete version's existence was in the Ethiopian language. Jubilees, often called the Lesser Genesis. This book provides a highly detailed chronological retelling of the events from the creation to Moses claiming it was revealed to him by angels on Mount Sinai. Thank you, Moki. Whoa. Whoa. Scared. Rare red sandstorm sweeps Crete, Greece, and Libya. The sandstorms is expected to start hitting Egypt and other areas in the upcoming hours. Videos from Greece and Libya. Alright. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, comets everywhere, red skies, everything's getting weird. Lori, I agree. I would like to do that, and that would be so cool to get their perspective on things now. So yeah, I do agree. I would like that too, to go time travel and talk to one of them. Yeah, exactly, Angel. Everything is fine. A meme comes to mind, and there's all these comets falling from the sky, and in Fuji, China, Philadelphia, everywhere, and these red skies all over the place.
Subhanallah. Subhanallah.
مفيش رؤية أبدا.
And let's see. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Iran thinks I was coming for Israel. Oh, yeah. That's probably what they would. I'm sure that they would. The people over there, and this locations are Crete, Greece, and Libya and Egypt. So, yeah, maybe so, Lori. Yeah. So we have, yeah. If it, I suppose, if it's over Egypt, it'd be over Israel too. Let's see. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Oh. Yeah, peaceful protests. Yeah, it's already, it was happening in Australia, in Western Australia, and happening in Europe. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Twilight Zone episode where it got dark all over the world, and there's bad stuff happening all over the world, and there was like over Vietnam, it got dark. Over the Wall of Berlin, it got dark. It's like that really happening in real life. Definitely, that show is ahead of its time. I don't know geography either way, but it's bad. Yeah. Dr. Evil Austin Powers reference. Let's see. Yes, The Simpsons predicted it. Yes. Yeah, the Simpsons are very known to predict things, too. Massive rare Saharan dust storm is sweeping across the Mediterranean, turning skies a dramatic apocalyptic red in parts of Libya, Greece, and Egypt. This follows a separate, powerful sandstorm that engulfs Israel and Gaza Strip in modern March 2026, casting a orange-red haze over the region. So it's over Israel too. The entire region. We could hardly breathe outside in 2020. Wildfires. Right. Yeah, the wildfires, I'm sure it's impossible to breathe. Israel, Gaza, a severe thunderstorm blacked Tel Aviv and Gaza Strip in mid-March. A southern Gaza, the sky turned vivid red-orange, creating a hazardous conditions for displaced residents and tent camps. Cairo, Egypt, the same system brought dusty skies and high winds to Cairo, causing material damage such as fallen trees and billboards. Zoe, no kidding. Wow. Yeah, you're actually right, Lori. Yeah. In Egypt, the same system, dusty skies, winds in Cairo, causing material skies, as fallen trees and billboards. Lori got it right. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm about to say something. Okay. Let's say okay, thank you, Zoe. Interesting. The episode was in March 30, 2003, around the time period of when the skies are turning red in our time. Interesting. All right. All right. Lisa becomes interested in astronomy, but infuriated by light pollution in Springfield. She convinces Mayor Quimby to turn off the city streetlights so she can see a meteor shower. When the lights are initially turned back on due to rising crime, they are set to such a high intensity that it remains daylight at night, causing the townspeople to suffer from extreme sleep deprivation. There's a nuclear power plant generators causing blackouts and allow the skies to turn a different color. Yeah, scared. That is awesome, Angel. That's really cool. All right, Treehouse of Horror is another one, which aired November 2003. There is a prominent red button on a magical stopwatch that causes reality to warp surreal ways. And the final segment, Stop the World. I want to goof off. Bart and Millhouse discover a stopwatch that can freeze time. After they repair, which takes 15 years in frozen time, Lisa discovers a second red button on the device. When she presses it following, this is what happens. Physical transformations. The family members' torsos separate from their bodies and fly around on jetpacks. Surreal changes. Subsequent presses turn the family into bobbleheads, TV Guide covers, and Fantastic Four, and gender swap versions of themselves. They finally settle on reality where they are normal but must casually hula hoop to rock around the clock. Interesting. All right. Or he said, Angel, I graduated in Oregon State in 2010. Bachelor's. I started the multi-discipline degrees in grad school, but had to quit and do at that time. And I moved to Oregon Coast where I was 2. We went back to Sun City, visit fam, and Greenery Ocean. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Sorry about that, Lori. Definitely. That is rough. Okay, so I mean, Pennsylvania has nice farmland. It has some trees, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it has like mountains. It's pretty cool. And greenery. And let's say, no, that's not what I say. Let's say that. Oh, that is cool. I like that. Lily Valley. Okay. Yeah, that is true, Lori. Life can hit you in the head with a brick, and it could have unexpected turns. But looking back at it, it does paint a picture. Yeah, nice. Probably. Let's see. From Poconos. Oh, nice. Whoa. Took in '08. Able to finish though, but got sidelined with issues in 2014. I couldn't. I was a therapist for kids with autism. Oh, that is good. You did that, Angel, and condolences for your loss, and also it's good that you did that for the kids. Yeah, she's very strong indeed. So the valley that she's in, well, the Lehigh Valley is a vibrant, fast-growing region of Pennsylvania and western New Jersey, centered around cities in Alientown, Bethlehem, East Stone, home over 687,000 people. It is the third most populous metropolitan area in Pennsylvania. It is known for its blend of deep industrial history and modern thriving economy. Oh, that is awesome, Lori. That is cool that you're having fun with that. Definitely been around some blessing, some heartbreak, but that's life, right? Right. The largest city in the valley, okay, Allentown is the largest city in the valley and third largest in the state. It is hub for healthcare professional services, featuring revitalized downtown and major attractions like the Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. Bethlehem, known as a Christmas city, USA, it is famous for Moravian heritage and Bethlehem Moravian church settlements and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is also hosts that the Steel Stacks Arts and Culture Campus at the site of the former Bethlehem steel plant. Eaststone located on the. Oh, that's awesome, Zoe. Oh, you meant to say that he has autism. Okay. They can be very intelligent, you know, very smart with things. Billy Joel did. I never knew that. I know who Billy Joel is. I didn't know that he made a song about Allentown. The valley sits in the heart of the Northeast megalopolis, making it a critical logistics and distribution hub. Proximity is approximately 60 miles north of Philadelphia and 90 miles west of New York City. In fact, it was actually Bethlehem. Oh, interesting. Major brands, several iconic American brands are headquartered or have major operations here, including Crayola, Martin Guitar, Mack Trucks, and Peeps Just Born. Okay, growth in one of Pennsylvania's fastest growing regions, particularly among the 18 to 34 age demographic, driven by lower cost of living and robust job market. Yeah, when he runs circles around, he sometimes makes fun of us old EAs, like mimics how we walk. He could be a comedian. That's funny. Scared. Attractions beyond major theme parks. The area features Coca-Cola Park, home of the Iron Pigs baseball team, and the PPL Center. Outdoor recreation. The Lehigh Valley Greenways Network offers extensive trails for hiking and cycling, while the Lehigh River provides opportunity for rafting and fishing. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. And so he says, I worked with Down syndrome kids and kids with autism, intermediate 20. Oh, that's all. That is very great that you also worked with them too. You know, and y'all are extremely kind ladies, and I'm sure y'all had a good time with it and did very well. Outdoor recreation. The Lehigh Valley Greenways Network offers extensive trails for hiking and cycling, while Lehigh River provides opportunities for rafting and fishing. Events. The region is famous for Musikfest, and largest free music festivals in the U.S. and the traditional German Christkindlmarkt during the holidays. Casinos brought in a lot of the crime. Reminds you of the mafia. Okay, Angel says, love the lightheartedness here. It's nice change of pace from the rest of social media. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Thank you, chat, for the feedback. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lori and Zoe, also. All right. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and is a historic city in Lehigh Valley that is seamlessly blends the 18th century colonial heritage with 20th century industrial power. Founded by Moravian settlers on Christmas Eve in 1741, it earned the nickname Christmas City and USA in 2024. Its historic Moravian district was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing as one of the finest examples of Moravian architecture and town planning in the world. Candlemas. Was that the word? Candlemas. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I believe it is, Lori, the word, but I just don't know where I saw it. And oh, I'm sure they are. So they absolutely. The heart of the city features the 10-acre original 8th century structure more than even colonial Williamsburg. Just read this title. Russian billionaire says 12-hour days and 6 work weeks could help save economy. Yeah, that is funny. That is funny. All right, the Gemin House, 1741, the largest 18th century log structure in continuous use in the U.S., now housing the Moravian Museum of Bethlehem. 1762 waterworks, the first pumped municipal water system in North America. The oldest bookstore that the Moravian bookshop, founded in 1745, is the oldest continuously operating bookstore in the world. Central Moravian Church, built in 1806, the center of Moravian community and key site for the world-renowned music tradition like Bach Choir of Bethlehem. Scared. For over a century, the city was headquarters of Bethlehem Steel, once the second largest producer in the U.S. and vital shipbuilding in World War II. Music Fest, one of the largest free, non-gated outdoor music festivals in the country, held every August. Holiday season. From late November through December, the city transforms with Christ Kindle Market, a German-style holiday market, and sparkling white lights throughout the historic district. The south side is home to Wind Creek Bethlehem, which features a casino, luxury hotel, and a major outlet shopping center. Moravian University, founded in 1742, it is the sixth oldest college in the nation and was pioneer in educating women. Lehigh University, a prestigious private research university known for its beautiful stone architecture and strong engineering programs. It used to be so awesome. Okay. That sounds pretty cool. Alright, let's see this. Angel is an angel, that's true. Music Fest is the largest free, non-gated music festival in the United States, held annually in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. For 10 consecutive days every August, the city transforms into a massive celebration of music, food, community across more than 15 stages. Location: the festival is split in between North Side and South Side. Admission, entry to the festival grounds, and 15 to 16 stages is free. Only the main headliner stage requires paid tickets. Some kids were overworked, quite emotional. Some kids just screamed the whole session. Oh, yes, understood, Angel. Well, Angel, Zoe, Alien, have to hit the hay. Early day tomorrow. It has been a great stream. Okay, Lori, great stream. Thank you for coming, and have a good night. Angel said, I had one who was a savant and one who just screamed when I tried to teach him things. Just for such a variety. Yes, yes, yes. It's yes. Some people think it is, one extreme. There's all different. It's a spectrum of different situations. Music Fest is now expensive. They used to have major bands for free in a field, no seats, but now they moved into the south side and charge an arm and a leg for everything. All right. It's now expensive. They used to have major bands for free in a field. It kind of reminds you of what we call Jazz Fest, where I am. Okay. Okay, thank you, Zoe. It's messed up that they moved it. All right, the admission, entry of the festival grounds, and free only main headliner stage requires a pay ticket. Music variety, over 50 performances covering in almost every genre, including rock, jazz, polka, blues, funk, and classical. The Plantices stages are called planticizers as a nod to the city's Germanic heritage. No. Platzies. Places. And Germanic heritage, the Festplatz, Lederplatz, and Amerikaplatz. Okay. Famous food, known for its local favorites like aw shucks, roasted corn, deep fried cheesecake, gyros, and take a taco. The mug tradition. A popular tradition is purchasing a refillable souvenir like a Music Fest mug, which can be filled with beverages or stations through the festival. Lori, I am honored. Thank you for your thoughts on that. I really, appreciate all of you very much. Thank you. Yes, we have the greatest chat room on the internet. Yes. Let's see. All right, this is the mug they have. All right, and yeah, so the Music Fest mugs look pretty cool. They're like these jugs, like these plastic jugs, but it's like a mug. Yeah. Let's see what the souvenirs are. That's the wrong word. Okay, let's do this. All right. Yeah, just the mugs are the souvenirs, maybe some buttons and some pictures, but it's mostly a mug that's a souvenir. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Why did they move it? Music Fest underwent is a most significant change by expanding on the north side, historic district, and south side. While the festival didn't move entirely, it still maintains many stages in the north side. The shift was driven by several factors. Previous main stage, River Place, was temporary setup that had reached its physical capacity. Moving the main ticketed stage to the steel stack allowed for beginner audiences. New steel stage and designed to accommodate large crowds and attract bigger national touring acts like Maroon 5 Stone Temple Pilots. Better viewing. The new layout is at the steel stacks is wider and less linear, bringing further seats closer to the stage than the old riverfront location. A major goal was to bridge a gap between the Bethlehem's two downtown districts, uniting the city by splitting the festival across the Lehigh River. Organizers to introduce visitors to the South Side Arts District, benefiting local shops, restaurants, and bars that had previously seen little foot traffic during the festival. Zoe said, I had a bunch of mugs. Music Fest had really good food to performers on every street corner, but now they banned street performance. Gotta have licenses, do everything. It's ruined now. Okay, it used to be more of like a free for all, and now it's all regulated and tightly restricted, like unlike it used to be. Okay, and Zoe, give me one type of food. What type? Say one type of food you remember from there you liked. When you went there. And Bethlehem has Lehigh College. They just won a basketball title. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. National title. That's very important. Okay. Let's see. Here. All right. Let's see this. All right. Angel says everything has become that way. Kids have to have vendor license to sell lemonade now. It's so surreal. People making this difficult. Okay. And the Lehigh University men's basketball team recently won the 2026 Patriot League Championship. Victory on March 11, 2026 marked the program's fourth Patriot League tournament title, secured their sixth overall appearance in the NCAA Division I tournament. Everything has become kids have vendor machine to sell lemonade now. It's all surreal. People making it life difficult. Yeah, I agree. Definitely. And homemade tacos, prodigies, grilled street corn, street roll cakes, etc. Oh, that's very good. Grew up in the 90s, it was just so free. It's so crazy to think about kids having a situation where they have to get a license to sell lemonade. That's nuts to me. And I do agree, although, I wasn't I existed in the late 90s, but I wasn't like growing up in the 90s. But that was certainly a much freer time. And in my opinion, I think the earlier 2000s were like that too, from growing up in it. But, 2010, by 2010, it was over with. It's definitely ridiculous. I was very little, but in 2001, 2000, it seemed like a different world than it is now. It seemed more like what you're describing. Yeah, and everything's all, regulated now. Because when you have too much regulation, it takes the fun away. Yeah. All right, transitioning the shuttered steel mill into the cultural hub was strategy renovated in the city's form of industrial powerhouse and music destination. So he says Bethlehem also has the sun, and George Washington slept there. It's cool looking too. Okay, the Bethlehem, the Sun Inn. Well, that's pretty cool. You see, that's what I like about your region. It's where the originals were from. So that's pretty cool. All right. Well, Angel says we had no internet, no phones, no social media. Just played outside in friends' houses and could ride bikes miles away. People trusted each other. I don't know, just very different, even from early 2000s. Yes. When I was little, I didn't use the internet or play video games. Although I would have liked to have, I played video games a couple of years later, but I would have probably liked to have had somebody. It's okay, but yeah, when I was growing up, it was similar to probably how y'all grew up. I didn't use the internet or a phone or anything like that. I played with toys and did outside activities at different events and camps and stuff in schools. So but now all the kids have iPads, so different than it used to be. And people were more trusting back then. Now it's like you can't really trust stuff now. Yes, the landline. I remember the landline. Hmm. And you could add different people on the call. Exactly, Tone. Right. The 90s was the best decade in some early 2000s. Yeah. Yeah. So we played Oregon Trail on the dock computer. Oh, Angel. I played Oregon Trail too. On the 1998 iMac. My school had one of many years later, and I played it. The computer was pretty much obsolete by then, but we played Oregon Trail on it. That was a cool computer. All right, and Zoe says, I remember our landline. They were party lines. If you picked up the phone, you could hear others on the phone. Yep, that's true. You had to hang up and wait until they were done. Yeah, that is correct. I'd pick up the phone and someone else is talking to somebody. I remember. There was now what they have is a lot of apps and stuff on phones, and they have different type of Nintendo devices, but I remember they had the vintage Game Boy and the Game Boy we have now. They don't have a Game Boy now, but the Game Boy that came later. Yeah, and I was really young and I like to interrupt people. That's funny. Yeah, I was kind of like that too. Yeah, it's the pranks are so much different back then. Blue Angel said that then when dial-up internet came along, you couldn't use the phone and internet at the same time. It screeched super loud. Yes, I remember that my mom had that type of internet, and it was like hooked up to the dial-up was so much like a phone mechanism. And different libraries and schools and stuff had those types of connections. I remember that. I didn't use it back then, but I know what you're talking about. I didn't use a computer until a couple years later after dial-up. Yeah. Now you got a phone that's like a supercomputer. Yeah. Yeah, I remember one of my friends is telling me that it would take a long time for an image to appear. All right. Some operational challenges. Some older venues in North Island had become difficult to manage. For example, the America Platz was located in residential areas, leading to a noise complaints and high operational costs. Moving to the Levi Pavilion at Steel Stacks provided a sustainable permanent infrastructure. The move allowed the festival to utilize blast furnaces as unique world-class backdrop, helping the Steel Stacks campus win global awards for urban excellence and putting Bethlehem on the map alongside major cities. Yeah. And the dial-up, I remember the dial-up noises. It sounds like some glitching, it sounds like it sounds like a robot or a computer having a stroke. The sound effects on my computer had some dial-up, and I'm like, whoa, that's some crazy stuff. And yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, so definitely was different back then, and to load up a picture, to load up something took a little bit. Yeah. Modern version of that is Ethernet connections. It was good life. I wish my niece and nephews got to see it. Ah, yeah. They would have really liked it too. And there are still activities people can do now that are similar to that time period. So I think people that don't go with the Matrix and act like how it used to be, that was pretty cool that they do that. Those that are not in the Matrix, like chat. My dad worked for those blast furnaces. He come home covered in gunk. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm sure it was a very, very hard job, to do, and a lot of gunk. Yeah, a hard worker. Because that's what was going on in those situations. And Tone said 2006 was good times playing outside, exploring, bike racing, and going home when the street lights turned on. Yeah. I did that too, Tone, in 06 as well. Mm-hmm. It was nice. There was playing outside and exploring a bike race. I remember exploring the neighborhood with my friends, and we did that too. So this is kids missed out on safe, trusting gun life. It's that. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like society is, a lot of times it's going into like a dark age. Cultural landmark creation. The move allowed the festival to utilize the blast furnaces as unique world class. Backdrop helped the Steel Stacks campus win global awards for urban excellence and putting Bethlehem on the map alongside major cities. Okay. That's cool. Let's see. The 1758 Sun Inn is a historic landmark downtown Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that served as a center for hospitality, politics, and social life for over 260 years. Built by Moravians to house to non-Moravian travelers. It is famously known as the place where George Washington and many other founding fathers stayed during Revolutionary War. Angel said, Dad worked as a machinist. He inspected things like aerospace parts, was a huge thing in the 90s. Yeah, aerospace is really cool. We watched earlier the rocket go into space. So, yeah, I'm sure it was a very important thing, and I'm glad he worked on that. I'm sure he really enjoyed it. It's also another job of very hard work too. Famous guests. Visitors include George and Martha Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, Samuel Adams, Ethan Allen, and Lafitte. Presidential praise. John Adams famously called the best in I've ever saw. Okay, and Zoe says, my dad was a machinist too. He started out in the furnaces, then he inspected things like airplane parts, bomb parts, all kinds of crazy stuff. Well, that is bomb parts says a really job we gotta know what you're doing, just like aerospace as well. So, and definitely those intelligent genes are in both of you. to be able to, do the stuff that y'all did. So it definitely is the dedication, discipline as well is admirable. Angel said he learned the trade in the Navy. He passed in 2012, and he was really good, man. Well, rest in peace, may be remembered, and always end. That I'm also thankful for his service in the Navy. So that is that is definitely a great thing that he learned that there. Fry's Rebellion, 1799. The inn served as a focal point for this armed tax resistance movement when local farmers freed prisoners being held there. Today, the Sun is a multi-use destination that combines a museum, restaurant, and distillery. Well, condolences for your loss, Aunt Zoe, and also thankful for his service in the Navy. Well, that's really cool. Both of y'all in the same chat. Thanks. And on a sidecraft distillery that produces spirits. Okay, so there's a tavern in Sunnin, a full-service restaurant offering colonial-inspired food and drinks, an authentic atmosphere. Hours Wednesday to Saturday, 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. Christmas City, spirits and on-site craft distillery that produces spirits inspired by historical recipes, offering tastings and museum rooms. Museum tours. The first floor featured the colonial kitchen and the innkeeper's desk. The bedroom suites were guests like Martha Washington stayed, self-guided tours available during business hours. The Sun Inn was widely reputed to be a haunted, as even been featured on the 17 shows Ghost Hunters. Key entities report spirits such as Elizabeth, a nurse who died in 1897, and Hewetta Bender, and preservationist who saved buildings from demolition. I have my dad's dog tags and picture him on the PT ships. He's in uniform and was handsome. Oh, that's awesome. Sounds like a really cool dude. The dots connect and the right people come together. Sometimes there's a saying that sometimes things fall apart for other things to come together. So like to fall together. Yeah, things fall apart for other things to fall together. Wow, I didn't even realize that. 10 hours. That's pretty cool. $10-hour live stream. That's awesome. Scared. The inn frequently hosts the ghost hunting events and paranormal tours for the public. Amen, Angel. I agree. Okay, that is pretty cool. Let's see. The other historical buildings. Okay, said. Okay. Hilarious chat. Okay. Beyond the Sun in Bethlehem's historic district, Moravian church settlements, and the UNESCO World Heritage Sites contains a high concentration of remarkable preserved 18th century structures. And Moravian Museum, located just a block from the Sun Inn. The area holds the core religious communal buildings of the original settlement. Interesting. Oldest building in Bethlehem is the largest 18th century structure in continuous use in the U.S. It originally served as the community's church, school, hospital, all in one. Stone building were distinctive belfry that served as residence for married couples and later first boarding school for girls and the 13 colonies. Yes, yeah, many commonalities, yeah. A residence in, okay, the Single Sisters House, a residence and workplace for unmarried Moravian women featured in specific 18th century architecture and additions. The community's second place of worship, where notable Revolutionary War figures often attend services while staying in the Sun Inn. Considered the first industrial park in America, this. Oh yeah, I love these type of buildings. Yeah, McKay Creek contains ruins and restored buildings from the mid 1700s. A National Historic Landmark that was first pumped in municipal water systems in America. 1761, tannery used to process over 3,000 animal hides annually for leather goods. (1869), the Luckenbach mill, built on the foundations of a 1751 mill in the houses of historic Bethlehem Library and Archives. Okay, what I meant to say was okay. The historical part of Bethlehem is absolutely beautiful, big tourist draw to. Oh yeah, I'll look that one up. Let's see. Oh, that looks like a cool place. We're gonna talk about that. Okay, let's see. Oh, Hotel Bethlehem's also historic. Facts. Yeah, I love the historic buildings and Bethlehem and the. Certainly it's like a time capsule. Reminds me of parts of Kentucky. Oh, they have the old flags. And that's one of the buildings. Let's see. Rosen House. It's a historic landmark. They go to great lengths to preserve original form. Oh, I like it when they go and want to restore original form and keep things as it was in its past. I think that's really cool. Wrigley Mansion, a historical landmark and fine dining venue perched atop a hill in Biltmore neighborhood of Phoenix, built between 1929 and 1931 by chewing gum magnate William Wrigley Jr. 50th anniversary gift to his wife. The Ada estate celebrates for its 30-degree view of the city skyline and surrounding mountains. Christopher's at Wrigley Mansion, a futuristic glass-walled restaurant featuring a retractable roof and panoramic windows, led by James Beard award-winning chef Christopher Gross. It offers a multi-sensory 8-course tasting menu and Gordy's restaurant and lounge, known for its timelessly elegant setting and seasonal American fare. Popular dishes include prime rib, core abuta pork chop, and miso mushrooms. James Wine Bar, an intimate space, an intimate space specializing in shareable small plates, a rotating section of the world-class wines by glass. Sunday Brunch, a highly rated, beautiful, curated holiday weekly experience featuring items like pistachio crusted lamb and caviar topped eggs. The mansion, recognized as a Phoenix point of pride and open for the public tours and dining. Guided tours, 45 to 60 minutes. Historical tours are typically offered Wednesday through Saturday, and they cover history of the Wrigley and Hormel families, original details like tile work, Catalina Island, working in 1928, Steinwall, player piano. The mansion functions as a private club to comply with historical zoning. Guests can purchase social membership for nominal annual fee, around $20, dine and enjoy facilities. Logistics. Visitors are strongly encouraged to use the complimentary valet and top of the hill as a walk for self-parking and steep with many stairs. Designed by architect Earl Heitschmidt, the 16,800 square foot mansion combines Spanish colonial revival, California Monterey, and Mediterranean styles. It was saved from demolition in 1992, and the Hormel meatpacking fortune and his wife Jamie, who restored the former glory. All right, so that is a cool one to know about. Let's see the Rosen House. Rosen House Museum is a fully restored 1895 Queen Anne Victoria mansion. Located in Heritage Square, downtown Phoenix, it serves as a historic house museum that captures the elegance and innovations of Phoenix's early millionaires' row. Built for Dr. Roland Lee Rosen, the prominent physician and later mayor of Phoenix, the house was a symbol of progress in the desert. Modern luxuries. It was one of the first homes in Phoenix to feature electricity, indoor plumbing, and upstairs bathroom and telephone. Architecture designed by San Francisco architect A.P. Petit. The house features a mix of styles including French octagonal turret, Italianate hooded windows, and Chinese moongate. Restoration. After serving as rooming house and falling into despair in the mid 20th century, it was purchased and meticulously restored by the city of Phoenix in 1974. Museums only accessible through guided tours, hauntings, and legends. Caretaker. Many reports center on the spirits of former caretaker nicknamed Speedy, who was fatally shot outside his home in the early 1980s. Witnesses claim to see his shadowy figure near the staircase, phantom fireplace. Staff and visitors have reportedly feeling intense heat from the fireplace that are not lit. Occasionally, they appear to ignite their own. Other activities. Unexplained footsteps, doors locking by themselves, and objects moving between rooms frequently reported. Okay. All right. And let's go here. And okay, let's leave it there. So haunted places in Arizona is the downtown landmark is famously haunted by Leon Jensen, who jumped to her deletion in 1928. Guests report seeing her spirit floating in hallways or standing at the foot of the beds. If there's the Rosen Museum, we talked about that. A caretaker murdered outside in the 1980s. Staff and patrons reported a spirit named Maddie who supposedly nudges or sudges people in the balcony. Vulture Gold Mine. Vulture Gold Mine, a preserved ghost town with dark history of murders, hangings. Visitors reported smelling phantom food cooking. Formerly a hospital, and the hotel is considered one of Arizona's most haunted reports, including a phantom nurse, crying sounds, and a spirit of a man named Claude, scared, who died in the elevator shift. Elevator shaft, not shift. Hotel Monte Vista, famous for the phantom belly boy. The meat man in room 220, who is known for hanging raw meat from his chandelier and still supposedly causes electronics to malfunction. Museum Club, a legendary roadhouse haunted by former owner Don and Thrana Scott. Thrana is often seen behind the bar and the dark broths. No, the dark booths, not broths. Birdcage Theater, site of the deaths of over 140 bullet holes. It is allegedly home to 31 ghosts, including Lady in White and spectral gamblers whose cards can be heard shuffling in the basement. Copper Queen Hotel. The guests reported sightings of a tall man in the top hat, Howard, a mischievous young boy named Billy who pranks visitors. Hotel Congress. Known for the capture of Dillinger Gang, and hotel is reportedly haunted by Vince, a regular who died of a heart attack and still frequents the bar. Okay. Zoe says, well, going to say goodnight. It was great talking to you, Angel and Alien. Thank you for this extra special stream. For the best. There is truly no one like you. Bless you all. God bless you all. God bless you too, Zoe. I feel the same. And I know the same is true about you. And thank you for coming. See you on the, tomorrow. Next one. Pennsylvania is considered one of the most haunted states in the U.S., largely due to executionary Civil War and Revolutionary War history, with asylums and prisons. Yes, sweet dreams to you too. Gettysburg haunting. As a site of the bloodiest battle in the Civil War, Gettysburg is widely regarded as the most haunted towns in America. Visitors report hearing phantoms, drum rolls, and musket fire. Specific hotspots, including Devil's Den, where bodies are once wedged into rock crevices, and Little Round Top. The historic B&B was used by Confederate sharpshooters as a field hospital. It is said to be haunted by 16 different spirits, including nurse named Mary. Jenny Wade House Museum. The only civilian killed during the battle. Legend says the women who put their finger through the bullet hole and door will soon receive a marriage proposal. Okay, there is Philadelphia, Eastern PA. Gothic style prison pioneered solidarity confinement, which reportedly drove many inmates to madness. It is famous for shadowy figures and disembodied laughter in its crumbling cell blocks. A former institution for the mentally ill with harrowing history of mistreatment. It is now a massive haunted attraction that is also offers overnight paranormal investigation. Old Jail Museum, famous for the permanent handprints of the wall of cell 17 left by members of Molly Magris to protest the innocence before execution. Okay. Alright, so Pennsylvania is very haunted. Alright, so let's see here. Okay, in a little bit we're going to be doing the Garden Live that I talk about. So see y'all on there. Not doing it right now, but we're doing it a little bit. So thank you all for coming, and peace.